Okay. Let's set everything up here. Let's see. We want House Fort Worth, IEM bot. Yeah. So today, live stream for basically just this entire hodgepodge of an event, if you want to call that. Just so much stuff going around here. DJ Morris, what's up? Yeah, everything's going crazy. Caleb Edwards, hello. Hash Brown, yeah, it is me. Surprised, huh? Jimmy S, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Coop, what's up? Welcome back. Let's kind of move this over here. Okay. Turn that off. Sheesh. Stewie Griffin, hello, hello. These are some intense storms in Texas anyway. Yeah, they're about to be at least. Person that does things, hello, hello. Harrison Mitchell, hello. The Canadian Chaser, hello, Father Nate, seems legit. Kind of watching the radar very carefully. Yeah, today's going to be pretty interesting. I do want to just go ahead and take a look at just all the stuff in general before we get into the specifics. Let's see. Yeah, not first today, Blake. Seems legit. Mr. Random, hello, what's up? Dan the Weatherman, hello. Thomas Hot. I'm gonna butcher that name, I swear. Thomas Hotkolas, hello, hello. All right, so yeah, today's gonna be pretty interesting, but let's just go ahead and discuss the discuss what all is happening right now. QLCS, that's kind of just pushing through parts of South Dakota and even in North Dakota. You can see there's some really gusty winds right within there. Maybe even some discrete cells with hail. As you can see, there's a couple out just to the east of Columbia. But otherwise, this entire line just continues to move along this kind of gust front that, if I zoom in here, you'll be able to see. Really nice outflow boundary, I gotta say, along that gust front. But you can kind of see how that's going out in front of the QLCS, and as that pushes off, that's going to be really interesting. By the way, tomorrow I'm still forecasting so that there's going to be something that's going to be really interesting. Not giving up tomorrow yet. I still believe that something could be in the making for out there in Kansas and Nebraska. I do indeed believe that. Looking bad, Nate, right? Today it's kind of half and half. It did look bad last night, which is the reason why I put the 10%. Well, I showed you all the 10% from the Storm Prediction Center. But then the line of storms that were forecasted to go on through moved by really quickly. And the timing just wasn't right to the point where some stuff just wouldn't it just wouldn't go. Stuff wouldn't function. So that's the reason why there's a 5% chance for tornadoes today. Nothing more, nothing less, in my opinion. I don't think anything is going to be upped by the SPC whatsoever. They did come out with a convective outlook an hour and a half ago, and they kept it to an enhanced. So, and they kept it to a 5% risk as well. So, do you think through the front rush south could have kept the 10% tornado chance? You see, here's the thing about that. With what happened last night, they were forecasting the outflow boundary to initiate thunderstorms along that line, which an outflow boundary is just basically what the storms produce as they push on through. It's kind of like this cold pocket thingamabobber. It's little mini cold front. I'll say that. And thunderstorms could develop along there, but it moved by too quickly, and it wasn't during the peak of the evening, so stuff didn't really work out. Ryan Schiller, hello, welcome to the stream. We may have a big upgrade for tomorrow, in my opinion. Yeah, I still think tomorrow is going to be really interesting. So don't sleep on tomorrow. No one's really been talking about it, but I've been preaching it as if it's going to be some sort of a typical May day, stuff that you haven't seen in quite some time for May. And yes, I still believe this is still doing its stuff. Where's this all happening? Right now, this is in South Carolina, this current image, where this QLCS is just pushing through. You could see an embedded tornado within here. There is a 2% chance for tornadoes issued by the Storm Prediction Center, mainly because QLCSs often do produce tornadoes. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues out through the night for the Carolinas. If we go into Georgia now, we can see some discrete cells. Discrete cells in Alabama, Mississippi, and in Georgia, all over the place. So let's go ahead and take a look. About to lose your mind. Yeah, no problem. I got you. How do I find the application for mod on Reddit? I don't have a Reddit yet, but we'll be getting applications for mods for YouTube soon. That'll be posted on my Discord server, which, as I said, if you want to go ahead and join, description down below. What about tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a big day, in my honest opinion. The models, I'm going to be completely honest, all right? The models don't know what's happening. They don't. And it's really interesting to look at because they're all so they're not in agreement. Every model says something different. And unfortunately, that's not something that you want to see, especially this close to an event that could be to the parameters of what I've been saying. Okay, see ya, Jackson. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out. You meant Discord? Well, I'm not. There's already an application process for Discord. For my Discord server, you can either apply as a weather analyst or you can apply as a moderator. Whether or not you get the job, it's to my discretion. JMJ Show Channel, what's up? Severe thunderstorm warning for Walker County, Texas. I do want to take a look at that, actually, because that's a discrete cell in itself. Do you think there will be a bust because of cap inversion? Multiple models indicate this. The models are kind of disagreeing. Yeah, I did see that cap inversion. I saw that, and I am fully aware of that. However, I feel like there will be some, but there won't be as much to the extent of what some models say. I feel like I actually do want to take a look at the latest model runs in a second. While we're at it, I said I was going to take a look at the Texas cell. It does seem to just be for hail. Nothing really too much more other than that. While we're at it, we might as well talk about the risks for the next couple of days. Brandon, what's up? Nice to see you again. Are there enough mods in Storm Central? I mean, there is, but at the same time, there isn't. You can still apply. It's just whether or not there is any available space for anyone. That is the real question. It's really to my discretion, all right? You know, I'm the guy that kind of brings in the staff, and I can also take them out. So that's just the authority of the owner position for my server. Yeah, it is what it is. How do you think Sunday will go play out from Michigan and Ontario? In my opinion, it looks really interesting, but there's a lot of corruption, but very interesting. I think Iowa's going to be ground zero. Iowa's going to be ground zero for Sunday. That's my honest opinion. Slight risk indicated for the Carolinas for that QLCS that I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the stream. Enhanced risk for Dallas-Fort Worth area. Extending all the way into the Little Rock and eventually into the Jonesboro area, just to the west of Memphis. So definitely something where people are going to want to take the precautions. And one thing I do also want to mention is that this marginal right here, this right here, there's a low that's moving through that general vicinity. That is what's going to be dictating what's going to happen tomorrow. So depending upon how quickly this low moves out, will be the indicator for how tomorrow will go. If it moves out relatively quickly, with no unimpeded shenanigans, if you will, then we will have our day to where we can see stuff from all the way down here go in, and we could have 5% risks across the board right in here, maybe even a 10% right within here, something like that. But I do think that there will be a 5% risk by tonight somewhere in southwestern Nebraska. Somewhere in there, I believe there will be a 5% risk. I'll get to that in my final thoughts at the end of the stream if you stick around for that much. Which, by the way, I encourage you all to, at the end of my streams, I'm putting in the description down below for every single stream to look at my final thoughts. You don't have to look through the entire stream if you're like late. You can just look and take a look at my final thoughts for what happened during the stream and then what's going to happen in advance. Eric Schiller, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Add you to my subscriber collection, indeed. Yep, so I encourage you all to take a look at the final thoughts. It'll definitely give you a kind of an overview. Tomorrow has a 2%. I think this should be 10 hatch. The HRRR, the NAM3K shows SIG Tornado Supercell Composite way off the charts. What do I think? Still a bit of capping inversion. It's a bit too uncertain right now to see as to whether or not stuff will actually fire off. But yeah, definitely one of those things where we have to keep paying attention. Go ahead and do that. All seems to be well. NAM and 3K and HRRR have agreed in the slightest ways in placement cape. I will say this. The NAM and HRRR never agree with each other. But it did today, and I'm not sure how to think of it. And it did on Easter, too. I do want to make that clear. Easter, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the NAM 3K, and then when the HRRR actually said that it was going to be as bad as the NAM 3K said, that's when people started to kind of get worried. So, definitely something that we have to keep in mind. I do want to take a look at the satellite imagery just to see what all we can expect. Oh boy, not what I wanted to see. There we go. Satellite imagery for Oklahoma. You can kind of see some of the thunderstorms start to attempt to initiate just to the south and east of Frederick, Oklahoma. So whether or not those will continue to push on through, that's the real question. There is a nice little boundary that you guys can see that'll be pushing through. Not as much of a dry line per se. I mean, there is, but stuff is starting to initiate back here in Texas. There's also something right here that I want to keep an eye on. Those cells, if they actually develop, that could be really interesting, specifically because of how far south they are and how rich the moisture is near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So definitely one of those things where you need to just continue to keep in mind as these will move into some very unstable air masses. The potential for tornadoes. Granted, still says 5% risk. 5% could still produce large tornadoes. I mean, just for reference, El Reno, granted it didn't hit anything, was produced on a 5% risk. So I do want to mention that, which is kind of the reason why I stream every single 5% risk. Unless if I feel like the parameters aren't there. So, it's doing its own thing. Wind's going to be insane now. Yeah, gusty winds all over the place. You're from the Northeast Louisiana. Can you call me MM? Yep, sure. Welcome to the stream, MM. Welcome to the stream. Just checking for a friend. Okay. Can you check the cell in Tennessee, or did it die? I've got no clue what's happening in Tennessee. I'm assuming it died. North Carolina has some bad weather. Yeah, North Carolina right now has got some really gusty winds. We've had reports of trees down Highway 265 about 1 mile east of Jefferson near Fort Creek. Actually, I want to get IEM bot for Raleigh. There's Raleigh right there. We'll be able to get some live stuff when it comes there. Do want to mention I do want to mention that all of these do have tornado possible tags on here, according to IEM bot. So definitely something that people need to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I'm also going to get Norman's IEM bot on, and I'll probably get Fort Smith on as well. But let's see. There is a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued, and it seems to be for just main parts of Oklahoma, heading down towards the Red River. So I'll show you guys that in a bit, but new severe thunderstorm watch down in there. Still, the gusty winds in North Carolina seem to be the most prolific thing to look at the moment. If you take a look at the storm relative velocities, they actually don't show a lot, but the base velocities show that there could be some winds in upwards of 63 miles per hour. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor the weather and take their precautions as that goes around. New severe thunderstorm warning for Burke and Barnwell counties. Burke is in Georgia. Barnwell is in South Carolina. And that's going to be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There's also been reports from the Highway Patrol that a tree in the roadway, the trees in the roadway, I should say, at Green Meadow Drive and Amex Ferry Road. So these things have continuously produced wind damage, and that'll continue to probably produce wind damage as that moves on through the evening into parts of mainland Carolinas towards the East Coast. You're in Ashe County, close to Horse Creek. We had a good storm a bit ago. Also, my sis lives in Charlotte. They got hit hard. Yeah, Charlotte's definitely getting some, or at least it had some really gusty winds coming from these storms. So definitely really interesting as that continues to move on through. Is Richmond, Virginia getting a storm tonight? I do not believe that they are getting a storm. If I were to take a look at the Storm Prediction Center, nothing according to that except for general thunderstorms. And I did take a look at the models yesterday, and I saw that there wasn't really a lot that was going to be in your area. So I remember because I had to do a forecast for specific areas in Virginia. Pulled pork sandwich. Pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Yep. Food is quite delicious. Let's see. Yep, so, let's see. Radar scope on southern North Carolina storm measuring 65 mile per hour winds on velocities. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually got up to there. We actually got some 66 mile per hour velocities on here as well. Even up to 68 and 70, so that's really interesting too. With my nice little color table here. Really do love this color table. Kind of sandwich is it? Pulled pork. Pulled pork sandwich with, let's see. Thingamabobber. Like this spicy barbecue. Alright, Chief Meteorologist, I'm in Carlton, Texas. What's it looking like tonight for you? You guys will probably get some severe storms, guaranteed. Some hailers, possibly a tornado. Kind of wind damage, iffy. It is what it is, but you'll definitely get some storms tonight. If you were asking me for timings, which I'm assuming most people would ask for timings, so it's not just, one person specifically. It's not like I'm a wizard. I wish I was. You'll probably get some stuff right around 10 o'clock. 10 to 11 o'clock is when I would say that you guys would see the main brute force of that line. But you might even see some discrete cells out in front of that as that continues to move on through. After stream, we have a VC party on Discord. Yep, indeed, I always do. I always have a VC party after my streams. How big hail? And what is the timing? Give me 2 seconds so I can get you a sounding here. You can get hail from 1 inch to 1.5 inches, honestly. Nothing more, I don't think, unless if this model updates. But nothing more, nothing less. I think 1 inch to 1.5 inches is right around the time for you all to see some stuff. Yeah, 10 o'clock is around the time when you can see some stuff. But it is a hit or miss. Some models are saying that you won't get anything at all. But I do kind of favor one model over another right now. Just the fact that, some things are kind of going on. But as I said, you could see some stuff. Now this model is saying that you might get something within the next 2 hours. So you kind of see what I mean by how the models are really in disagreement as to what all you guys could be seeing today, if you are in this risk. And even into tomorrow, very much so inconsistent as to what all is happening. I'm really curious to see what they have to say about the stuff tomorrow. How's Shreveport, Louisiana going to be affected by the storm in Texas? 2 words. It won't. True facts. This can update. That would be great. I mentioned the 2% from the Storm Prediction Center earlier in the stream. There is the low that I was talking about. If that moves off and doesn't really impede the progress from Kansas and Nebraska, you could quite possibly get an outbreak here. Quite possibly. I rarely use the O word because I hate it. I feel like it's overused and I feel like it's easily clickbaited. But you could possibly get some sort of severe weather outbreak, in my honest opinion. Really wouldn't be surprised. But let's see. As we continue to go on through, HRRR says there could be some storms in North Platte. That's what I've been saying. Now it says that the wind speeds are actually garbage. That's interesting. This also says that this storm breaks the cap, and oh boy, it seems to be having a whale of a time. I gotta admit. So something in Kansas could be brewing now. I said something in southern parts of Kansas a couple streams ago. It kind of like veered off a bit, but now there could be something that's in southern Kansas again. I said southwestern Kansas. I wonder how the dry line will impact this event. It seems as if some of the models are saying that something could form within those areas. And you could see something really interesting, in my honest opinion, as that continues to move into the evening. Becca, what's up? Welcome back. Why do all soundings take me on Saturday and Sunday say got severe for me? It's not contaminated. A forecast would really appreciate it. Depends upon what they say. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but a wave of something just came over me. Literally it hit me like a truck. Now apparently the HRRR wants PDS tornadoes. Gotta say. Not that far off. I mean, I'm probably not that far off if this verifies. But these models are, they're crazy. They don't know what's going on. You're in the enhanced today. Well, then I hope that you stick around for the stream. I know some other YouTubers will probably be streaming, but I will definitely keep everyone up to date as best to my abilities as possible. So I hope you stick around, and I will definitely keep you all informed if you do stick around. But you know, I did say Saturday. Something big could be happening. I've been saying it for a week and a half now. If people have been paying attention, you know, they would know. I've been saying that something could be going on Saturday. Storm status, what's up? Yeah, these models are all over the place. Caitlin Brown, hello, welcome back. Nice to see you. Are you streaming tomorrow no matter what? Yes, I'm for 100% streaming tomorrow no matter what. No matter what happens, whether it busts or not, I'm streaming it completely. All the way through until I believe that something is not going to happen. So, I'm telling you all that something possibly could be big tomorrow. Possibly. The models are still not in agreement, but something could be very interesting. So if you guys want to stick around for tomorrow, I feel like tomorrow would be the stream for you guys to bear witness to me in action when it's actually getting pretty bad. The heck am I talking about? I'm saying that there could be some discrete supercells that could produce chonky boys. What time tomorrow? This is saying right around 7 Central, 8 Central. I'm probably going to stream a lot earlier than that. I'm probably going to stream right around 4 Central because there are some cells that are pushing on through. But definitely one of those things where I'm probably going to be streaming around there. Let's see. I wonder how Lawrence is going to get hit. Lawrence will be impacted in its own way. Take a look at these cells that decide to form in the middle of the night. Crazy. What the heck is this? There's even a tornado risk going into the evening? going into the late overnight hours. What is this? Yep, I'm going to be streaming for quite some time tomorrow. I might have to separate it into 2 streams because it'll be like over 10 hours. Probably. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. When will the Northeast Ohio look like over the next few days? Ohio probably won't see a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. If I were to take a look at the NAM has been pretty meh so far. Malaus, why are you in terrible pain? I hope you're alright, or you're going to be alright. Ohio will probably see some scattered showers Saturday afternoon. And then nothing really too much after that. Going into Tuesday, there might be something. That'll be kind of localized thunderstorms into the overnight hours. So, yeah, you might see something, but nothing too big. Should be fine. Look at the SIG tornado parameter and the supercell composite for Nebraska and Kansas. Oh boy. Oh boy. When are you going to do your sick moves at the end of the stream, as always? Although I haven't been doing it lately because there hasn't really, haven't really been feeling it as of late. We'll see. It's off the charts. Yeah, I gotta take a look. I gotta take a look again. Just to take a look. Oh boy. Yeah. Very nice. Capped, though. Nebraska's capped, but this boy isn't. What the heck is that? Okay, that's capped. Pretty capped. Significant tornado parameter I don't ever use. I hope you all know that I don't use that. There's a reason why I don't use it. Can there be a PDS watch? Probably not. It's very unlikely for it to have PDS watch. God, even the significant tornado parameter is a 5, but because it's capped, it's dead. I don't know. I can't really find... What the heck is this? Oh, none. Because guess what? It's capped. There needs to be some way to relieve that of its duties. I will say, as I take a look, the NAM kind of obviously... The NAM wants this event to be dead. Nothing for the NAM is going to convince it otherwise. Yeah, on other stuff, everything is just crazy. I will tell you, it is probably going to be off the chart. New severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun, Clarendon, Richland, and Sumter County in South Carolina, and that'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Let's see. That'll be mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So people over there need to go ahead and get indoors. Definitely one of those things where you don't want to be in the middle of all of that. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, NAM. I see what you're doing here, buddy. NAM's definitely going crazy, I will say that. Yep. 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 18 knot shear at surface to 1 kilometer and 32 knot shear at surface to 3 kilometer. Yep. That's interesting. Let's see. A few storms kind of forming right now in Texas. Let's take a look. Let's loop it. Oh yeah, there could be something that's attempting to form. We'll be moving, I think that's south of the Wichita Falls area. I'm not sure. But definitely something that could be attempting to form. There might even be some cells that are forming in behind the boundary down here too. But definitely something in and around right here that is going to be really interesting. I did say that those areas was going to be really interesting to watch. These areas right here, I'm going to actually just outline some areas. This right here, this right here, this right here, this right here, this right here. Those areas could be something to watch. Something could be forming within any of those 5 lines. We've had a 911 call of multiple trees down on Griffin Green Boulevard. So more wind damage occurring in North Carolina. Let's see. You're going to share this? Yeah, I appreciate that. I really do. I'm going to continue to inform everyone on here to the best of my abilities. And if other people, if you haven't already, please do share. Either just share the stream or tell them if there's anyone that's going to be impacted by this, or even if they're weather enthusiasts, that they're going to be impacted by these events somehow, some way. Let's see. You should do a video of how to read soundings. That's actually in the plan, Isaac. There's going to be a video. I'm currently working on a new series. It's my recorded video that I'm going to be working on. It'll the first video, it won't be how to read soundings, but we'll get to that eventually. The first video should be done within the next 2 weeks if I can edit it. I'm just doing this all by myself and I haven't hired anyone. But it'll be a new series that you all will enjoy. It's semi-professional, but it incorporates my personality, and I feel like you all would enjoy that. Especially since I feel like most meteorologists try to be professional all the time, and it makes them sound like they're inhuman. So, definitely one of those things where I'm pretty excited about that, I have to say. Let's see. Why is the storm north of Houston moving west? It just depends upon the storm motion, I guess, in and around that area. New tornado warning! Tornado warning for Harnett, Hoke, Lee, and Moore counties in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know exactly where this is along the line, but I do know that there is a new tornado warning. This is radar indicated with hail that'll be less than 3/4 of an inch. If I were to guess where the tornado warning is, it'd be somewhere around here. But yeah, new tornado warning in and around that area. Still do not have a clue as to where this is, but we do have a new tornado warning. That'll be in effect for Harnett, Hoke, Lee, and Moore counties. That will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. There it is. There is the new tornado warning, as I have mentioned. So if we take a look at the reflectivity, you can see how the it starts to wrap around the side towards the southern Pines area. The reflectivity shows that the reef-link downdraft is just whipping around, and the inflow notch kind of undeterred, if you will. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be as that heads into the southern Pines area. Take a look at the velocities. You can definitely see the brighter greens moving towards the radar, the kind of grays moving away. Just right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, right now I do not see a tornado debris signature, or even I do see a tornado vortex signature with the velocities, but a tornado debris signature, definitely not on here yet, but still one of those things where as it progresses it might even produce one. And the people near Southern Pines, if you know anyone who lives around there, even around the US Route 1 area, go ahead and tell them to either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. But yeah, as that continues to move on, let's go ahead and get some timings out here for you all. So this will be passing the Southern Pines area almost immediately. Ghost FR, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. It'll be heading off to the Vass area in about 10 minutes. It'll be almost paralleling US Route 1 until it turns to the north. So it'll be just to the south of Cameron in about 15 minutes, and it'll be crossing the State Route 24 area in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. So people around there need to go ahead and, as I said, take their precautions. If you're around the Cameron and the Vass area, you do have a bit of time, so you might want to go ahead and get protective gear like helmets, even just pillows, or even some sort of shoes. New tornado warning for Marshall County in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I can't see the velocities right now. Evangeline Tess, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. This was from Topeka, Kansas's National Weather Service. So let's take a look at that IM bot. Give me a second as I can pull up the actual data of Topeka, Kansas here for you all. But yeah, new tornado warning for that area. That'll be in effect, as I have mentioned, until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is radar indicated. This has not been reported by any sort of spotters. It also is looking up around 4,700 feet, so I can only assume this is kind of the land spoutish. But if I had to guess, there's two areas of rotation that could possibly be. One of them, obviously, you can see the little kink right within the line right there. Possibly could spin up a tornado. Another one, somewhere right within here, you can kind of see how it turns into a bit of a corkscrew, if you will, with a little bit of a outflow boundary to the south. You can get something right there near Angstel. If I were to actually ask the warning box where it is, it says 4 miles south of Summerfield, which actually seems to be that storm right there, as I mentioned. So people along State Route 99 heading up into Summerfield, and that'll eventually go into Nebraska. You guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as well. Either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornadic rotation as possible. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as it continues to move on through. Let's see. I do want to take a look. New mesoscale discussion concerning severe thunderstorm watch 203. So that's the one for the 5% area of tornadoes. We'll take a look at that in a few, but we are going to continue to take a look at the tornado warnings. I'm going to go back to the North Carolina cell because I do believe this one is more prominent than the other one. But definitely one of those things where if you are under a tornado warning right now, please heed those warnings. There's a reason why a lot of us say respect the polygon. So one of those things where you need to continue to take your precautions. I am going to take a look, continue to see if there is any sort of correlation coefficient drop on here, and I do not see one at the moment. However, as I said, does not matter. This will probably continue off within the same strength. It might even intensify. So just to be prepared for that, people out in front of this storm need to continue to take their proper precautions. I'm going to take a look and see if I can find the highest velocity here, and see if I can get a delta velocity for you all. I'm seeing one up to 48 knots, which would be right around 55, 56 miles per hour. So definitely one of those things where you need to take your precautions as that continues to move on through. KUEX sees this. Okay, give me a second. All right, so that's the one over in Hastings. I will take a look at that as that continues to move on through. Did you hear what you said? Nope, I'm going to take a look. NAM issued potential EF5 tornadoes, super composite, 45 to 55, near Central Texas. Yeah, but all of that area is pretty capped, so I do have to say that. It just depends upon if the storms would be capped or not. So definitely a thing that people need to continue to monitor. There we go. There's kind of some rotation there. You can see how the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. It's okay. Probably some sort of land spout-ish rotation, but you can kind of see green moving towards, reds moving away. There's a little gray pixel here. So right around there is where I could expect to see it. There even is some red right in here and some green in here. So you could see something right around there. But right now it does seem to be a bit weak. I wouldn't be surprised if something in and around that area does try to form. Spectrum width doesn't say a lot. The ZDR shows that there is some sort of updraft in that area. But as of right now, it does seem as if stuff isn't going to continue to move on through as it is. Let's see. Going to take a look back at the tornado warning in North Carolina. As I said, this could intensify. So just people need to continue to take their precautions with this. It is along a QLCS that typically produces tornadoes relatively quickly, which is the reason why it's very hard to forecast these along QLCS. But definitely one of those things where you can kind of see the faster moving greens kind of overlapping the slower moving greens, the darker ones. And right around in the middle, you can get that overlapping motion and a possible tornadic rotation in and around that area. So as that continues to move along, as I said, it's going to parallel US Route 11 until it passes Vass. Then it's going to try and impact the State Route 24 area. But people near just to the north and east of Southern Pines, near the Vass area, if you're around the Vass area, I would recommend that you go ahead and get into your safe space now so that you can go ahead and take your precautions. This will be coming into your area in about, I'd say 10 minutes. Nope, new update came in. In about 5 minutes now. So 5 minutes is right around when this will be heading around into the Vass area. People over there need to continue to take their precautions as that moves on through. So this will be, as I said, paralleling US Route 11, and then be passing by Vass and going off towards State Route 24. Quickly, I'm going to take a look and see it, the thunderstorm initiation possibly happening in Texas. There is a cell right here that I am kind of interested in, as I've mentioned before. Anything along those three lines, this one, this one, this one, this one, and that one, could be really interesting as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing really a lot there. Spotter said that the Kansas tornado is on the ground and is a cone, so that's really interesting. Hold up as I move on through and check a bunch of stuff. The severe thunderstorm watch for Lincoln County, Georgia, and Edgefield, Fairfield, Lancaster, McCormick, Newberry, and Saluda counties in South Carolina have now been canceled. Still some severe thunderstorm warnings for those who are in those that are not a part of that, but definitely one of those things where as that continues to move on through, people could be impacted. The people that are now not in the severe thunderstorm watch are now in the clear. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves on in and around. Really interesting to see here. Now I can actually kind of see the rotation in Kansas, and how I can dictate this to you all is that, well, of course it updates, but I'll show you all. The last scan was a whole lot better in my opinion. So you can kind of see how the brighter reds are moving faster away from the radar than some of the slower reds, and you can kind of get this overlapping motion. So right in there is where the rotation would be as that continues to move off towards the Summerfield area. So people along State Route 99 need to continue to kind of take their precautions as that moves off to the north. So, you know, definitely one of those things where people need to just monitor the weather as that continues to move off there. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, a bunch of these other cells could also produce, but you know, still one of those things where you're gonna want to monitor. Matthew Compton, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Can I check the NAM-PDS tornado for North Texas? Is that for today? If that is for today, then that kind of makes sense. I do want to take a look. I do see some tornado soundings for Texas. I don't see any PDS soundings. Which, by the way, I probably should tell you all what my hot zone is. Ooh, nice little hail, dry air spike. 2 of them. Might see some hail. These will be upper elevated storms. Just got in from work. Anything you missed? Nope. You've got 2 tornado warnings right now, but other than that, nothing's really doing anything. Let's see. Storms in Missouri, this moving robust, yeah. They kind of were, but they kind of weren't at the same time. let's see. I'm gonna take a look at the cell back in North Carolina. I do feel like something could be moving in and around that area. I also want to monitor that because QLCSs could produce a tornado within any second. Don't say tomorrow's a bust yet. The last time someone said it was a bust before something actually happened, it was Easter, so don't be that guy. But who knows? Tomorrow will be pretty interesting. We'll get to tomorrow when that ship crosses. When we cross that bridge. It does seem as if the storm in North Carolina is now gusting out a bit more. So, in my opinion, it's now not as tornadic as it once was. But you could still see some sort of rotation in and around here near the Southern Pines area. But definitely not as strong as it once was. So, as it continues to move on through, it seems to be in a weakening trend right now, but it'll continue to move on in and around that area. Yep, do exactly what Ryan says. For all the people who are new, make sure to smash that like button, hit the sub button, support the live stream, all sorts of that stuff. Sharing the video is also nice if you know anybody else who likes the weather or if anyone's being impacted by these storms. Definitely something to where, you know, the stream is right for you, or you could just tell them that they're going to be impacted. See 3 active watches. Yeah, I do believe there is 3 active watches right now. None of them are tornado watches, I will say. Speaking of which, we might as well just get into it. Severe thunderstorm watch out for Texas, and then 2 severe thunderstorm watches in North Carolina and South Carolina. Let's see. There's still that tornado warning up in Kansas. It's continuing until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So people over there still need to realize that there is still something that they are seeing in and around that area. Getting bad weather right now. Severe is bad where you live. That's typically what all is happening right now with all these pop-up storms. So yeah. There could be some cells that form in and around that area, but the QLCS seems to be causing a lot of wind damage. There has been countless reports of downed trees, so definitely one of those things where you need to continue to just, you know, keep an eye on these things. Look at the 2 things you just tweeted me about the Dallas storms. I don't even have Twitter up. Bookmarks. Twitter. Let's take a look. Take a look. DEFCON warning system. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, Liddy. Yeah, a lot of hail in and around that area. There's gonna be a bunch of hail in right there. You gotta go for now. Catch you later in the stream. Yep. See ya, Brayden. See ya. You know, like how long it's been since we've last had an EF5. Same. Personally, I think we're due for one. But I think So-So secretly was the EF5. Bassfield So-So. Yeah. That's going to be really interesting, gotta say. Something that we're definitely going to continue to monitor. I still think that this right here, if that continues to erupt, those cells, that could continue to produce. And seems how these cells are actually moving this way. These ones are moving that way. That's a discrete cell right here, and this is just going to be a cell along a line. So, really interesting as that continues to move on through. Check Cape in 12 hours. Surface-based Cape. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. 7.0 tornado parameter for Oklahoma. Is that today or tomorrow? Will this thing load, please? It doesn't want to load. let's see. The tornado warning for Harnett, Hoke, Lee, and Moore County in North Carolina has been canceled. So it does seem as if the storm is weakened below tornadic parameters in North Carolina, but there is still that tornado warning in Kansas for Marshall County. That'll continue to be in effect until, yep, there it goes. There has been reports of a funnel cloud out just to the north and west of those storms. So definitely all of these could produce some sort of tornadic potential. Let's see. Saturday. Okay, so Saturday is what you're talking about. Let's see. So we were being asked for Saturday. So let's take a look at the Cape. Saturday, obviously, that goes crazy. I mean, look at that. 4,000 joules per kilogram. You know, bunch of stuff. And then as the cells continue to move on out, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Yep, the Cape for today, by the way, is around 4,000 as well, in and around that area. Could see some stuff on upwards of 4,000 joules per kilogram, you know, just across the board. You're going to chase some funneled cloud tornadoes. Seems legit. Just make sure you're safe. Let's see. It still seems as if tornado warning still continues. Let's see. Yeah, definitely a lot of Cape in there. Could you explain the black screen with all the data, the red and green vertical lines that I just pulled up? Yep, so soundings. We might as well just... I'm going to basically go over... I'm going to have a video of how to read this all in depth. But when it comes to the actual soundings, I'll just oversimplify it all for you all. This dotted line right here is the parcel. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. So this is the parcel path. If a weather balloon were sent up into the sky, this would be the parcel path of a developing thunderstorm when it comes to temperature. All right. Now, the red is the temperature of the weather balloon if it was sent up all the way and it still was everything was just like still. It would be as if time had stopped. All right. So you can see the red is the temperature, the green is the dew points, and this would be necessary for like hail and stuff like that. So yeah, anything in between the white dotted line, which is the developing thunderstorm, and the red line, which is the temperature, is Cape. The larger the gap in between the two, the more the Cape there is. All right. So Cape is convective available potential energy, and it's how much energy is in the atmosphere for either storms to form or for storms to continue to sustain themselves. All right. Now, this sounding doesn't have a good idea of what cap is, so I'll show you guys that in another sounding. However, helicity is the displacement of the winds from lower level and upper level. So with the helicity right here, you can see this is the lower level winds, this is the upper level winds, and the helicity just so happens to be around 218 M2 S2, which anything above 200, in my opinion, is a sustainable for tornadoes. So there's that much there. And then let's see, what else is here? right? I typically take a look at the stuff below it too. So there's Cape right here. This tells you the numbers and the different heights and stuff like that.
KG Invest donated $5. Like and subscribe for the best live information available anywhere.
KG Invest with the $5 donation. Goodness gracious. Going absolutely mental. Jeez. KG Invest though, thank you for the $5 donation. I actually really do appreciate it. But yeah, Cape, different levels, surface, mixed layer. This is the forecasted amount of Cape, and then the most unstable, which takes a specific area and then just adds it all together. And it's just the highest, whichever one's the highest is the most unstable. Lapse rates. This helps out with updrafts, so it shows you what the updrafts could be like. So anything above 7, you can have hail from an inch and even above that. And on the same thing with hail, this green line for the dew points, if there's a specific spike here, if you will, as it continues to move up, that shows some dry pockets of air, and that could bring in more and more just more hail in larger sizes. So if you see these little spikes, definitely something to where hail is favorable, not only in small numbers but in large numbers too. So there's a thing of that. Let's see, bunkers right. I use it for storm motion. So if you were to take a look at the directions and how south is 270 degrees, east is what? North is north. No. So west is 270 degrees. South is 180, and then east is 90 degrees. North is 360 or 0. So 241 tells me that it's coming out from the south and west, and it's moving at 14 knots. So 14 knots is right around a little under 20 miles per hour, like 18 miles per hour, something like that, maybe 17 miles per hour. So it's moving those speeds. Shear, here's the storm relative helicity. These numbers, you can find it right over here. So the 218, you can see 218 is right here. You can see that too. So there's the helicity. Shear, something that I look at. Typically you want lower shear, you want the surface to 1 kilometer shear to be lower than the surface to 3 kilometer shear. And in this case, there is 20 knots of shear for the surface to 1 kilometer, and the surface to 3 kilometers, 31 knots. So that's pretty good. Typically, I'd like to see that the shear for surface to 1 kilometer is good enough at around 20. Surface to 3 kilometers around 28. So the fact that that's 31 is a little bit over what I typically would constitute as okay for tornadoes. Take a look at the photograph here. This basically just takes a look at all these wind barbs, and if you were looking at from a satellite and looking straight down, this is the direction in which the weather balloon would travel. It would just kind of just do its own thing. So you can see how the winds start out, they push the parcel to the north, and then they curl out and around. And typically when you see that, that favors a lot of the chance for supercells to form. You can kind of see how that eventually could possibly rotate and spin up in and around. So definitely something that will definitely something that you're going to want to look at if you're looking at the sounding. But that's the oversimplification for everything. I'll get into stuff more in detail within a video, probably within the next month, something like that. But other than that, that is how to look at a sounding, basically. You know, the oversimplified version. You can also ask questions about stuff in there as time goes by. Either go into my Discord server, ask in there, or go into the comments, or even the live chat, ask that way. I'll be happily to answer. Unless if it's in the middle of a tornado. I have to say, probably not a good idea if there's like a tornado warning. Except for this one. This one seems to be kind of dead. So, do want to mention that. but not a lot to see here. There's okay rotation, could be better, could be worse. There we go. We just got some small sea breeze cell clouds forming. Yep. Very best. I'm very best at that tornado warning. Seems legit. Let's see. It looks like they'll just continue this tornado warning until it expires, and it expires within the next 4 minutes. So definitely one of those things where it's starting to fade out. I didn't actually see if there was well, I did take a look, but I didn't see that there was any sort of rotation that was prominent to me. So definitely seems as if it's kind of dying a bit. Really, the most part is that it has a lot of scud. Okay, so that makes sense. Got to go back to work the first time today since March. Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Let's see. Anyone recommend radar scope tier 1 or not? I use tier 1. Tier 1's pretty good. Tier 2 I do not recommend, in my honest opinion, because it's too expensive. Too expensive. Need to call Nev to see. Seems legit. New severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina until 7:30. Warning has this a dangerous situation. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. All this has severe wind gusts, in upwards of 70 miles per hour. So let's see. This down here. I don't see this is a dangerous situation right now. Typically, what about this? Nope. What about that? Nope. I don't see it per se. But it could have. Not gonna lie, it could have. What areas do you think will be affected tomorrow? Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota. Basically it. There might be some activity other parts, but that's really it. Let's see. Does Nebraska look worse than Saturday for me? Do I think around North Platte? Yeah, I still think that North Platte is an area to look at. And then as that continues to move into the night, it'll be more sporadic, and there could possibly be something tornadic over the midnight hours. So definitely one of those things where continue to take a look at that. Let's see. Bunch of cancellations. Yeah. Check signal parameter HRRR 18Z for tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look at that. HRRR 18Z. He said significant tornado parameter. What about South Central Nebraska? Yeah, as that continues to move into that area, but it depends upon where in South Central Nebraska. It'll move off more towards the north and east per se, so it could be a hit or miss. But other than that, can I have a look at the new Texas cells? Yeah, I could take a look at that real quick for you. We'll get that up real quick. As that loads, oh, it just loaded. Okay, so this cell actually is pretty interesting. I'm going to go ahead and say, now it's really close to the radar, but one thing that I do notice is that there's a little bit of an appendage right there, and that's never good. So whenever a little bit of an appendage kind of shows there, it means that it is rotating in the upper levels of the storm. Whether or not there is something that could translate to the surface is a question that I'm going to be asking myself, but definitely one of those things. The southern ones, I'll take a look at those too. It does seem as if those severe thunderstorm warnings have expired. But yeah. Let's see. How do we know you aren't a fake hockey boy innate? Yeah, I guess you don't. Okay, so these cells in and around here will probably produce some sort of hail, spotty hail. Probably not too large though. Not up to an inch as the GR2 says, but you could see some stuff in and around there. By the way, tornado warning obviously was allowed to expire in Kansas, so there is that. I can't wait to create my new program. I'm going to be creating my new program for IEMBot so that I can filter the specific reports. I can either get storm reports, tornado warnings, or stuff like that. And then for like other days, I guess we'll find out. New report of ping pong ball sized hail in Calhoun County, South Carolina. That in itself is crazy. So, I mean, woof. That is large. Thanks for all I do. Yep, no problem. Make sure I get all the information out as fast as I can. So, significant tornado parameter. Some people were asking for 18Z. I don't see. Yeah, okay. It starts to kind of just erupt. That's fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. So South Central Kansas is pretty interesting. I've gotta say. South Central Kansas is gonna be pretty interesting. Hail report in Wichita County 4 inches. Woof. Hold up. Yeah, there probably was some for today. Not gonna lie. Yep, tornado warning is now expired. Severe thunderstorm warning, yada yada yada. Very good, very good. Davidson, east of Davidson in Texas. Okay. Apparently there is a new picture of the storms that are happening in Texas. So this actually could potentially do some really interesting things. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. We just got a report of hail the size of grapefruits. This was in Tillman County. Tillman County, Oklahoma, which is this severe thunderstorm warning. We have a grapefruit-sized hail, which is 4 inches. That is large. There it is. 4-inch sized hail. Ow. Yeah, I think that's where we need to just yeah, let's just let that thing be. It can do whatever it wants. Let it just put it just let it be. Let it do whatever it wants. And it seems as if Oklahoma would be at the mercy of freaking grapefruit sized hail. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, one thing I do want to mention is that people along US 70, if you don't have your cars indoors, you're probably going to need to get a tow for it because your car will be totaled. I guarantee you that your car will be totaled if you don't bring your car in. So if you know anyone who lives along US 70 around Loveland, Granfield, State Route 36, DeVol, even into State Route 5 in Oklahoma, tell them that they've got a storm that's had a history of producing grapefruit-sized hail. And you probably won't want to deal with that, especially since that is quite large. So the counties will be Cotton, Tillman, Wichita counties. Let's see. Wichita County in Texas, Tillman and Cotton County in Oklahoma. This has had a history of producing grapefruit-sized hail. So absolutely one of those things where people need to just take their precautions, get their cars inside, get themselves inside. That is definitely a situation that you do not want to be in. Would have been told it just wouldn't have windows, dude. You would have a hailstone probably through the roof. It is just the dents would be so large to the point where no one's going to want to fix it. No one will fix it. I hope they have good car insurance. Yeah, you would think. I also do have a report from Brett Adair that there might be some sort of funnel on this storm. Now, the issue here is that it does have an outflow boundary in and around right here. So whether or not it can wrap itself around to the outflow boundary, get out in front of it, that is the question. But one of those things where, exactly, the engine still works, but will anyone want to fix it? That's the real question. Yeah, that is crazy. That is indeed crazy. How did hail get that big? The updraft is just absolutely mental. This is blinding me, chat. I hope you guys know this hurts my eyes. But as we go higher up, you can see the updraft continues. All this red right here means that there's a lot of rain moving up into a storm from bottom to top, okay? So bottom to top. As we continue to go higher up in the storm, it still is there. Still there. Still there all the way until it's 8,000 feet up in the sky and 4,000 feet up in the sky once you get pretty close. Yep, 10,000 feet up in the sky. So, yeah. That does seem to be a bit crazy, I'm gonna be honest with you all. Woof. Lowering funnel cloud reported in Wichita County. Yep, so right in here then is right where we're looking at. Let's see. I wonder if they've updated this. Yeah, this is a very dangerous storm. Hazard. 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yep. Definitely don't want to. It costs like $1K to repair an engine. It's better getting a new car. True. But the dents and all that stuff, the detailing, nope. Not going to want to do that. Still a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings out in South Carolina. So this will probably be our priority as that continues to move on through. But yeah, that is crazy. Check Twitter. I'll check Twitter in a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning. Watch for Chesterfield and Lexington County in South Carolina has been canceled. So people over there are in the clear. Big contamination. I have to say that much. Big contamination. But the wind seems to be all right. Let's see. This Saturday. Okay, so this tonight. Woof. That's kind of crazy. Lapse rates are okay. I can't see the bunkers right because the ad lit. Don't buy a Honda. The ad is blocked our sounding here. I mean, it's all right. It could be all right. It's getting there, I have to say. But nothing too big, nothing too big. Her mother is going to be swamped in hail damage claims. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, as I said, if you just bring your cars in, you should be fine. Supercell Composite 18Z, fine. I'll take a look at the significant tornado parameter first, though. I hate it. I hate the significant tornado parameter. but it'll probably just tell me if there's anything that is mental. Yep, that will probably produce some large hail. Large hail and some, chunky boy tornado, possibly. Oh my gosh. What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh my goodness. What is happening? Mesoscale discussion in Raleigh and Columbia. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take my leave. I think this is where I go quietly into the night and run away. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Or updates, I should say. Lee County has been canceled, but Cumberland, Harnett, Johnson, Sampson, Wayne counties in North Carolina still in effect for you until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna want to just like, I think I'm gonna want to just sit over here. To be completely honest. What in the heck is that? I want to know. Marginal tornado, but yet, oh, because it's capped. That's the reason. By the way, for the people who wanted to figure out what cap inversion is, you see how the red line crosses the dotted line? Yeah, whenever that happens, that means it's capped. So, you can get that removed with specific stuff, but if you have like a lot of capping, like you see the CINH down here with like 140, yeah, anything above 80 really is kind of pretty bad, so not something that you want to see. Did you see my friend invite? I haven't even been on Steam within the past 4 days. I don't play video games as much. I do, but I don't. I'm really curious. I want to see what some of these soundings say. No, sounds about right. Some sort of lowering on Brett's stream. Brett Adair. Brett Adair is apparently on this storm. Apparently is. Sounds about right, chat. There could be something in and around this area, but it's so close to the radar that we can't actually tell. Do you want to take a look at the satellite real quick? Basically tell us product overlays. Ooh, we can get Cape on here? Lit! Look at this, chat. I didn't even know this existed. Colors of your page is nice. 150 mile per hour delta velocity. What? Oh, that's upper level winds. Great. Oh boy, that hail is just absolutely, it's crazy. That hail is absolutely crazy. You're fine, Gibbon, you're fine. Yep, this is cycling. Alright, so I literally have, my suspicions are basically true. This cell is starting to try and form a new wall cloud. So you had the original one that was trying to do something in and behind this outflow boundary. This has choked it off completely, and this thing is seeded. There is possibly a new one that's trying to form in and around this area. If I actually go into different heights, I might be able to see something that attempts to form. But definitely this thing is something that I'm going to be looking at for quite some time. I want to see if this thing continues to produce as that moves off to the east. Yeah, actually due east. It basically parallels US 70. So as I've mentioned, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you guys need to just do me a favor, inform them, either bring the cars in, first off. And number two, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get indoors and bring their cars in, because this will do damage. This will indeed do damage. Not joking you there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cotton, Tillman, and Wichita, Kansas. This, in my opinion, will continue to be moving off to the east, but it's very slow moving. So one thing to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, that's continuing to move in and around that area. So one thing I do want to keep in mind. Something that I also want to mention here is let's take a look at the past frames. Let's take a look as I continue to monitor this. You can kind of see how all this is kind of like linear. It's like straight and it's not really, curling as you would typically see, within a hook. Now as we take a look at this. Now it's a bit more linear now. So it might be attempting to wrap around the downdraft, have that rear flank downdraft being pulled around into the actual rotation. There might be something in and around that inflow notch, right around the outflow boundary. So something that people need to just continue to, monitor, because this thing might, might continue to produce not just large hail as storm chasers have seen, but it might even produce a tornado. Today's the day for that stuff, so need to continue to monitor that. Cape numbers continue to increase in and around this area. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually got up to 5,000 joules per kilogram. I guess we'll have to see. More thunderstorm initiation happens in and around there. What in the world is that storm? Hold up. Native, everything works out tomorrow. For tomorrow, what is your honest opinion? If tomorrow ends up being what I say it is, you're gonna probably see a couple chunky boys. New wall cloud is starting to form. I think, not a weather expert. Yeah, I believe so too. I think something could definitely be forming in and around that area. I would honestly not be surprised. So this is kind of the priority now. This storm is just having a whale of a time. As a lowering, maybe something is starting. It is recycling really much so. All over the shop. So, give me a second. Yeah, we got some really interesting wall clouds on here. I have to say that. Give me 2 seconds, chat, as I attempt to take a look at this for myself. I'm looking at something here. There you go. Let's see. Please don't listen to the HRRR. That's my seems legit. Possible touchdown spin up on Brett's stream. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's now starting to reorganize right within that area. As I continue to look on through, just a bunch of stuff that I look on. Can you guys stop making a bunch of a fuss in the chat? No fights of, well, no making fun of channels that are higher than myself. The only thing about it is that, I've got no room to say anything, although I can always critique. Criticism is always important, and I always take criticism seriously for myself, so they should do so as well. But as of right now, absolutely nothing seems to be happening when it comes to reflectivity, but there could be something that develops eventually. Tomorrow, do you think it will get bad in Louisiana? No, honestly, I don't believe something is going to happen in Louisiana, but yeah, there could be something in there. Something that you guys need to continue to just monitor, honestly. Yeah, that cell is getting absolutely large. You can see some overshooting tops. This sell is it's moving very slowly, but I don't even think it'll be unimpeded, and it won't even unimpede the other cells. So this thing is just the beginning. And then as that continues to move on, then stuff will eventually form in the southern part with this outflow boundary. So that's kind of interesting as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Supercell is young. Yep, I agree. Really interesting what this thing is doing right now. Guys, take a look. I think this is where we start to need to realize something could be happening. Look at that, guys. That is Take a bite of my pulled pork sandwich. You don't have to change your name. It's just after a while, it's just, it gets tiresome. That's all there is to it. Ooh, yeah, there could be there's definitely a funnel on Brett's side. There's definitely something happening in there. I would not be surprised at all, to be completely honest. Yep, I would say Brett has something on there. But as of right now, it is very difficult to tell as to whether or not something continues to push on through. But definitely some sort of funnel on there. As I said, you got the outflow boundary, which will cause other storms to fire up in and around that line. So really interesting, really interesting. It even created this cell, for goodness sake. It split off of this, but it created this cell. It created an outflow boundary. So, we got some sort of storm there, too. But this I don't think will do as much as this cell down to the south. Yeah, take a look at that. It's starting to kind of curl a little bit. The velocities are pretty linear, but as soon as there's some stuff that kind of just pulls in, you could see something relatively soon, in my honest opinion. Yeah, right now it doesn't seem as if there's a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. Stuff seems to be just kind of cycling on through. If you are new to the channel, I do want to ask if you guys could hit that subscribe button, as well as hit the bell for any other time that you might want to come out to the stream. You guys can see me live in action, dissecting these storms to the best of my ability. Liking the video also is nice, helping out with YouTube's algorithm so that more people might be able to come through YouTube's recommended page. And then sharing the video is always nice if you have any friends or family that might want to look at this, or if there are people that are going to be impacted. You can either show them the stream, or you can tell them yourselves that, hey, you might get in some of this storm that has had a history of producing grapefruit-sized hail. So, and as for all the people who have done that, I just want to say, you guys are awesome. I hope you guys know that you are. So, definitely one of those things where, I really appreciate you all. But still got this storm to talk about, and we will continue to do that as this continues to move on through. So, as I said, big hail, possibly some sort of tornadic rotation that could be forming. But as of right now, this boy's just going to continue to produce hail up and around US 70. So, definitely one of those things you need to continue to take your precautions. Let's see. Large hail. Woof. I don't see anything else. Watching two outflow boundaries collide into each other and the storm explode as soon as it happens. Super awesome. Yeah. Typically are pretty cool. I have never seen a lot top cell IRL. Yeah. Let's see. It lifted. Yeah, that's typical. I didn't think that something would stay on the ground for that sometime. No one can say the B word because it's a 5% risk. It was 10% last night, but then the Storm Prediction Center said, oh, the storm's moving too fast. It's going to be 5%. So no one can say that word because it's a 5%. What is happening in chat? Sounds like something my chat would do, go crazy. But not really a lot stuff that's happening right now when it comes to all of that. They had a 10% SIG. Yeah, that's mainly because they thought that the outflow boundary from the MCS that was moving through this morning was going to be a lot slower. And it moved a lot faster than they thought, so they changed that one. They changed that really quickly. What do you need, Katya, bro? What do you need? Sky is falling. Yep. What do you need, Katya, bro? What do you need? I'll do as best as I can to help if I can do it. Put another no in the chat. What do you need? Guys, I have to go, and I may not be in this chat Saturday because of work. Okay, see you, Terry. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Cow? What do you mean? What do you mean, cow? Let's see. More updates, more reports, stuff like that. You want a quesadilla now? What do you mean? Tomorrow's a bus, no sounding say PDS in Nebraska anymore, at least the time that I have checked. There is a couple that actually say that, say PDS, but it is, I never said it was going to be a giant outbreak. I just said there was going to be some sort of severe weather event. Although there are 2 models that are saying that it's going to be really interesting. Possible 10%. Wonder if my bold prediction stays true. Because of what has happened this morning, no one really knows what's going on. I do want to take a look. The models right now are so inconsistent, all of them, to the point where I'm just going to sit back and basically watch. That's the plan, chat. Literally 2% goes all the way down into here. There's going to be a 5% guaranteed right in there. Or at least a 5% somewhere right there. You could see something right in here too. 5% right there. 5% right there. Something of the sort. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Nothing is going on, lol. Yeah, right now it's just the storm. But as storms will initiate. Okay, we've got some reports of ping pong ball size tail in Tillman County. So inch and a half size tail as that continues to progress. Broad rotation though, I gotta say. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where it would be. So that's kind of actually moving off towards the east-southeast. That'll be crossing over the State Route 240 area, and people need to go ahead and continue to take their precautions as that moves on through. So yeah, people near Burke Burnett, I'd say you guys would probably be impacted by this, by even the large hail. You know, and look at this. It's starting to get the arcing characteristic right there, chat. That's interesting. Yep. And then you can even take a look and see the classic bird wing characteristic. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing starts to produce within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, all sorts of stuff. She's becoming a right mover. Yeah, you'd believe. You'd believe so. Surging RFD back into its inflow again. Yep. So most of the people in my chat are now are telling me that or at least I've seen as well. It's starting to get that characteristic again. How do you get that wretch next to your name? Oh, that's a mod. That's for mods and stuff. Any chance for a tornado in Wisconsin tomorrow? Or is Sunday still the main risk for that area? There actually is a possibility of something in Wisconsin tomorrow. You have a possibility of getting a tornado tomorrow in Wisconsin. You said you're in southeastern, correct? If you said you're in southeastern, then yes, you might possibly have something. Let's see. Initiating the storm cannon. Yeah, you're telling me. Evening Sunshine, thank you once again for keeping people updated. Have a good stream. Thank you, CRS. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to. CRAC. I think that's how you say it. Saying that with confidence. CRAC. Thank you for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Timer set. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing starts to form. Especially with the outflow boundary, what it has right now. Yep. Low precipitation type storm could definitely try and surge some stuff in and around to produce some sort of tornadic rotation. Let's see. Oh boy. Can you check the wind in the UK tomorrow? Yeah, I sure can. I can do my best. National. Let's take a look at the NAM. Do they even take a look over there? Nope, let's take a look at the GFS. I know the GFS goes over there. United Kingdom. You said you wanted the winds over there. Let's see. Upper air, wind. Actually, surface wind chill. Do I want that? No. I probably just want 950 millibar winds should be alright. Let's see. You guys are dealing with a lot of gusty winds, I'm not going to lie, but you said tomorrow morning. Depending upon where in the UK you live. If you live in the north, can't remember what part that is. I know this is Scotland. I know this is England. Can't remember what this is. Whether or not it's part of England still. But the UK, if you live in the northern parts, there's a little bits where you might not see a lot, but if you're in Scotland, you'll probably start to see something, and even Northern Ireland might even see some stuff. But there's going to be some gusty winds, definitely some real gusty winds from Scotland and up north. You could see stuff in upwards of almost 50 knots, maybe. So, I wouldn't be surprised. You guys are definitely in some sort of wind risk over there. But if you're like down near London, stuff like that, you guys will probably see some gusty winds and upwards of probably 30 to 35 knots. Something like that. So, let's see. Updated tornado warning for, not a tornado warning. Jeez, what am I saying? Severe thunderstorm warning. 70 mile per hour wind gusts and 2.75 inch sized hail. Let's see. The east. Okay, so yeah, depending upon where in the east you are, you guys could see some gusty winds. This is more towards midday, right in and around here for the east. So, I mean, still some gusty winds, obviously. Is 35 knots bad? It's gusty. It's really gusty. But it's not to the it's not like it's gonna blow your house down. I will say that. So you could see some stuff in upwards of that. I don't know why the sky above me is brown with strange looking orbs hovering in the clouds. What do you mean? I think that might be sunset for you all. You might be getting some Mamatis things. Something of the sort in there. Hockey boy innate going international, huh? Let's see. Yep, still some classic Supercell characteristics in here. You can kind of see how it's starting to try and move that hook into where the mezzo is. It's still low precipitation at this time, but you can definitely see something as that continues to move on. Okay, so I might be having some reports of a possible nadir. Can you check the temp in the UK tomorrow? Thanks, really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll do that on a separate screen right here. Let's see. Tornado on Brett's stream. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's definitely starting to do something in and around there. I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, take a look at that. Look at that little hook right there, chat. Possible. That's possible. You said take a look at the temperature. Looking that for you. You said tomorrow morning. Depending upon where in the east you are, you could go up to 15 degrees Celsius, 16 degrees Celsius. And then that's pretty much it for you all. That's the high you guys are probably getting, around 15 degrees Celsius, 16 in some spots. If you're closer to London, you get 17 and 18 degrees Celsius, but definitely something interesting there. Let's see. Don't see a tornado warning quite yet. Why is it not warned? Honestly, I have no clue. It does have the characteristics of it to possibly be a tornado in and around that area, but yeah. Oh boy, yeah, that's starting to pull its hook in and around that area. That's crazy. That hurts my eyes to look at the correlation coefficient, to be completely honest. Woof. Gotta say. It is there, though. There is the rotation there. Classic looking cell. Yep, indeed. I do believe that it is quite classic. Really interesting, to say the least. What in the world? Okay, no tornado warning yet. Still large hail, nice little hook characteristic right within there. Updraft is still really nice. The white hurts my eyes, I'm gonna be completely honest. Anything that's white literally just decides to say, it's time for you to, like, move it. And this is hurting my eyes. Yeah, right now you still got that classic hook characteristic in and around there. That was a terrible drawing, but you guys can get my point. Bird wings setup. Yep, definitely could produce something in and around there. Let's see. What is it with you all in the commands? You guys surely love to have commands and stuff like that. If you know anyone If you know anyone who lives along State Route 240 in Texas, just near Burke Burnett, or even to the west of that, you guys need to tell them. In my opinion, you should go ahead and take your precautions. Um, get into a safe space that you know you could be safe just in case if this does form right within there, form a possible tornado. Um, Yeah, definitely something that's going to be really interesting as that pushes on through. Um, nice ghost strain on Brett's stream. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. New tornado warning for Orangeburg, South Carolina. It is not the right area that you guys want it. However, it's still a tornado warning, and that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If I were to take a look at the reflectivity as it is casually loading in, you can see classic hook on that. Nice little hook right in there, just to the north of Utahville, I believe that's how it's pronounced. So right in there, that'll be paralleling the State Route 6 area in South Carolina. So people over there, if you live near Utahville, along State Route 6 in South Carolina, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. You can see right within there the reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as I take a look at the correlation coefficient, I do not see a correlation coefficient drop quite yet, but that does not mean that there could be as that continues to move in and along the line. So definitely one of those things where there could possibly be something, but right now does not seem to show that it could do it at the moment. This will be continuing off towards the cross area, be paralleling, as I said, State Route 6. So as that continues to move on through, it'll be moving to the north of cross, I should say, in about 30 minutes. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions. And if you live along State Route 6, as I have mentioned before, you have a tornadic rotation moving off into your general vicinity. The updraft is okay. This honestly is not all too bad. I do want to take a 3D of this just to see what all I can see with the inflow notch. And look at that right there. Definitely some sort of inflow notch that is present on the actual 3D. You can see how there's this kind of gap right within this area to where all the inflow moves in. New tornado warning for Tillman and Wichita County in Oklahoma and Texas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So there is your new tornado warning. Let's go ahead and go back to that cell in Oklahoma because that does now have a tornado warning for that area. So this is now our priority once again. You can see the downdraft is actually wrapping around really rapidly now, showing to the point where it could quite possibly be attempting to do something. And look at that, chat. I mean, goodness gracious, that is some massive rotation. The reds and oranges moving away, the lighter greens moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as that continues to move off to the south and east, Burke Burnett, as I've mentioned, will be kind of impacted either by the tornadic rotation or the large hail in that general vicinity. So if you live around State Route 240, or even if you keep going down further south near Interstate 44, or just north of the US 287 area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this potential tornadic rotation as possible. Just absolutely intense rotation right now. I would not be surprised, in all honesty, if something does happen in and around that area. Let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. But yep, definitely a tornado warning in and around this area. Some really strong rotation from here. As you guys can see on radar presentation, if you know anyone that lives in and around this area, please either go to Twitter or share or something like that. Tell people that something is going on in here and that it is really interesting as that continues to move in and around that area. There we go. Nick Busby's stream has sirens going off. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This is definitely some really interesting weather. Let's see. When will this hit Keller, Texas? Give me a few seconds to look up where that is, because the geography for these areas are not my strong suit. So give me 2 seconds as I look as to where Keller, Texas is. 125 mile per hour delta velocity according to radar scope. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, this is Fort Worth. You can see something around midnight or even sooner, maybe around 7, depending upon thunderstorm initiation. Speaking of which, I do want to take a look. There could be some thunderstorms that are now starting to develop down and around here, but nothing really seems to be firing off quite yet. So that's really interesting. 5,000 joules per kilogram on this storm. 5,000. This thing is absolutely exploding now. It is primed to continue to be supercellular, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continued to move in and around and possibly produce a tornado. Let's see. I do want to take a look at the South Carolina storm once again, just to keep you all informed of other stuff. Granted, that cell is the main priority. I do want to give some updates on this one too. Rotations kind of lingered a bit. Greens are moving towards, reds are moving away, but they have they're not as interesting as they typically would be for a tornadic cell, but definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move in and around. There isn't anything on the ground. There it is. Tornado has now been reported. It has now been observed. So now we have a tornado on the ground, according to weather spotters. Tornado about 7 miles west of Burke Burnett. So we do indeed have a tornado right now in, oh my goodness, chat. Look at that. That is a classic supercell presentation on reflectivity. That is indeed classic and a half. I mean, look at the classic bird wings, the inflow notch being wrapped in and around the area. Definitely one of those things where this is a pretty serious situation as this moves in and around near Burke Burnett. So really one of those things where it is really starting to ramp up, if you will, and intensifies that continues to move in and around the Burke Burnett area. This, for reference, this is along the border of Texas and Oklahoma. This is just to the south and west of Frederick. This is just to the north and south and east of Frederick in Oklahoma. This is to the north and west of Wichita Falls, and it will be potentially heading into those areas. Definitely one of those things where this is starting to get pretty serious, and people need to start monitoring this. If you know anyone who lives in Wichita Falls, please do so, and start telling people that this potential tornadic rotation that has been reported on the ground is moving into that general vicinity. So definitely one of those things where we need to continue to monitor this as this moves into the Wichita Falls area. Capable make up for any weak shear there may be. I mean, the shear is absolutely mental in this position right now. I mean, woof. I mean, this is definitely one of those things where as this continues to move in and around, you can definitely see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards right in here is where the rotation would be. And you can actually kind of see a correlation coefficient drop in and around that area. So if you, as I said, I have to preach this. People in Wichita County in Texas, I believe Tillman is out of the risk except for hail. All right, people in Wichita County, Texas, this is heading into the general vicinity of Wichita Falls. You guys need to continue to monitor this situation, as not only has this storm has had a history of producing grapefruit-sized hail, but it also has a history of producing a tornado as well. So if you know anyone who lives in this area near Burke Burnett and south of that, tell them to please take their precautions, get into a safe space, get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So just to let you guys know that this is definitely something to where people need to continue to take their precautions. There has been a report of a tornado that has been on the ground. Whether or not it is still on the ground is still up for discussion, but definitely one of those things where it, as this continues to move on through, this has a history of producing a tornado. So you need to continue to take your precautions as it continues to move on through. I do want to take a look, and I'm going to take a look at tornado here. Let's see. Look at that. Close range to a tornado, Wichita Falls. All of this, you can definitely see the rotation right here. Definitely a funnel cloud right within there. This might be some sort of ghost train. Not sure if this is actually going up into the rotation, but you can definitely see how it spirals in and around that area. There's definitely some sort of rotation funnel cloud right within there. Thank you, Aaron Rigsby, for the picture. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions. You saw a picture as to how this could this looks out in that general vicinity. So now as it continues to move on through, something that people need to keep in mind of as this moves on into the general vicinity of Wichita Falls. One thing I do want to mention here is that the hook is now a bit more obscured. There isn't really said debris ball. Nothing is really, when it comes to a condensation funnel, has been brought down in towards the ground. But there has been, I believe, some sort of debris cloud that has been kicked up every now and then within the storm. So until this thing starts to organize, right now the hook seems to kind of be a bit occluded at the moment. Nothing really too interesting. You can kind of see how the outbound winds have kind of weakened a bit. The inbound winds are still rather rapid, but you know, it's kind of weakened a bit. So that's good news here for the people who live in this general vicinity, but still inflow dominant, really very much so inflow dominant. So people need to continue to take their precautions as this moves on through. It has been upgraded to an extreme tornado warning. What do you mean? I did not see anything on that there. What did I miss this last hour? 2 tornado warnings, one of them with a tornado that has been confirmed. Whether or not it's sustained on the ground, definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions, though, because this is definitely a situation that could get relatively dangerous. Let's see. As I take a look at Brett Adair's stream, it seems as if his windshield is quite it has sustained some damage. Definitely a thing there that people need to continue to take their precautions, because as I said, large hail will still be a factor with this storm, even if you're not being impacted by the tornado. So really interesting there. Outflow boundary, I'm assuming, is from right here. If this storm could kick up a notch and move relatively just a bit faster, this outflow boundary could be in sync with the hook, and it could actually sustain. But as of right now, it does seem as if it is behind the outflow boundary, and that'll continue to move on through in those areas. Let's see. new mesoscale discussion. As I said, Cape numbers have gotten to over 5,000 joules per kilogram in this area. You can actually see right in there over 5,000 joules per kilogram Cape, meaning that that'll just continue to feed the storm and sustain it for quite some time. It's already continued to produce hail. You can actually see Storm Chaser said that there was hail up into the size of grapefruits. But as it continues to move on through, definitely one of those things where it could continue to do that, but it could also produce some sort of tornadic rotation in and around that area. Based off a correlation coefficient, I do not see it on the ground at the moment, but that does not mean that it could definitely that it won't do it as it continues to move off to the south and east. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this as that moves in to those general vicinities. We are going to go back to the tornado warning in Orangeburg in South Carolina real quick, just to give you all an update as to what all is happening within this storm, because we do need to make sure that everyone is informed whether or not they are in the path of that giant storm in Oklahoma. You can kind of see the reds are still moving away from the radar. Green's relatively weak. This rotation, in my opinion, is kind of seated a bit with no correlation coefficient drop whatsoever. So definitely one of those things where that's good news for the people along State Route 6, but you still have that tornado warning, so as that continues to move on through, you need to take your precautions. We have a report of this thing being back on the ground again. We have from some storm chasers that this could possibly be another stovepipe tornado. We can actually see the donut hole now from this thing. You can kind of see how it wraps in and around. There's a donut hole right in there. That, in my opinion, is where the rotation could quite possibly be in and around that area. So one of those things where, according to the storm chasers, this is back on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if it is on the ground. And as that continues to move to the south of Burke-Burnett, eventually into the area of I-44, people need to continue to monitor this as that moves in and around those areas. This will be also eventually moving into the general vicinity of Wichita Falls. So people over there need to continue to monitor this because they could be impacted by this tornadic rotation. Spectrum width shows that there actually could be something on the ground. Some sort of lowering could be occurring right in that area. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. We have a new tornado warning for Marshall County in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm not going to look at that right now due to the fact that this thing might actually be on the ground again. We are getting some reports that it could be on the ground. And actually take a look at that, chat. That is indeed some really intense rotation. You can see the greens are moving towards and the reds are moving in the other opposite direction. Right in the middle where that triangle is where the tornadic rotation could be. And there is indeed a correlation coefficient drop in that area. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing was continuing to be on the ground and it could actually sustain as it crosses over State Route 240. So as I've mentioned before, if you know anyone who lives along State Route 240, just to the west of Burke-Burnett, tell them to please get to their safe space. You know, this is a very serious situation to where a tornado could quite possibly not only be on the ground, but sustain itself. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions. Let's see. Let's see. We got a new tornado warning in Nebraska. I'm not sure where that is specifically, but this is for Gage and Lancaster counties, and that will be in effect until, I'm assuming that's 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yep, so there it is. It is radar indicated, and that'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still, this storm down here is the priority. I will take a look at those storms within the next few minutes. But as of right now, definitely one of those things to where I am going to put my full attention to this storm as it continues to move off to the south and east. Delta velocity of 90 knots. So that is 67 plus 47. That is 114 miles per hour right there. That is 114 mile per hour delta velocity, everyone. So definitely one of those things where It's a really strong storm, and it continued to intensify as it moves off to the south and east. So as I mentioned before, people just to the west of Burke-Burnett, you guys are not only going to get hail, but you guys are also going to see a possible tornado in and around that area. I do want to show you guys this. Take a look at that. That is the storm right now of the mesocyclone and the lowering of this actual storm. So there it is right in there. Massive wall cloud right in here. Massive mesocyclone that is constantly rotating. Absolutely stunning sight. Stunning sight, I should say, of those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Massive rotation in and around that area. I mean, just take a look at that, chat. That is absolutely insane. And you can actually see the funnel cloud right in there. Would not be surprised if that thing is currently on the ground. Let's see. We have reports of tennis ball sized hail from this storm now. So more tennis ball sized hail in and around this area. Definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves in and around those general vicinities. Still some relatively nice velocities here. I mean, just greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as that continues to move off in the general vicinity of Interstate 44, people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves in and out of those areas. One thing that I do want to mention is that the rotation has seeded quite some bit. It seems as if the rear flank downdraft has made it so that it has collapsed and has become a bit more high precipitation. That could lead to two things. Either A, it becomes more of a hailstorm, and as that continues to move on through, it'll just be more of a hail threat. Or this could recycle once again, produce another hook in and around the side, and possibly produce another tornado. So I wouldn't be surprised if this storm either does either or. But as of right now, it does seem as if the storm has kind of seeded a bit. It has become high precipitation based, and the downdraft has kind of collapsed the actual rotation. Let's take a look at the storms now in Nebraska and in Kansas. Let's look at the one in Nebraska. This is for Gage and Lancaster County. This will be in effect until, give me 2 seconds. This will be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show that the greens are moving towards and the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And if I take a look at the correlation coefficient, I don't see it on the ground right now. But on reflectivity, you can kind of see how it spirals a little bit. It's kind of embedded in the line. So this is going to be high precipitation based. And people in these areas wouldn't be able to see the actual rotation. But take a look at that. The velocities have indeed increased a bit as this continues to move into those areas. So 26 mile per hour winds and 51. That is 77 miles per hour as a delta velocity on this storm. So whether or not this thing continues to intensify, people in Princeton and around US 77, if you guys know anyone that lives in those areas in Nebraska, be sure to tell them to either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornado as you can. So just making sure that you guys stay safe. And sorry if you do live in Princeton or anywhere along US 77, north of Cortland all the way over to south of West Lincoln and even into Lincoln, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. I'm pretty sure AJ will probably want to chase this. He does reside in Lincoln, so he might actually go south if he feels like this storm is good enough for him. But and if we do have AJ chasing, then we will be sure to get you all what all he's seeing onto the stream. So we'll have a storm chaser out and about for you all. Let's go into Kansas now. This is going to be for Marshall County, and that'll be in effect also until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely one of those things where it's similar setup to how the north is. Multiple areas of rotation in and along this line. I will say that. So there could be one in here, could be one in here, could be one in here. There's so many areas, but I think this one down to the south is the more prominent one. You can kind of see how the greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away, and right in the middle is where they could possibly be, although it does seem as if with the latest scan they have kind of gusted out a little bit, not as organized as they were before, but definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. The tornado warning in South Carolina has expired, which is good news. The tornado warning for Wichita County in Texas has been continued, and you can also get hail up to the size of 3 inches. So definitely one of those things where it's it's not just the tornadoes. I gotta say that it's not just the tornadoes, and people, people will just go out of their house and take a look at it. That's fine, but it's probably best if you go look at it from a safe distance, because you could probably get absolutely pummeled by all the hail in and around that area. Let's see. Let's go back to the tornado warning down in Texas for Wichita County. Will Warner, Oklahoma be affected today? I do not know for a fact, but I will definitely be able to get you your information relatively soon, as soon as I pull it up on the side here. Yep, so let's take a look back at here. Still tornado warning for Wichita County and not Kansas, for Texas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Thank you for the subscription. You know who you are. You know who you are. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. There could possibly be some sort of cycling back in here behind the actual outflow boundary. If that can actually wrap its downdraft in and around towards the outflow boundary, it could possibly produce another tornado. So I guess we'll have to see. But as of right now, some general rotation from the former storm near Burke Burnett. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions. But as of right now, it does seem to be relatively weak. So that is the good news. Let's see. Interstate 44 still will be impacted, probably with large hail. So definitely one of those things where you need to continue to take your precautions. Could this be a taste of tomorrow? Yeah, I do believe this could be a taste of tomorrow. Except this will probably be more of, I'd say, an evening event. But there could definitely be something where you guys could see as it continues to move in and around those areas. Latest scan just came in. Seems to be more of a gusty wind threat in and around this area. Due to the fact that nothing is relatively organized, I do believe that this thing is not producing a tornado at the moment, but it could very well recycle. It could very well recycle. So really interesting. Something to keep an eye on as that continues to move on. Could be something in and around here, though. Could be something in and around right here. If this tries to get its act together, then it could definitely attempt to produce again. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the south and east. This would be looking to head just to the north of Wichita Falls. So people in those areas seem to kind of be spared for now. But there is some cells that are now developing just to the south of that. That's kind of what I feared a bit. These cells could definitely start to ramp up a bit more. So one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move out and about. There's even ecotops already that are up to the 40,000 range, even up to 45,000s. This storm, however, is up to 53,000 feet. So I will mention that. It's continuing. It might actually be intensifying again. So it'll be really interesting as it continues to move on through. Yep, so that's really interesting as it continues to move on through. Let's see. Yeah, nothing really too much right now that I'm seeing from IEMBot. Let's see. I do want to take a 3D from this storm. I want to take a 3D just to see what all is happening. Definitely can still see there's an inflow notch relatively low to the ground. You can see this kind of arc right here, and the inflow would just kind of go into that general area. So it's still there. There's actually the updraft. You can't see it; it's invisible. But the updraft is holding up these storms. You can see how these the reds kind of become diagonal a bit. So the updraft is actually holding up all of that precip, and that's where you can actually kind of get these really large hail amounts out in front of the cell. So definitely something to keep in mind. I wonder if this storm is trying to form a new inflow notch, because take a look at that. There's this hole right in the side, and it could try and attempt to form a new hook in and around back here. So that's really interesting. Something to definitely keep track of as it continues to move on through. Yeah, not really too much right now. Actually, I want to go back to the 3D real quick, and I want to take a look and see. Oh yeah, look at that hail core, boys and girls. That is definitely a hail core and a half. You can see some chunky stuff from that. I mean, look at this. Massive hail core, spans up all the way, almost to 40,000 feet. I actually think that breaches it. But definitely one of those things where people over there need to continue to take their precautions. Massive hail in and around that area. People should continue to look at that. There has been a report of a tornado in Gage County, Nebraska. There was a brief touchdown. There was a funnel cloud before. There was a brief touchdown at 5:07 p.m., so not associated with the tornado warning, but there was a report of a tornado that briefly touched the ground, probably some sort of land spout, but still something to keep in mind that even Nebraska and Kansas tonight with that 2% risk could definitely see something as that continues to move out into the night. For the people who are talking about tomorrow, yes, I do agree that there should be more than just a 2% risk. I think there's probably going to be a 5% risk in Illinois, maybe Wisconsin, and then definitely in Nebraska and maybe even southern Kansas. Something will definitely fire off in and around that area. There might even be a 10% chance for tornadoes. I made a bold prediction a week and a half ago, and I actually was talking about that event tomorrow a week and a half ago. Nobody else really saw that. That's my claim to fame for now. But I did see that there would be some sort of severe weather event that would be happening on the 23rd, and I still feel like something could happen. So definitely something in and around that area. People need to continue to just monitor the weather. You might even see an upgrade tonight. So something that people are going to want to continue to monitor as that moves closer and closer towards us. I will be streaming tomorrow. So, for the people who may want to come back, if you haven't already hit the bell or if you haven't even subscribed, please do so. If you do enjoy my content, and I will continue to give you all live information and be able to continue to inform you all on the impending danger of severe weather. So I will be streaming tomorrow. I do believe that there is going to be some sort of severe weather event no matter what. So definitely something that I'll continue to check. But as of right now, it does seem as if there's a lot of uncertainty for tomorrow's event. This tornado warning has now been canceled. Let's see. For the reasons of which probably no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. So definitely one of those things where still large hail will be something with this storm. But there still could definitely be something along the lines in and around that area. So definitely something to keep in mind. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing produces another tornado. The outflow boundary does seem to be behind the actual storm. So there could be something that forms in and around that area. I feel like you guys will probably not see the last of this storm as it continues to move in and around. For people who might be wondering what this spaghetti monster looking thing is, this is a bunch of outflow boundaries that have kind of just dispersed from each other. So definitely, well, what an outflow boundary is it's basically just an area of gusty winds where cool air could reside. So this is a relatively strong outflow boundary. There's a lot of cool air right in this area. So in and around that area along the outflow boundary, you can have thunderstorms that could develop and become relatively strong like this one. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in and around those areas. But something else to mention is that there's just a lot within those areas. So yep, there's a new tornado warning for Marshall and Nemaha counties in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll get onto that right now as this continues to move on through. But I do believe that might be an extension of the warning, if not some sort of counterpart. But definitely something to where there is a new tornado warning for this area, and that'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I might actually be able to see. Nope, it's just an extension. You can definitely see the reds moving away from the radar. The grays are moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that continues to move off, it'll probably cross around the State Route 87 area and eventually cross the US 36 area. So people over there need to continue to monitor this storm as it continues to move off into that general vicinity. As for reflectivity, you guys can kind of see there's actually two areas of rotation. There's one right here, and then there's one right here, and then there even is one right here too. So people need to continue to monitor as this area does have a lot of rotations within it. I can see so many different areas to the point where I feel like everyone within this general vicinity should probably just go ahead and take their precautions. So Axtell, Baileyville, Vermilion, I should say, Centralia, St. Benedict's, Seneca. You guys need to go ahead and take your precautions because you do have something that could be tornadic moving into your general vicinity. Let's take a look at the storm in Nebraska, south of Lincoln. This is for Gage and Lancaster counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's see. Also, I do want to mention real quick before we take a look at this, there's been reports of teacup-sized hail, which is 3 inches, within the storm that had produced the tornado in Texas. So still ongoing at this moment, where large hail could be a big factor with that storm. So one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as this moves in through the night. So just keep in mind with that as this moves on through. So tornado warning still for Gage and Lancaster County. That'll be in effect, as I said, until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocity showed greens moving towards and the reds moving away. The general rotation just to the north of Princeton is where the tornado might likely be if there was one. But as of right now, according to the correlation coefficient, it does not seem as if there is one at the moment. So definitely one of those things where it doesn't seem to be producing right now, but that does not mean that it could. It's not going to if, along the way. So just basically, do not lower your expectations of the storm, especially since this is around a low pressure system. You guys will be actually able to see if I loop this for you all. Here, let's go ahead and show you all. You can see the kind of spiraling bands moving into the low. This right here is the low pressure system, and that'll continue to move in and around and off to the north and east throughout the night. So you can kind of see as that continues to download. Hopefully we get some more radar images. That would probably be best for us, but right now it doesn't seem to be loading a bunch of stuff. So give me a second as I show you guys what I mean by this. Texas cell forming a new hook. I'll show you guys that in a bit, but definitely one of those things where I told you all that storm would continue to be in there, and you guys need to continue to monitor that thing. So yeah, there it is. There's the storm. I'm going to try and get you some data for you all, but take a look at that, chat. You can kind of see the spiraling band right in and around here with the low pressure system swirling all these storms in and around that area. And actually, you know what? I could just show you guys on satellite. I feel like that's a whole lot easier if I do that. So let's not do that. Let's do this. Turn this off. Turn that off. Actually, sub-regional. Let's do localized. All right, so here's the low pressure system that I was talking about, chat. And if this loads, you guys will be able to see Look at that, chat. That is really nice. I mean, look at that. I mean, woof. You can see these clouds being spiraled around. You can see the discrete supercells forming out in the eastern edge of that where all the forcing is being channeled. Definitely a warm front moving in and around here. The warm moisture being pulled in, and you can kind of see the supercells exploding in and around those areas. So one of those things where it'll continue to show this kind of characteristic. Someone mentioned here that it looks kind of like a hurricane. To an extent, they are interrelated. A hurricane is a low, as most people know. So this is kind of a land hurricane that's pretty weak, but still, look at this, chat. I mean, it's just continuing to look ever so impressive on satellite imagery. I mean, just whoa, wow. That is a spectacle to behold. I mean, I might even want to just save that image. I just want to save the animation because I can. Boom. Let that load on the side there. I mean, just wow. That is crazy. I can't get over that, chat. I really can't. The fact that is there is really interesting. We have more reports of quarter-sized tail with that storm down there. So still is going to keep going. It's going to keep churning and churning out and around those areas. There is also a flood advisory for this system. There could possibly be some flooding in and around this due to the fact that some of these storms are going to be slow moving or consistently producing thunderstorms in and around that area. So definitely something for people to keep in mind as that continues to move in and around those areas. So there it is. The low that's on radar, you can still see it is swirling in and around those areas, moving the thunderstorms in and around closer to the center of low pressure. And as that continues to move off to the north and east, people near Omaha and Lincoln will probably be impacted by both of these all of this low pressure system. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. What is the worst case scenario? Moderate worst case with 10% hatched. I mean, possibly the chance for hail will definitely be rather significant if storms do indeed develop. So something to keep in mind there. But I did make a bold prediction last year last week, mid part of last week, as to whether or not you could see a 10% chance for tornadoes. And I said that there possibly could. Most likely there could, but that was last week, the middle part of last week. So definitely something really interesting as that continues to move on through. I guess we'll have to see, because this low right here dictates as to whether or not this area gets tornadoes. If this moves off a lot quicker, or it's not as strong as the models say, you get your tornado outbreak here. You get your tornado outbreak. Okay? Depending upon what this low does as this moves off, you might get your tornado outbreak. So I guess we'll find out. Will Warner, Oklahoma be affected today? Oh yeah, we did try and figure out where Warner was. Let's see. Yeah, they'll probably be impacted today, but it'll be later in the evening. So definitely to continue to monitor that as that continues to move in and around those areas. More flood advisories in and around those areas. Check out the Red River Supercell. Yep, I'll definitely do that right now, actually. I am curious to see what all is happening over there. Let's see. This is still Norman. It's getting closer to Dallas-Fort Worth. I don't see any tornado possible tags on any of these storms according to the IEM bot. That does not mean that there still couldn't be something in and around those areas. But as of right now, you guys can kind of see the velocity show really nice hook in here, and the outflow boundary kind of lagging behind. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned again, just based off of presentation. You can see the velocity show the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, right in the middle, crossing over, just crossed over Interstate 44. It's now crossing over State Route 240, and this will be eventually heading off into the Cashin community. So people over there need to continue to monitor the weather, and there might even be impacted the Wichita Falls Airport. So people over there need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move into those general areas. I'm going to take a look at some of the velocities here. 91.3 knot delta velocity, not gate to gate, relatively broad still, but 58 miles per hour and 47 miles per hour. That is around 105 miles per hour when it comes to the rotation. So definitely something to keep an eye there. Just you can see some gusty winds and upwards of that in and around those areas. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves into the night. Something that I will definitely continue to monitor as this moves on through. Let's see. It's recycling day already. I forgot to take it out. Seems legit. I do want to take a 3D of this storm. I am curious as to what all it does look like. There is the hail core again, as I have mentioned. Really easy, really intense hail core. But it is kind of lost its hail. I will say that. The inflow notch does seem to be reforming a bit. You can kind of see this kind of this gap here to where some inflow and some energy could be pushed into the actual supercell. And then you can see the updraft actually sustaining those cloud tops. You can definitely see if I actually make it here. There you go. Definitely a nice updraft holding up all this precipitation. You can kind of see how the storms are a bit diagonal, or at least the precip is diagonal, and that right there is being held up by the invisible updraft. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But there is indeed some sort of inflow notch that is trying to take shape, and it does seem as if the hook is trying to restructure itself. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Really interested to take a look at what all is happening in and around there. Let's see. Ooh. Yep, so the inflow seems to be actually being poured into the actual storm still. So there is still some sort of inflow being taken in by the actual supercell. So definitely one thing that people have to keep in mind, that this thing is still active and this thing is still possibly tornadic. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. We now have reports of baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail in Wichita County, Texas. Baseball-sized hail, for people who don't know, is 2.7-inch hail. So definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. People need to monitor that. Trying to take a look and see what all's in and around here. There we go. Yeah, definitely some inflow still being intake, some sort of intake into the storm. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be doing all too much. Storm relative velocities show it is definitely inflow dominant. I mean, look at that, chat. That is crazy. And then the spectrum width doesn't show any sort of lowering right now. That does not mean that it could definitely it won't do this in the future. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through the evening. Still that outflow boundary there that I have mentioned. And actually, as I've mentioned before, some thunderstorms might actually produce on this outflow boundary. So you have a couple that have actually produced in and around that. That'll be kind of paralleling the U.S. route 278 area. So people over there need to continue to monitor that. But still, something to keep in mind that this thing is still producing some sort of tornadic rotation, and it could definitely try and recycle as this moves off to the south and east to the north of Wichita Falls, eventually into the Dean area around State Route 79. So definitely something to keep in mind as that moves off in that general vicinity. Let's see. I'm going to try and see if I can find an updraft. Right now, it doesn't seem to have an updraft in and around the hook, but still, well, there's something there. There's a decent updraft, but it's not too organized right now. So something to keep in mind as that moves over into those general vicinities. Let's see. Do want to mention that a tornado warning for Gage and Lancaster has expired. There are still a couple tornado warnings in and around Kansas still, including the one for Marshall and Nemaha counties until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still could have some sort of tornadic rotation in and around those areas, but as of right now, it does not seem as if there could be something that forms just by looking at the velocities. So definitely still something to where really nice rotation there. Presentation on reflectivity is quite nice. It's quite appealing to a weather enthusiast when it comes to tornadic potential, but still something to keep an eye out for. Let's see. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for all these areas. Severe thunderstorm watch number 205. We will definitely take a look at that within the next couple of minutes whenever that registers on the Storm Prediction Center. But definitely one of those things where this thing is inflow dominant, and then you can see the outflow in and around those areas. Actually, I am curious to see what the storm relative velocities say, and that does indeed prove my point that it is indeed inflow dominant. So this thing will continue to push out and possibly produce a tornado if it continues to recycle. Let's see. Let's see. HRRR significant tornado parameter, please. It's off the charts. Yeah, I saw it is indeed off the charts. Definitely something really interesting as that continues to move on through. So really something to keep in mind because this storm does still indeed have tornadic potential. But as of right now, it does seem to be recycling. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. Let's see. I'm starting to get reports from some of the people in my server saying that there could possibly be some sort of rotation again to where there could be a funnel cloud in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. People need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the south and east. But you can still see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So definitely some sort of rotation in and around that area. Going to want to see... I'm going to want to continue to monitor this as this moves on through. But so potentially some sort of funnel cloud maybe with this storm at the moment. Let's see. Still that severe thunderstorm watch in and around those areas. A lot of hail reports. I am going to take a look at the Storm Prediction Center now. Storm Prediction Center's current watches. Yeah, all right. That's about right. I want to take a look and see. Severe hail is high for these areas, so there could definitely be some sort of large hail threat. Tornadoes, the potential is low, but you could still see something in and around those areas, especially with the storm that's currently wreaking havoc near the Wichita Falls area as well. The storm just to the southeast of Lincoln, Nebraska, and southeast of Lancaster was in a tornado warning north central Gage County. Yep, indeed. It actually had some decent rotation, too. So definitely something really interesting to keep in mind. If that does go into... if this does have another tornado warning for those areas, I'll be sure to monitor that. But this area, quite linear at the moment. Really linear rotation. But as soon as you start to see that these velocities start to kind of curl in, then you can start to see that kind of tightening in the rotation and the possible tornadic signature. But as of right now, it doesn't seem as if that is possible at the moment. There is a couple reports of a funnel cloud according to some of the people in my server. Let's see. I do want to take a look at the mesoscale discussions for those areas. Let's see. Tornadoes will be possible over the next 1 to 2 hours near the Red River. So this storm, they're literally saying that there'll probably be something there. So a right-moving supercell is ongoing near the Red River, which is located close to the maximum in instability. A pocket of strong instability is analyzed with a wrap near and to the south of the Red River with mixed layer cape to the 4,000 5,000 joules per kilogram range. Frederick showing varying winds and height in the lowest 2-kilometer AGL with 0 to 6 kilometers shear near 45 knots. As low-level winds increase over the next couple hours, tornado threat will likely increase locally. The greatest threat will exist the right-moving supercells that tracks just to the south of the Red River. So that's Broyles even did that one too. So Broyles right there says that this boy is probably going to continue to sustain. If you don't know who Broyles is one of the most accurate SPC forecasters out there. So definitely something to keep in mind, especially with him being out there. Helpful to mention state, city, and county. Yep, so just a refresh right now. If you don't know where the Red River is, it's on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. This storm, as I said, to the north of Wichita Falls, as I've mentioned, will continue to kind of track along the Red River. So right now it's not tornado warned, but the cell definitely could potentially have some sort of potential as that moves out to the east. So really interesting as we continue to take a look at this. Let's see, a bunch of reports of wind damage, trees and houses in North Carolina. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through in those areas. Yeah. So in and around those areas, definitely keep in mind that all of this will continue to move to the east. I don't know how fast these are actually moving to the east. This is saying east at 15 miles per hour. So these storms are relatively slow. So as this continues to move on through, people near Petrolia and Dean need to kind of just monitor the weather, especially Texas State Route 79. So if you live over there, if you know anyone who lives over there, please go ahead and just monitor the system. This could go tornadic relatively soon. It has the potential to do so. Got a severe storm about 10 miles from me right now. Yep, there's definitely a bunch of them right now. That's across the board. So there's even some cells that are forming in Oklahoma, moving into Arkansas as well. I do want to take a look at that as this continues to move on through. Let's see. We have a storm chaser reporting a funnel cloud. This was about 20 minutes ago. So there was a funnel cloud in Kansas near Marshall County. So that was on this tornado warning storm. So I do actually want to quickly take a look. There is the funnel cloud actually. 7 miles south of Vermillion. So this storm continued to have some sort of tornadic potential, and it actually produced a funnel cloud as that moves off in Kansas. So Marshall and Nemaha County in Kansas still has a tornado warning that will continue to be in effect for the next 21 minutes until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to continue to monitor all of that. Dallas, Fort Worth, still severe thunderstorm watch for all those areas. Yeah, a bunch of trees down in North Carolina at the moment. Still a QLCS that I've mentioned in the beginning of the stream. So still could see some sort of gusty winds over there, possibly tornadoes as well. This rotation just in the north of Vermillion in Kansas, south of Axtell. Still something there. You can see the brighter reds moving away, the grays moving towards the radar. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as it continues to move off towards Baileyville, into the United States Oh my goodness, I can't speak. United States Route 36 area. People need to continue to take their precautions as that moves off potentially a tornadic situation over in and around there. So something to keep in mind. There is a little kink on reflectivity, so to mention that, but nothing on correlation coefficient in my honest opinion. I don't believe it's on the ground right now. That does not mean that it could not produce along the way. So definitely something to keep in mind as that moves off in those areas. Let's see. Echo tops, obviously, these storms aren't supposed to be too tall. But there still could be something in and around those areas due to the lower level winds being relatively intense in those areas. It could continue to ramp up and produce a bunch of tornadic rotations in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. So as I've mentioned, Baileyville and Axtell, as well as US Route 36, you might want to go ahead and take your precautions and get to your safe space. That would be recommended in my honest opinion. Rather safe than sorry in those areas. Let's see. Still a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to take a look at some of these other cells in Texas. So Haskell County in Texas, as well as its counterpart. Let's see. Where is this? This is Lubbock, and this is San Angelo. So let's add that to the IEM bot fun. San Angelo. We'll add that boy, and then Lubbock. We'll add Lubbock to the fun. So Haskell County in Texas until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and then the severe thunderstorm warning as well for Stonewall County, and that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So both for this same cell, doesn't seem to be organized whatsoever when it comes to a tornadic potential, but you still could see something in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So yeah, let's take a look at the cell. The other cells that have been developing out in front of the main cell that's just to the north of Wichita Falls. So this is just the south and west, south and east of that, I should say, for Clay County in Texas. Definitely something to keep in mind. There could be some sort of rotation in there. It's relatively far away from the radar right now, but there could be something in there that's attempting to form. So something to really keep an eye out for as that continues to move off in those general directions. Let's see. By the way, I do want to mention while we're at a bit of a downtime, if you are new, feel free to go ahead, hit that subscribe button as well as click the bell for any time that I am live streaming. I do this content mostly when I feel like stuff in and around the weather could actually get relatively intense. So if you would do so, that would be very much so appreciated, as well as hitting that like button. Usually helps out with YouTube's algorithm, and so if you hit the like button more often, more people, it'll tell YouTube that people like my content, and it'll bring hopefully more people to watch. So that'll be perfect if you do enjoy that, as well as sharing the video. If you feel like other people enjoy the weather, or if there are people that are going to be impacted by this, sharing the video would be obviously really nice for myself. That would be greatly appreciated. Let's see. Spectrum width on the storm. It's kind of interesting. There could possibly be some sort of rotation here. As I've mentioned before, there could be something that's trying to stir up from the cell. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case whatsoever. Let's see. More reports of golf ball sized hail, which is 1 3/4 inches. So definitely a large hail across the board. One of those things where, it's not just not just the tornado threat, it's the hail threat too. So golf ball size hail in Wichita County, which is up near that large storm in and around there. Let's see. Tornado warning for Gage in, well, no, that's already been expired. That's been expired for quite some time. So 15 minutes until the tornado warning in Marshall and Nemaha counties will expire. So definitely something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves off to the north. So Marshall, Nemaha County in Kansas, definitely something to monitor. But this storm right here, definitely showing some signs of rotation. Actually, I'm going to take a 3D of this. I am curious to see if it still has that inflow notch. It does, and it also has that updraft characteristic. Even some overshooting tops, actually. I'm really interested. Oh boy, look at that. Before I even get into that, let's take a look at the echo tops. Up to 58,000 feet, almost 59 in some spots. That in itself is relatively intense, and it shows you how the updrafts could continue to sustain itself. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually attempts to produce some sort of tornadic rotation in here as well. So something to keep in mind as that moves just to the north and west of Newport in Texas, and it'll be paralleling State Route 148 just to the west of Bowie. So if you know anyone who lives along that area, along State Route 148 in Texas, please go ahead and tell them to monitor the weather, because that'll continue to get relatively intense as that moves off to the north. So really interesting as that continues to move on through. So yeah, let's go back to the 3D. We did see the overshooting tops, the updraft continuing to sustain itself, pushing up all the precip. Definitely something to keep in mind, that there could be large hail within the storm. So, just want to continue to monitor that. Still, there is a tornado warning for Marshall and Nemaha counties that'll still continue to go until 7:30. And still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. So, yeah, let's see. I do want to take a look at the ISO surface, just to see the intensity here. Ooh, look at that hail. Look at that hail core, chat. That is bright pink. That is some pretty nice pink right in there. Definitely some large hail being thrown out from this storm. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But then, obviously, the downdraft continues to, to elongate itself all the way in and out. So, something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. New mesoscale discussion with a watch probability of 95%. So there seems to be either a new severe thunderstorm watch or maybe even a tornado watch that'll be issued relatively soon. So something to keep in mind over there as well. But this storm right here continues to pique my interest. Possibly some sort of tornadic rotation here. Definitely something that I'll keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I want to check back at the storm to the north of Wichita Falls that has continuously produced a lot of large hail and has had a history of producing tornadoes. So definitely something that people are going to want to continue to monitor. Some really nice broad rotation, I gotta say. Definitely something in and around here that could be producing relatively soon. Just look at that, chat. Granted, there is still some sort of outflow boundary being left behind. If it can continue to wrap itself around and not be impeded by that actual inflow boundary, you could have another tornado on our hands in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in and out those in and around those areas. Let's see. Let's see. Massive hook, though, on this storm, though. Massive hook. You can definitely see how the inflow is pouring in. The outflow is kind of okay, but it's definitely inflow dominant. If I were to take a storm motion from here, be able to tell you all it is still inflow dominant in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in and around those areas. Can you look at the Michigan and Ontario from 12Z Sunday morning to 3Z Monday? Want your opinion on what could happen if you have a chance? I'll take a look at that in a bit. Wind's picking up here in Dublin, Georgia. Yep, you guys could definitely see something in and around those areas. But definitely some sort of gusty winds around there. Some sort of tornadic potential in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind. As you can see, really nice hook in around those areas with an inflow notch that's quite visible. Still lacking a little bit, but definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in those general vicinities. So 2 areas of rotation that I'm looking at. One with the main cell that has had a history of producing tornadoes just to the north of Wichita Falls in Texas, basically paralleling the Red River, and the other one that's heading in that general vicinity just to the south and east of Wichita Falls, to the north of Jacksboro in Texas. Right here is another area that I'm looking at. So definitely something to keep in mind as that moves off, almost as if it's going to intersect relatively soon. So something to keep in mind. But let's see. All right, let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion. There was a new one consisting of all of that. Give me 2 seconds. There it is, question mark. Let's see. That's issuance. That's okay. But I can't see anything right now off of that. So we'll just continue to monitor all of that as that continues to move in through. I do want to take a look. I'm curious to see what. Obviously, the low still is a low. It's a really nice low, with supercells being produced in and around those areas as well. But let's take a look at Texas and all that stuff too. Actually, some really nice overshooting tops from that cell just to the south and east of Wichita Falls. That's going to be really interesting to look at, as well as some overshooting tops from some of the cells behind the tornadic rotation. So that's going to be really interesting. They're saying that some of these cells could be interesting. And look at this one, actually. This little one right here could possibly do something. I mean, take a look at that. It's got some sort of hook characteristic. It could definitely attempt to try and form something, but definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in and around. Some really broad rotation still from that storm just to the north, now almost north and east in Wichita Falls, but still one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions. And there it is. We got a new tornado warning for Clay County in Texas, and that'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'm assuming it's this cell right here that has the tornado warning. So new tornado warning for Clay. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And it's radar indicated rotation with 2-inch size hail. So right here, definitely something that could definitely produce relatively soon. But as of right now, new tornado warning for those areas. So if you do live there, definitely take their precautions. Nope. So that's Clay County right there. So new tornado warning. You can see the rotation relatively strong in and around there. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move in and around those areas. So you can see green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. And as that continues to parallel State Route 148, that'll continue to possibly intensify it as it has been doing. So something to keep in mind as that's moving in and around those areas. It's almost stationary, actually. So that's really interesting to note in and around those areas. But Also, a new tornado. It seems to be another tornado warning for Clay County. That'll be the northern part. So this cell right here has a tornado warning as well. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But this one right here, I do want to take a look at the delta velocity. That is 89.4 knots, which 56 plus 47, that is around 103 miles per hour delta velocity. So as that continues to move on through, if you live along State Route 148, go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. The delta velocity is increased. I repeat, it has increased 66 miles per hour, almost 70 miles per hour. That is 117 knot delta velocity. That is around 130. That's 135 miles per hour in delta velocity. So in and around that area, definitely something that people need to continue to keep in mind as that moves off into the general vicinity of Newport. So it seems as if it's kind of curled off a bit. It's still a bit stationary, but something to keep in mind as that continues to move off in that general vicinity. So they'll be heading off to the north of Newport, and we'll continue to monitor that as that continues to move around. Do want to take a look at the tornado warning up here, whether or not there's a tornado on the ground with this cell. So as I said, this is another tornado warning for Clay County in Texas. This is the northern parts of Clay County. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. People need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the... Oh boy. Yeah, look at that hook. That is really interesting. You can kind of see the classic bird wings characteristic with a nice little hook in there. Definitely some sort of rotation. Keep in mind as that continues to move out in that general vicinity. So, woof, that is really interesting. And there might even be something out in front of that cell, too. But still, keep in mind as that continues to move off over there. I mean, wow. Who said what? I don't even know. I'm not even paying attention to David right now. David can do whatever he wants. I'm doing my own thing. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move off into that general vicinity. So, yeah. Let's see. We have a train spotter report of a 60 mile per hour wind gusts with power lines downed in Wichita County, Texas. So this thing has continuously produced some gusty winds in and around those areas. Something to keep in mind as this continues to move all that. Take a 3D of the storm near Bellevue. Where is the storm near Bellevue? Where is Bellevue? If you can tell me where Bellevue is, then I can definitely take a 3D of that. But as of right now, the priority seems to be these two tornado warnings in Clay County. Definitely a hook right in there. We got, let's see, now a tornado observed. That's Clay County in Texas. I'm not sure which one that is, but yeah, 8:15. So that's the one down here. This one, tornado warning has now been observed. This has on the ground right now, guys. This is a tornado on the ground here in around State Route 148. Definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as this moves off to the east. So people need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the east. Something to continue to take their precautions. I'm going to actually take another 3D of this storm. But tornado is now confirmed with this. And guys, you can actually see in and around here, this is the mesovortex right here. Right there is where the rotation is. And if you actually take a look at the rotation, it actually spans up relatively high, almost even up to 50,000 feet. That thing is crazy, but you can definitely see the classic rotation moving in and around those areas. Definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move off into that general vicinity. But we do have a confirmed tornado here in Clay County, and this is weather spotters confirmed just to the northeast of Shannon. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, in State Route 148, just near to the north of Newport, people need to go ahead, and if you need to just either tell them that this stuff is happening or show them this stream, share it, or something like that to tell people that there is a possible tornado that is ongoing right now, definitely on the ground, that has been reported from some spotters. So something to keep in mind, and just making sure that you all are safe than sorry. So that is another tornado that's on the ground. I'm going to try and get a better look from this storm for you all. So let's see. Let us see. Yep, definitely some really interesting rotation there. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop right now, but definitely something that is going to be really interesting as that continues to move on through. You can definitely see velocity show. Blues moving out towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And as that continues to move off to the east, that will continue to be prominent. I don't see a debris signature right now. There could quite possibly be something in and around those areas. That is looking up 10,000 feet. I question to see if Frederick is looking at anything lower. That's 8,000 feet. So it's looking at something, but still definitely some sort of possible tornadic rotation in two spots, actually. There's one to the back right here, possibly another one out in front. Obviously, reds moving away, greens moving towards, reds moving away. You could have another thing right in those two areas, but definitely the one that has been producing a tornado has been almost stationary, if you will, along State Route 148. So it's just been paralleling that area. People need to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north. So people need to continue to monitor the weather as that moves off with a possible tornado ongoing. I'm not sure if that is a debris signature or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not sure if I would classify that as a debris signature, in my honest opinion. But as of right now, it does seem to be having a whale of a time. Let's see. Do you want to take a break or something? You've been streaming for 3 hours straight. Get some water in you. I got my water right here, actually. Boom. I've streamed for 10 hours before. This is nothing. This is
Ain't nobody
nothing.
got time for that.
The whole chat says get some water. Fine, I'll drink some more water. Boom. Drinking water. You happy? You happy? Oh boy. Let's see. Hook Echo in Kansas. I'll take a look at that in a second. Well, in Arkansas, I should say. Not Kansas. I'll take a look at that actually right now just to see. Still something interesting out there, but I do want to kind of interchange between all different stuff. The tornado warning, yep, has expired in Topeka. Flood advisory, severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, a bunch of stuff across the board. Let's see. Drink more water. I'll drink more eventually. I am quite warm though. I am quite warm. I'll probably have to change out of this shirt because it's black. Yeah, interesting hook echo on this storm, I gotta say. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes tornado warned. So whoever said that, good call. Red's moving away from the radar, the green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. Something that people should definitely be aware of. New severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. Don't know where that is for, but there is a severe thunderstorm watch in and around that area. Let's see. Yeah, definitely a hook echo though, right in and around that area. Something to continue to monitor as that moves off to the north and east. So good call. Would love to have someone, you guys, who like take a look at that every now and then. Yeah, pretty interesting. See, so many reports right now. I can't wait until I get my new program for IEM bot. It'll tell me just stuff over and over again. WSV3 should bring back that one-time payment feature, not before subscription only. I agree. Nothing's ever worth it if you have to pay $250 per year, unless if it's like some sort of like TV show. New tornado in Texas. Yep, we do indeed have a tornado warning that has had a confirmed tornado on it. I do not see a debris signature whatsoever. However, I do believe that there could be something in and around that area. Let's see. Emergency management has reports of ping pong ball-sized hail in Clay County, Texas. Continues a tornado warning for the northern cell, so there is still they're still saying that this storm up here could quite possibly produce. We haven't seen this storm in a while, but there is still definitely something in and around that area that could be producing. So yeah, still something to keep in mind. Still has that classic hook signature with an inflow notch that's kind of impeded with a bunch of rain and crap. But other than that, it does seem as if it is just having a whale of a time at the moment. But really interesting now because there actually is some anticyclonic rotation. And what I mean by that is that the greens are moving towards and the reds are moving away. This is clockwise rotation, guys. There could be something moving in there that's moving in and around. So definitely something to keep in mind that we could have some sort of anticyclonic rotation in and around that area. So, keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Doesn't 5% mean that there will be tornadoes in 5% of the area forecasted? If you take 5/100ths of that 5% region, those 5/100ths will experience tornadoes. You made a new discovery. If you drink water too much, you die. If too little, you die. Too fast, die. So drink water slowly. Sounds about right. What is this cell doing? Goodness gracious. We've got 3 mental supercells right now. With this one looking ever more impressive, in my honest opinion. This thing might actually start doing something. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up producing a tornado, because right now it's got characteristics to do so. It just needs to wrap around its downdraft, the rear flank downdraft a bit more, and you might actually have your tornado in and around there. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off into those general vicinities. So something to monitor as we continue this analysis. Let's see. I do want to take a 3D of this cell real quick. I want to take a 3D of this cell just to see what all is happening here. Inflow notch is still really nice. As a matter of fact, a lot of unimpeded air moving into that general vicinity. Let's see. What is this? Still an observed tornado down south. So that continues. The southern part of Clay County still is observed by the National Weather Service. So still a tornado possibly on the ground in and around those areas. Definitely something to keep in mind as that moves off to the east. Let's see. Definitely something to where you can kind of see the low-hanging clouds and then it comes down. That right there is the unimpeded inflow notch. Right in there. Might be high precipitation just for a bit, but still an area of rotation to where could be a cyclonic and anticyclonic rotation, where you can definitely see as that spans up into the actual storm. Yeah, there it is. There's the rotation on that storm. I am curious to see as to whether or not that continues to sustain. I also want to take a look at this storm right here. to see if it has upper level rotation. Look at that inflow notch, chat. Oh my goodness. I mean, that thing is just absolutely sucking in every single thing it can see. I mean, look. Woof. All that inflow that can be intaked in there. I mean, that's just crazy. And you can definitely see there is some upper level rotation there. Some really intense upper level rotation. I do want to take a look at the ISO surface. It's actually not intense per se, but it is definitely there. It is some sort of rotation spanning up into the actual storm. But something that is really something to keep in mind. It does have rotation spanning up all the way into the atmosphere. So yeah, really interesting. Let's see. Now we're getting pictures of the tornado. There it is. There is the actual funnel stretching all the way down. It is a very much so a skinny tornado, not precisely a rope, but there is a tornado that has warranted the observed tornado warning. I mean, just take a look at that. That is quite nice. Really nice picture here, I gotta say. Something really interesting. Let's see, as I continue to monitor this. There has been reports of damage. Really interesting damage here, actually, from Wichita County. So that is really interesting, too. I do want to actually show you all this. There it is. There is the damage, I should say, of the tornado. I mean, look at that, chat. That is crazy. That's the power of these storms today. Definitely something that people along the way should keep in mind. Just by looking at this based off of face value, I'll study it myself. But definitely some sort of EF1 to EF2 damage in and around those areas. So definitely something to keep in mind. Probably EF1 is a safe bet to say for that cell. Let's see. Still some really nice rotation in and around that area. Possibly even, as of right now, doesn't seem as if there is a, doesn't seem as if it's on the ground, but it is taking a lot of inflow. And so you can definitely see reds moving away, greens moving towards. There's actually been a report of a tornado from the storm, according to Train Spotter. So definitely something to keep in mind, that this storm has now had a history of producing 2 tornadoes. And actually, we now have new video of the tornado here. Ow, my ears. But look at that. That is indeed a really interesting storm. You can see the ghost train, if you will, with the funnel cloud spiraling down. Definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind. These storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. And it's consistently been just spewing out ones across the board. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through, that these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. Let's see. Look at Twitter. Fine, I'll take a look at Twitter. Any new tornado warnings so far? There are 2. Both of them have had a history of producing tornadoes. Yeah, you did jinx it, Savage Star. You shouldn't have said the B word. You shouldn't have said the B word, especially with a 5% risk. You shouldn't have. Give me a second. Mentions. Take a look. Yeah, that's the storm that I was looking at. I already played the video from this. But yep, definitely a tornado that has been filtering through in and about those areas. So 2 storms that have possibly been producing tornadoes as we speak, and definitely something to keep in mind as that moves on through. That these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. So we're even getting some echo tops in upwards of 58,000 feet. So that's really interesting in itself. Yep, absolutely tall echo tops, 58,000 feet in all of these storms. It does seem as if this cell has kind of dissipated a bit when it comes to its rotation. So that is the good news there. It does seem as if the cell all the way down to the south, the southern part of Clay County, has also dissipated as well. So definitely something good news for both of those cells is that both of these have kind of dissipated. However, there has been reports of tornadoes and damage. In my opinion, some within the ranks of possible EF2, EF1 to EF2 damage. So I'll pull that up again to show you all what I mean. There it is right there. The possible EF1 to EF2 damage. You can definitely see how siding has been removed from the house. And even a wall has been absolutely removed. It does seem as if this is a garage due to the car right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was constituted as an EF1, maybe EF2 damage. So yeah, continuing to take a look at all of these storms, they've had a history of producing damage and tornadoes across the board. So something to keep in mind there. The inflow boundary now has kind of ceded to this cell. And this cell is starting to choke out this one. All the inflow is now heading into this cell. And Wichita Falls is under the gun again. So people need to go ahead and monitor this as this continues to move on through. This cell is now, I believe, the priority. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor this. If you know anyone who lives in the Wichita Falls area, or if you just want to get the word out, either tell them or show them this stream, because there is a possible area of rotation once again to where another tornadic rotation could be forming in and around there. I'm going to take a 3D of this storm because I do believe that something in and around here could possibly form. And indeed, take a look at that, chat. Look at that inflow notch. That is absolutely crazy. What do you think will be going on around Denton County? I don't know where Denton County is, so let's take a look. But as of right now, it does seem as if there is something that could be quite possibly forming in and around there. So Denton County will probably see something right around midnight. But as of right now, probably some gusty winds, maybe a tornado, something like that in and around there. But look at this inflow notch, chat. I mean, look at that. This kind of low, this base to where all the inflow could be surging into the storm, and there could possibly be some sort of tornadic rotation in and around there. I mean, look at that, chat. That is crazy. If I took a look at the rotation, it's all mainly upper level still, but something could be trying to reach the ground. You can definitely see how the rotation is spanning up in and around the storm, even into the upper levels. So something to keep in mind is that continues to move in and around. I think this cell is now kind of the priority as that moves on out to the east. This cell down to the south, as I said, is kind of dead. It has died out. I did say that there could be some sort of rotation in the beginning. Now, and then it produces a tornado warning with the confirmed tornado. But now it's kind of died out a bit. I don't foresee it to do anything as of right now. But that could change if it ends up recycling. But it doesn't seem to be in any of the right characteristics to recycle as of right now. Still, the tornado warning, however, for the northern cell, still radar indicated rotation. Granted, there was reports of a tornado on this cell, so something to keep in mind with that. There's also been reports of 60 mile per hour wind gusts with the rear flank downdraft winds from the storm. So if you're in that area, definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Need to know because they gave me a thing that says heavy storm being bad in Atlanta. It's not going to be bad in Atlanta, but there's going to be some storms in Atlanta that'll be impacting your area. But still, I believe that this storm right here will be the priority. It'll take control over this storm, and this storm will die out. And there will possibly be a new tornadic rotation developing in and behind the original cell. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through into the Wichita Falls area. Yep. So right now it seems to be a lot of gusty winds moving around that area. If this can surge the downdraft around, there could be some sort of tornadic potential around here, and that will be relatively scary, especially since this will be heading towards the Wichita Falls area. So people need to people in Wichita Falls. Now I believe is the time for you to get indoors and get into your safe space. There isn't a tornado on the ground right now or anything imminent, but I do believe that there will be some relatively gusty winds that will be surging into your area, as well as some large hail and upwards of almost an inch, maybe even an inch and a half. So people need to continue to monitor the weather. But as for right now, the people in Wichita Falls, I do believe you need to go ahead and get indoors as this heads off into your general vicinity. I don't have any new thoughts as to what is happening tomorrow. I'll get to that towards the end of the stream, towards my final thoughts, which I believe everyone should take a look at. I've been doing that for the past few streams. So just to see you all, just to see if you guys missed my stream per se, you can always go to the end of the stream and check my final thoughts. As of right now, though, there might be a new area of rotation forming from that Newport cell. It does seem to be trying to get its act together. You can kind of see how it arches a bit more. You could have some sort of inflow there. You can also possibly see something in here too, just to the east of wind thrust. So something there and something around Newport. Definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move in and around those areas. It'd be pretty interesting to see as that continues to move on through. But definitely a cell to where people need to continue to take their precautions as that continues to move on through. So really interesting to see that. Still possible rotation in all of these. And yeah, that'll be pretty much it. The rotation now about to be impacting Petrolia. There's possibly some sort of reorganization in and around here. It is still inflow dominant, which favors cyclogenesis of these storms, basically meaning that these storms could continue to produce possible tornadic rotations. So something to where people need to keep in mind that there is still a lot of unstable energy in and around these areas. And as a matter of fact, I actually do want to show the cape for you all. The fact that the 5,000 joules per kilogram kind of goes away, but there's still, you can kind of see these 4,500 joules per kilogram cape in and around this area. And that's right around where these thunderstorms are. So something to keep in mind that there is definitely a lot of energy for this. And as it starts to turn into nightfall, the low-level jet, which if you don't know is winds right around 3 kilometers up in the sky, will intensify and possibly sustain these storms as they go into the night. So this will be eventually heading off into the Dallas-Fort Worth region. People over there will probably need to monitor the weather as it continues into the night. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through. But as for right now, it does seem as if all of these rotations, all of these tornado warnings, I should say, are relatively weak and broad. But that does not mean that they're not going to produce along the line. So something as for right now, Wichita Falls seems to be under the gun right now per se. So something to keep in mind. I didn't really show you a hotspot, but I told my server, my Discord server, which if you actually do want to join the Discord server, it's the link in the description down below. My hotspot was going to be right in here. Well, not precisely for Dallas and Fort Worth, but I was going to be just north of that. My hotspot was going to be right in here. And so far, for the people who are in my Discord server, that's kind of, been it. The stuff right around Wichita Falls has been pretty consistent. There is a new flash flood warning for the Tillman, Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, due to the fact that there has been consistent rain in and around those areas. So people need to continue to monitor the weather as that continues to move out in those areas. Let's see. Yeah, I do want to take a look real quick, not to stray from the current the current stuff, but there was an actual cell over here in Arkansas that had some sort of rotation. I do want to take a look for myself as to what all could be happening in there. Am I streaming all night into tomorrow? Or are you chilling out until tomorrow? I'm streaming until this event is over, or unless if I think that the event is over. So take a look. Here's the cell that I was talking about, guys. It still just so happens to have some rotation. A hook characteristic, if I do say so myself. But if you take a look at that, I mean, look, woof. Classic bird wings characteristics in here. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned. Has some general rotation with the reds moving away and the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. So something to keep in mind as this cell continues to move off to the north and east. It'll be eventually just paralleling the State Route 28 area in Arkansas near Blue Ball eventually as it heads off into those areas. Tracks, it'll be eventually going towards the south of Blue Ball in about 30 minutes, to the north of Harvey in about 20. Let's go back to Texas. Take a look at the stuff. Civ J, hello. As I continue to move on through, just getting into chat, had to pump 4 inches out of the basement here in good old North Carolina. Seems legit. Definitely something to keep in mind as that moves on through. Still some sort of a supercellular structure in and around those areas. I mean, look at that, chat. That is definitely there's still something in and around those areas. Let's see. We're getting reports. More severe thunderstorm warnings. More flash flood warnings. A bunch of flash flood warnings, actually, in Nebraska. As I mentioned, that those areas would probably continue to see a lot of rain due to the fact that there would be repeated thunderstorms in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But you can definitely see some sort of hook characteristic with an outflow boundary. Really something to keep in mind. This could intensify as this moves off into Wichita Falls. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be tornadic. So something, it should be people to the outside of Wichita Falls that should keep track of this storm. Still, plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings in and around these areas. Normalized rotation for Wichita Falls show that there is something in and around the metro. Right in here, you can kind of see how the hook kind of protrudes. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw something in and around this area. And there is some sort of rotation right there. A lot of velocities are kind of missing right here, but you can see the reds are moving away, and you can kind of get some of that overlapping right in those areas. So possibly some sort of rotation over Wichita Falls. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move off towards the east along US Route 82. More severe thunderstorm warnings around those areas. It does seem as if the cell near Petrolia has kind of it's became extremely disorganized, in my opinion. You can still see the inflow in around here, but the outflow is right here. So some really broad rotation. I literally have to circle this entire area because it is so disorganized at the moment, which is good news for us. The fact that there is nothing that's going to be impacting Petrolia right now. The tornado warning for Clay County has now been expired. I do believe it is that northern one. Both of them probably could be expired, in my opinion, but this cell does seem to be rather trying to get its act together. But one of the tornado warnings for Clay County has now expired. The other one is still in and around those areas. Yep, so you can still see some sort of rotation around here. You can see inflow, outflow. Yep, indeed. So the northern one has been expired. It's now the southern one now. Still, convective outlook has been issued. Maintains the enhanced risk for the convective outlook. I'm not sure if there is a 10% chance for tornadoes now, but still, I'm assuming that there will be a 5% chance for tornadoes as that continues to move on to the night. What about Atlanta? Atlanta will probably be spared. They'll be getting some sort of severe thunderstorms, but it won't be to massive severe parameters, or at least not as bad as it is over in Texas and in Oklahoma. 9.1 significant tornado parameter with 30 cell supercell composite and AM3K for tomorrow, so maybe a PDS supercell. Tomorrow, as I've mentioned, if you guys want to see me in, I may be, overhyping it and I may risk my reputation, but I've been saying about Saturday for the past week and a half, and for the people who have been on my stream for quite some time, they know that I've been talking about this for quite some time. And right now, the models have no clue as to what all is happening right now. And there has been some that is saying that there could be some sort of tornado outbreak or severe weather outbreak tomorrow. So something that is really interesting. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow no matter what. So hopefully you guys are ride or die with me all the way to the end. And if I get it wrong, I get it wrong. I'm not perfect. No one in the weather community is perfect. But I've been talking about tomorrow for the past week and a half. And the research aspect of myself is, hoping that it verifies, but at the same time, not hoping that it impacts anyone in particular. Jimmy Bluffett. See what you did there. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Add you to my subscriber collection, sir. So thank you so much. How Southern Delaware is going to go tomorrow? Supercells, wall clouds? Nope, I do not believe so. You guys will be fine for quite some time. The tornado warning will be continued for this area. Still radar indicated rotation. I kind of believe that too. The inflow and then a little bit of an outflow that's kind of surging in. So you can kind of see these overlapping winds moving in and around those areas. So possibly some sort of rotation, but still something that people need to continue to monitor the weather as that continues to move off to the east. If I take a look at the echo tops, these storms are going up to as high as 54,000 feet. So it's definitely ranging all and above. There's even some that go up to 58,000 feet, and that's the storm in Wichita Falls. And it's actually the storm that I've been talking about for quite some time. The storm that actually has some decent rotation, and it might be forming a hook. So take a look in there. Definitely something that people need to keep in mind. We're getting reports from Wichita Falls that there has been wind gusts of 61 miles per hour. So definitely something to keep in mind, that this will continue to move in those areas and move even out of the Wichita Falls metro area. People need to continue to take their precautions, as there has been some really gusty winds in and around those areas. But you can still see hook characteristic with an outflow boundary. Possibly something in there. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, the grays moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Normalized rotation says so that there is something in and around those areas as well. Spectrum width shows that there actually might be some sort of lowering per se, but not a forced lowering. Probably more of a gusting lowering, in my honest opinion. So something like that. Still 5% chance tornado, Nate, for today. Okay, then I'll take a look at that in a second. Have a problem overhype probably 3 events this season. It's something I just got to learn from Get Better. Yep, indeed. You're worried about a discrete cell tomorrow, even if there's only one. Every parameter is so perfect that extremely violent tornadoes like Bassfield. Yeah, the tomorrow I'm saying could be a relatively interesting day. If something even forms and sustains, there's a good chance that it could probably be a really interesting supercellular characteristic. It may not say right now on the day 2, it may have 2% chance for tornadoes, but believe me, once they start to get a consensus as to what all is happening in and around those areas, stuff will start to ramp up, and you guys will see what I mean. And if this stuff happens tomorrow, then it just proves that I'm pretty good. To all the people who've said that I'm terrible at long range forecasting, someone play the Curb Your Meme music, Curb Your Reality music. Definitely something that I'm constantly working on my craft and stuff like that. Especially with me heading into Penn State and stuff like that. Look at the Nebraska radar and you will see how strong the system is. I can take a look at this satellite for that. But actually, I do want to quickly take a look at these cells in Texas right now. Really nice overshooting tops right now. It seems as if all of these cells are kind of just fighting for all the cape in the world. So definitely something to keep in mind. Still a lot of cape out in front of these storms, actually. It's still some stuff in 4,000 joules per kilogram, even 5,000 near Texas, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if something ends up trying to form in and around those areas. But definitely something to where people need to continue to keep in mind with these cells. There could possibly be some sort of rotation off with this storm in Wichita Falls, so something to keep in mind. I'll probably ramp up the outlook at 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time because most accurate models are agreeing some way. That's what I'm thinking. As of right now, every model doesn't know what's happening right now. They're trying to figure out what's happening, and as that continues to move on through, that'll be really interesting. So tomorrow will be really interesting. All right. I'm going to be staying up tonight after the stream, or if the stream continues into the night, right around 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central, you guys will probably be able to have a live watch party with me. But other than that, I will be interacting with everyone in my Discord server that I currently own and maintain. So something to keep in mind, though, is that, SBC will update tonight, and I will be watching it. I will also be informing you all, if you guys pay attention to community posts, community tabs, I will be updating you all in that aspect as well. So just a reminder that I do post on there quite frequently for you all. Terry Morris, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it, sir. I really do appreciate the subscription. And to all the people who are new to the channel, I do recommend that you all subscribe for some whatever live things that I do. Live weather analysis. I try to do my best, and I try to continue to work on my craft. So if you guys would like to be along for the ride with me, feel free to hit that subscribe button, and also click that bell too. You guys will be able to see me in action when I'm live. For the people who were there with me for the Bassfield So-So tornado, even though the live stream isn't there anymore, definitely one of those things where I will continue to inform you all in the best way possible. So definitely something there. The tornado warning has now expired. There are no longer any tornado warnings. However, there still could be some sort of tornadic potential with all of these storms if they do kick up a notch. So it's definitely something to be interested as that continues to move on through. Yeah. How's the first cell looking, Nate? Right now, it is kind of smushed in between two other cells. There's this cell it's smushed in between, and then there's this one. So this is the first cell that developed. This right here is the second one, and this right here is the third one that's kind of choking it out completely. So something to keep in mind. A bunch of cells still up and around those areas. I hope I'm correct tomorrow, and Pecos will be on the prowl. So does that mean that Pecos is agreeing with me? If he is, then that is going to be really interesting to see if we are correct. So that would be something that I'm going to be also interested in. Yeah, just so many areas right here. And take a look at this, chat. Look at this. Hook City. Hook City right there, chat. As I've been mentioning, this cell could possibly turn tornadic. It's currently eating all the energy out in front of this. So it's taking up all the energy out here. Because this is kind of occluded with these cells out here, the energy is kind of just seeping in through here, and it just so happens that this cell is taking all of it. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through to the east is that the cell near Wichita Falls in Texas may possibly intensify. So yeah, still no tornado warnings left, but that does not mean that there couldn't be a tornado along the way. There definitely could be as that moves on through. Let's see. There isn't... what I could basically do now is I can go on to the Storm Prediction Center and I can see the latest convective outlook. So let's take a look at that. Let's see. Is this updated? Nope. So we need to continue to refresh this. That will be fun. Let's see. If I were able to witness what is happening here, I would be able to tell you all. But unfortunately, I cannot look at it, which is a little upsetting. But it is what it is. Seems to be a larger enhanced risk. I'm going to be completely honest. Well, Nate be right. Let's find out next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Seems legit. There's a storm in your pants. What? What do you mean? But yeah, definitely something interesting. Where do you in the Discord interact with you? Does anyone know? I'm in the VC most of the time. So afterwards I'll be there. So in and around those areas. Let's see. But you guys can also just ping me in there too. I respond most of the time. So who knows? Look at Twitter. All right, I'll take a look at Twitter as this thing casually loads in front of me. There it is. A wider 5% chance for tornadoes. So definitely something interesting. It's now southern parts of Oklahoma and going into Dallas-Fort Worth. So as that continues throughout the night, people need to continue to monitor the weather, especially with a hatched risk for hail still there. Something to keep in mind. I'll take a look at this mention. Somebody mentioned me. I took a look at it already, Jimmy. I already took a look at it. Katie Winwind has its own characteristics. Nothing's gonna ever compare to that cell. But both of these cells here, this one, the original one that, one of them actually produced a tornado, looking pretty interesting. An inflow notch right in there. And then the other inflow notch around Wichita Falls. Something really interesting to take a look at. Brady, see you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream. So definitely something that's going to be pretty interesting. And as that continues to move into the night, I will continue to monitor all of this. Potentially some sort of tornadic rotation or tornadic potential as this continues to move into the night. So there still could be something that could be impacting all of us, but it is what it is. Let's see. Yeah, so as of right now, it seems as if everything is still kind of just doing its own thing. Is that tonight? If it is, what time in Dallas for 5%? Probably around 11 to 12 in the evening. So, in Nate I Trust says Pecos Hank seems legit. I hope that's true. Oh boy. By the way, if you're new to the channel, feel free to go ahead and hit that subscribe button or like the video. Helps me out with YouTube's algorithm, and share it to people if you feel like they would be interested in my content. So that would be appreciated. And to all the people who have liked, commented, subscribed, hit the bell, donated, stuff like that, even shared the video. I just want to tell you all you're amazing. I hope you know that. So thank you so much. And yep, I'll continue to do this as this continues to move towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Any tornadoes or strong winds today? There has been a couple tornadoes, actually. There was a couple reports of some tornadoes. There was one with a delta velocity of 13 miles per hour, chat? Was that correct? So there was not particularly strong tornadoes, but there were some that were on the ground. So definitely something to keep in mind. And this may be a little sneak peek as to what's going to happen tomorrow, as I have mentioned. There could quite possibly be another severe weather outbreak or event that could be happening in Kansas and Nebraska. So something to keep in mind as you all continue to monitor this with myself. Let's see. We'll know for sure tomorrow. Yep, I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm continuing to stream tonight, but I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. David didn't stream today, and he said he was going live today. He did stream. He streamed for like, what is it? an hour and 50 minutes, something like that. I streamed prior to him streaming, and I'm still streaming right now. Devotion. Let's see. Jimmy's right about the tornado video near Louvre. That thing looked very strong. Great footage too. Yep, I saw that. I saw that on my Discord server. Yep, my Discord server was definitely informing me as to all the stuff in and around there. So something to keep in mind. We also have to remember too that you know, my Discord server isn't just a bunch of like, you know, people who are trying to be professional. There's my community is there too. So, you know, with you guys having a whale of a time as you are right now, definitely something to where you guys will probably enjoy this. I've already seen the video. I've already seen the stuff that's happening in and around that area. I've already seen, okay, so 6 minutes. This was Fort Worth. Storm Cooker. I don't know where this is. What? Oh, yeah, I've seen this one. Oh, this one right here. This one's pretty nice, I gotta say. Look at that, chat. Casual bird flying towards the tornado. Yeah, that boy would be chonky, though. Actually, he's not chonky. He's quite skinny. But look at that, chat. That is definitely a really interesting tornado. Woof. I mean, that's just crazy. That is something that you can just marvel at, to be completely honest. So that was for someone who did come into the stream and asked if there was tornadoes. There's your tornado. There's your tornado. Indeed, indeed, my friend. So still, stuff into the night. Someone asked if there was something that could be happening in Missouri. I doubt it. There could be some stuff that could be happening in Missouri, possibly for the northwestern parts, but nothing for the southern parts when it comes to tornadic potential. But still, something really interesting to look at as it continues to move on through. So yeah, really interesting. Can we stream for 48 hours? No, I'm not going to stream for 48 hours again. I'm not streaming for 48 hours unless if it's a tornado outbreak, which is what I did for the Easter stream. I streamed for 35 hours. I was the only streamer, weather live streamer, to do that. So, but still pretty interesting. It's a nice nadir. Yeah, I know. It's really nice. As that continued to move on through. So, can't believe you jinxed it. I thought it was a bust. Today it wasn't. The outflow, anything along an outflow boundary never busts. I just want to allow you guys, I just want to tell you guys that unless if the outflow boundary is too quick. If it moves too fast and it doesn't time it correctly, the outflow boundary will not bust. That's so it's just all about the timing. Yeah, I agree, Adam. That is a beautiful tornado. I would chase that tornado. I would too. I would honestly do that. Reminds me of whenever we get stuff over here in South Central PA, I'll definitely live stream that on YouTube for you all to watch. So definitely something pretty interesting. There's actually some decent areas of rotation down here, guys. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think this event is done. I don't think this event is done. Oh, good lord. A bunch of reports of golf ball sized hail in Wichita County, Texas. So large hail still in and around those areas. Something to continue to keep in mind. But look at these guys, chat. Nice little hooks in and around those lines. Possible areas of rotation where you can kind of see, if I were to delete these arrows, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Something is still there, chat. Something is still there. And I wouldn't call it quits yet. I would still say that there could quite possibly be something along the line eventually that could stir some activity. So something to keep an eye out as these things continue to churn and churn out through Oklahoma. I want to take a look at these cells real quick in Arkansas. There was something that I saw when it comes to potential tornadic rotation. These storms over in Kansas every now and then I looked at. So something to continue to monitor. If this radar would load for me, I'd be able to show you all. But unfortunately, as of right now, doesn't seem like it doesn't. Doesn't want to show anything, doesn't it? There it is. And there's actually, it's still there. It still has that little teeny hook for the outflow boundary. Whether or not this thing sustains, I kind of doubt it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were to produce a tornado warning, specifically because of its characteristics. Maybe the same thing for this cell, too. If it can actually get some sort of forcing, it could potentially do something in and around those areas. And even this guy, what is going on with him? Goodness gracious. Got some sort of hook there. Definitely can see the greens are moving towards and the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where that rotation is. You know, it is definitely really interesting. Echo tops go over 50,000 feet, by the way, almost 51,000. So that's still pretty crazy that these storms are doing their own thing. And I did say there could be some sort of tornadic potential somewhere south of Tulsa. So there's that, but it is in a 2% risk for tornadoes. So something to be to keep an eye on for as that continues to move on through. We had a wind gust report of 61 mile per hour winds in Wichita County. So Wichita County just is absolutely getting hammered at the moment. So just something that will continue to move on through. Just so happens that they're going to continue to get report after report after report, bunch of stuff. Bob Pack stream is a good look at the storm near Bowie. Bob Pack? You gotta say all hail to our Lord Bob Pack. That's what Daniel would say. Daniel loves Bob Pack. Whenever he comes in and out of the stream, he'll mention him to the people who've been here for quite some time. Could tomorrow be Easter 2.0 but not widespread? You never know. You honestly never know unless the event actually is upon you. If the parameters continue to be correct, we could see a tornado. We could see a strong tornado. So something to keep in mind as we continue to go into the evening. I haven't taken a look at the models, but as of right now, these storms seem to kind of be occluded. There's 2 areas of rotation that I'm watching right now, but as of right now, nothing imminent for anyone. I feel like now would be a great time to look at the models, huh? Be a pretty good, nice. Pretty good thing for us to do. Don't ask, I was doing a forecast for someone in the UK. I'm helpful. I can go international if you need me to. So let's see. I want to see the preset. And I'll have IEM bot running for me just in case if anything tries to happen. Take a look at that, chat. Still some cells that try to develop. But nothing new as of right now. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Jefferson and Clay counties in Texas. The risks would have 70 mile per hour winds and 2.5 inch size hail. So people over there need to monitor those stuff, take their proper precautions. Let's see. Still something in Nebraska. Still something in Nebraska. Still something in Kansas, although that's contaminated. So I can't really show you what all is happening, but still something in Kansas. Possibly could see something as it continues to move on through. Go to bed. Have a good one, everyone. Yep. See you, KG. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out. Oh, it looks like guys about to hammer a fish. Seems legit. Yeah. So as it continues to move on through, definitely something to pay attention to. The HRRR is actually running right now. It's 0Z model. So I'm really curious to see what all it has to say about tomorrow. But I do want to take a look at its surface-based cape. Do you want to take a look at that? Yep, so as of right now, it seems that the storms continue to advect. The cape continues to advect up north. So those storms tonight will continue to feed on through, and we will continue to possibly see possible tornadoes and stuff like that in and around there. Let's see. See some more severe thunderstorm warnings that have been canceled. This just doesn't want to update, huh? It just doesn't want to. Sounds about right. I'm gonna be completely honest. Ooh. HRRR is now saying that there's not as much cape as there was forecasted to be in Nebraska. So that's really interesting. There could still be something in and around those areas. So I wouldn't be surprised, but southern Kansas will be pretty interesting. So I'll be streaming tomorrow. Southern Kansas, probably an area, biggest area to watch right now. Take a look at that, chat. Take a look at this on reflectivity. Look at that. Really nice hook. Really nice hook with velocities in and around there. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing decides to go tornado warned relatively soon. So something to keep in mind as that pushes on through. Definitely want to monitor that. Definitely want to. Got to say. Woof. Let's see. What all do we need here? Dallas, Fort Worth. New tornado warning, guys. Montague County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For hail upwards of 2 inches and radar indicated rotation. Need to go. Have a safe night. Bye. Yep. See ya. Do I have to pronounce that? Seems legit. No, I do. CRAZ, I think. I need to figure out how to pronounce that. I feel so bad for not being able to pronounce people's names. I honestly do. CRZ, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But I hope you have a good night. Obviously, reflectivity, really nice on presentation. Just really nice, honestly. The velocity's not really too organized right now, but you can definitely see some sort of rotation in and around that area. So just say Lux, please. Gotcha, Lux. I can remember that. New tornado warning. Let's see. That's in Oklahoma. I'm assuming that is from Tulsa's thing. So do I not have Tulsa on here? Lit. It's for the cell that I was talking about. Anyway, see you, Lux. Ah, boy. There we go. We got Tulsa on here now. We're adding all the IEM bots. All of them. But now, tornado warning for Latimer and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 8:45. No, actually, not 8:45. That'll be 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Woof. 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hail could go up to inch and 3/4, as well as radar indicated rotation. Nothing that has been reported as a funnel cloud, but still something to where the presentation on radar is quite nice. The inflow is still there, so right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Something to keep an eye on as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Let's get some timing out for everyone here. If I can get that, please, love of God. There we go. It seems as if it's going to be over mainly rural areas, but if you do live anywhere just to the south of Blocker, or even to the north and west of Wilburton, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornado as possible. By the way, Twitter, HockeyBoy8, same thing as everything else. Insta, Snapchat, Discord, stuff like that. You're missing your messages. What am I missing? Williamson County, Tennessee, fine. Yes, it's gonna be fine. Williamson County is fine. If I missed your message, it's completely by accident, so it's nothing personal. But yeah, that is definitely something that's heading in those general vicinity. It'll be eventually crossing over State Route 2 in a little under an hour, so people need to just continue to monitor this as this heads into that general vicinity. Might even be some sort of correlation coefficient drop, but I don't think it's on the ground as of right now. So can we get a delta velocity on both these storms? Yes, indeed. I can definitely give you a delta velocity. Let's place a marker right there. So 57.3 knot delta velocity, 18 knots plus 48 knots. That is 66 miles per hour for a delta velocity right in those areas. So definitely something people need to take their precautions. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Montague County in Texas. As I said, that'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's time out some of these storms out here too. Get a storm motion from warning in and around here. Two areas of possible rotation with this. The one heading into Bowie, the other one in and behind it, just to the north and west of Newport. So something to be really interesting here. Let's see, where is this? This right now, this tornado warning is in Montague County in Texas. The other one is in Oklahoma. So Latimer and Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma. So right now you can kind of see on reflectivity, classic hook signature with an inflow notch heading in towards Bowie. Let's actually time this out for you all. As you can see, greens are moving towards the radar. The kind of grays are moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So let's time this out for everyone. Get some timings out here. This will be crossing over US 287 in about 15 minutes, and then it'll be going and crossing US 81 in about 30 minutes. So people around there need to continue to take their precautions. If you live around Bowie or to the north of Bowie, you need to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Now, if you're north of Bowie along US Route 81, you guys have a bit of time. You guys can get some protective gear, like helmets, pillows, footwear, just in case if there is some sort of debris, just stuff like that, where you guys can go ahead and take your precautions prior to the storm getting towards you. Because if you live along US 81, you guys have about 30 minutes until this storm actually moves over your general vicinity. So do keep in mind about that, but you are under a tornado warning, and as that continues to move off to the east, that will eventually impact you. Let's see. If I take a look in the correlation coefficient, I don't see a lot. Don't see a whole lot, actually, so nothing really too much for me to say that it's on the ground right now, but it is trying. There's been reports of baseball-sized hail in Clay County, Texas. So some of these storms are continuously producing large amounts of hail, something to continue to keep in mind as it moves on through. Let's see. Montague County actually reports golf ball size hail in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind with that as well. Definitely something to keep in mind. Definitely something. I'm going to start deleting some of these IEM bots actually. There's only a select few that I believe I need now. Look at Twitter. All right, I'll take a look at Twitter. Latest reflectivity scan shows a really nice hook. I mean, look at that. Inflow notch and everything. Look at that in and around buoy. That is crazy. I mean, woof. Yep. That's definitely something really interesting. Somebody was telling me to look at Twitter mentions. Look at, what is this? Ow. It won't let me mute it. Ooh, some sort of lowering question mark? That's kind of interesting. Definitely some sort of gust front in and around there, but definitely some sort of lowering in and around that area. Yep. Yeah, that is really interesting, gotta say. That is really interesting. So, something to continue to keep in mind. Let's go back over to the cell in Oklahoma. As I said, this is for Latimer and Pittsburgh County. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities have kind of intensified a bit. Not really too organized reflectivity-wise. Although this spike might just be the inflow. If it can wrap around its downdraft, then it might be able to actually produce something. But as of right now, it does seem to be relatively disorganized. And actually, with the latest base velocity scan, it does seem as if that is the case. So nothing really too impressive right now. It is kind of fizzed out a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if it continued to intensify as it moves off to the east-northeast. So, yep. When it comes to classifications, this storm is up 58,400 feet up in the sky, which is really tall for these cells. And actually, question to see, this is looking up 5,000 feet. So I feel like we will be able to do a 3D of this storm. An inflow notch, it's okay. The inflow notch is kind of small, though. But you can still see it kind of lowering an arch right in and around there. And the inflow will be feeding into that inflow notch. Nothing really too interesting in my honest opinion, especially with these rotation signatures in and around here. It seems to be quite tilted, which typically would be good for extremely dangerous storms in and around those areas. But unfortunately, it does seem to be relatively weak and disorganized. Or fortunately, I should say. Unfortunate for the weather enthusiasts, fortunate for the people who are going to be impacted. Still tornado warning for that area, though. That'll continue according to the National Weather Service. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Clay County. So, Clay County's not done. Apparently, there's still tornado possible with these storms still, which is pretty interesting. All this continues to pan out, well, just dish out a bunch of different risks. I wonder if this is the storm right here that is a tornado possible. Yep, indeed. As I've mentioned before, this thing has really interesting presentation on reflectivity. The inflow notch is unimpeded. If this storm actually, hold up, I do want to see. Okay, so it does seem as if this storm and this storm is going to merge. They're going to merge into a cell, and whether this will dictate whether or not this storm will make it or break it. So, if it merges successfully, it could produce a really strong rotation and possibly have a tornado. If it doesn't, it could kill off this cell completely when it comes to tornadic rotation and die out. So this is the question. Is it going to sustain or not? That is the main question, and as of right now, just by looking at it, I think it could possibly I'm gonna say break it. Mainly based off of where the storm is attacking. The outflow is going out this way, and it just so happens that the storm is going into the outflow. So I wonder if this will break the storm. That's my guess. Brayden, welcome back. Thanks for coming back out to the stream. Let's see. We've got more reports of tennis ball sized hail. $half sized, golf ball sized, tennis ball sized, all the hail. So it's just consistently been dumping out large amounts of hail across the board. So still really interesting as this continues to move off to the east. I will say that. But as for right now, we have one major question. Will this thing get its act together? And will this storm sustain after the storm, this one right here, merges with it? So, I guess we'll have to figure it out. But as for right now, it does seem as if that is the main question, and whether or not stuff will continue to happen. HRRRs now continue to give us some more times. Ooh. Yo, hold up, chat. Hold up, chat. Give me 2 seconds. Whoa. Ooh, severe. Why is it not tornadic? I question. The veering winds probably aren't as intense as they were supposed to be. Oh, the low level winds are okay. It's just capped. It's really moist at the lower levels, not really cold in the upper levels. I don't know. It's going to be kind of difficult to tell as that moves on through. This is saying that southern Kansas is not going to see anything. But this is saying that you guys could see something right around 8. So North Platte might be seeing something in and around there. Which, if that's the case, then my prediction will hold true when it comes to North Platte being impacted. I don't know. The models are really... Well, okay then. How about Alabama? Alabama's just going to get some sporadic thunderstorms. But it seems as if... Oh, good Lord. Oh, boy. Oh, good Lord. Ow. I'm saving that. This right here is a sounding, chat. It is an interesting sounding. Oh, crap. Wait, there it is. Somebody that's already gotten around in, in my Discord server. What have you missed? A couple tornadoes. Nothing really too much. Oh boy. Yeah, that's crazy. You're gonna be looking the live stream on your birthday tomorrow. Well, first off, happy early birthday. Do want to say that. But second off, quite unfortunate that there is still stuff happening around there. New tornado warning, by the way. New tornado warning for the cell out behind it that I have literally been mentioning. What have I been talking about, chat? What have I been talking about? New tornado warning for Clay County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Velocity show really intense, I gotta say. Really intense velocity. Storm relative, if I were to quickly get that for you all. Inflow dominant to the max. You can see the kind of bright whites into almost blue. You can kind of see the light blue and the reds moving away from the radar. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. That is some really nice rotation in and around that area. I still have a question as to whether or not this storm will impact the inflow or the outflow, I should say, of the storm. Probably not going to. It probably won't impact it at all. But definitely something to where people need to continue to take their precautions. If you're in Clay County near Newport, or at least north of Newport, eventually heading into the State Route 59 area, going towards Bowie, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So definitely something where people need to continue to take their precautions. Spectrum width is indeed lowering. There could quite possibly be a tornado on the ground right now. Some sort of lowering in and around that area, but my goodness, that is some really intense rotation if I have never seen any before. I mean, chat, that is pixel to pixel touching at 6,700 feet up in the sky. But the only limiting factor is that it's 6,700 feet up in the sky. And so we can't really see what's happening at the surface. So all we can do is measure as to what all is happening right now. But as the velocities get higher, you guys can see my new color table and how it starts to go from toothpaste to like this dark blue. So you guys, I feel like you guys will enjoy that. I kind of, I need to fix the red one. I need to fix the red. So I'll eventually get to that. But I feel like this color table is really cool. 110 knot delta velocity there. 110 knot delta velocity, 43 miles per hour, and 83 miles per hour. Actually, 84. That is 127 miles per hour as a delta velocity right there. So that is really intense rotation, and it is something that people need to continue to keep in mind. Granted, it is 6,700 feet up in the sky. It is relatively intense rotation. So something to really keep in mind. People are asking for a 3D. I'll do a 3D of both these storms. Boom. 2 delta velocities. Or not 2 delta velocities. 2 3Ds at the same time. Boom. Where is this at? This is in Texas. This is near Montague County and Clay County in Texas, just to the south and east of Wichita Falls. New tornado warning in Tulsa. That's for Sebastian and LaFleur County. Sebastian, Arkansas, LaFleur County, and Oklahoma until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind. We'll take a look at that tornado warning in a second. Let's take a look at the 3D model here. You can see nice little inflow area right in here where the arch kind of hangs. Really nice updrafts, keeping these precip up and above around 20 to 25,000 feet up in the sky. So take a look at that and how it's kind of diagonal. The updraft holds those things up into place. So something to keep in mind in and around there. Inflow boundary, inflow notch for the cell that's out to the east heading into Bowie. But it's not as nice of an inflow notch as it is back towards the north of Newport. So something to keep in mind there, that the one near Bowie might be occluded. The one down near Newport might actually be a lot more intense. So something to keep in mind. I do want to take a delta velocity real quick of this storm. 133.1 knot delta velocity. Definitely something that is starting to ramp up a bit. Let's put it this way. 96.2 miles per hour at plus 57. That's 149 miles per hour delta velocity. Something to keep in mind. Actually, that's not 147. What am I talking about? I can't do math. Seems legit. That is 153 mile per hour delta velocity. That is crazy. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move towards Bowie. State Route 59, people need to continue to monitor the weather as that moves into that general vicinity. Let's take a look at the tornado warning now for Sebastian and LaFleur County in Arkansas. That is going to be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hail's not really going to be an issue with this. It'll mainly just be the tornadic rotation. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what all is going to be happening here. Look at that, chat. Nice little hook there with an outflow boundary along the side. So definitely take a look at the reflectivity. Inflow notch in here, the reflectivity pulling in and around, creating a little ball, if you will. Not sure if that is on the ground right now, but as of right now, it does seem as if it's not actually, but it is relatively weak at the moment. So you might see something that try to stir up from it, but other than that, nothing too interesting. Just a tornado warning for a relatively weak cell that could possibly try to intensify along the line, but as of right now, it does seem to be relatively weak. Let's go back to the storm in Latimer and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. As I said, that'll be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities kind of show there is still something. You got the greens moving towards the dark reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I take a look at the correlation coefficient, I see a nice little inflow notch, but nothing indicated that anything is on the ground at this moment. So something to do, keep in mind. Granted, it is producing hail either below or around an inch. So the people around there, especially around State Route 2, need to continue to monitor the storm as this moves on through. So yeah, definitely something to continue to monitor. But I do want to take a look back at that tornado warning in Clay County because that has piqued my interest for the most part. Apparently, there is now, let's see. There has been report of a tornado from storm 611. So way back when, there was a report of a tornado in Wichita County. So that's another report of a tornado all the way back here with the original cells. But as of right now, it does not seem as if... oh my goodness. Yep, chat, yeah, that's quite intense. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it here. This is some quite intense rotation. 6,800 feet up in the sky. This is some really intense rotation. And I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see something kick off here. Really something that is... I'm going to keep my eye on for quite some time, but my goodness, is this thing absolutely mental. I mean, just woof. I mean, just whoof. The bright reds and the oranges moving away from the radar, the blues, the dark blues, and maybe even purples moving towards the radar. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. We haven't seen this in a long time, chat. And here we are, 130 miles per hour right here, and 72 miles per hour right there. That's 176 knot delta velocity. Give me a second. That is telling me that it is 202.7 miles per hour at 6,800 feet up in the sky. 202 mile per hour delta velocity at 6,800 feet in the sky. That in itself is crazy. I'm just telling my chat that, I mean, look, it updated again. I can't. That is crazy there, chat. I've got to say, this is some really intense rotation. That is crazy. If you know anyone who's going to be impacted by this in Bowie, make sure to either show them this stream or tell them that they're going to be getting impacted by this thing, because this is a extraordinarily dangerous situation, in my honest opinion. I mean, a lot of flashbacks that are happening right now, chat. My heart is absolutely pumping, and I haven't seen this in a while. I mean, all I can do right now is just basically watch and tell you all what exactly is happening. So, my goodness, I have not seen this in a while. But let's take a look at the delta velocity now. I mean, my goodness. Gate to gate is 120 knots, so 48 miles per hour plus 90 miles per hour, 138.7 knots, 138 point, goodness gracious, I can't talk, 138.7 miles per hour with this storm right now. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is rain wrapped all the way. High precipitation, very dangerous storm right now. That is crazy. That is extraordinarily crazy, chat, and I have no words right now as to what all we are witnessing. I just hope to God that everyone out in front of this storm is safe and that they have taken their proper precautions. If you know anyone who's on State Route 59 in, oh good lord, anyone in State Route 59 in Texas, tell them, please, that they should not be outside right now. Definitely something that people need to continue to monitor. Jonathan Moore, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Just share with people that this is a dangerous situation, and that this could quite possibly, this is a storm that we haven't seen in a while. Really something that people need to monitor. Here's the 3D of this. You can definitely see the inflow notch right here. You can see the kind of arch, if you will, with all the rotation moving into, you can kind of see, I can't draw straight. Right now, I'm just absolutely going mental. You're in the tornado warning. Which one? There are 4 of them right now. Kilo 147, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Robbie, which tornado warning are you in right now? I'll try and help you as best as I can. Yeah, as this tornado right now, or I don't know what you can call this, but this is definitely some intense rotation. Especially at the lower levels, some really intense rotation. Rotation is also ramping up behind it. Live stream on Nick Busby and Bowie is insane out there. What should you do in a tornado warning? You should either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. That is the best thing that you can do. And if you are further out from the storm, like say 15 minutes, so you're in Bowie. If you're in Bowie, let's get a storm motion for you guys, get some tracking in here. Bowie's going to be impacted in about 25 minutes. Okay? So if you're in Bowie, you guys have a little bit of time. You guys can go ahead and take your precautions, like get pillows, get shoes, get helmets, get protective gear, something that could help protect you and put more walls between yourself and the actual tornadic rotation as possible. So as this continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor this storm. People have mentioned in the chat that it is weakened. Yes, granted it has weakened. Let's put it this way. It is still inflow dominant. And if it continues to be inflow dominant, then it will probably continue to sustain and probably be at this intensity for quite some time. It is indeed rain wrapped. It'll probably continue to be rain wrapped, not hail wrapped, I will say. But definitely something to where people need to continue to. Oh boy. I think the velocities kind of just gave up on us, chat. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, I can't tell you what exactly is happening right now. The velocities are kind of giving up. I can tell you that there is a hook right here. And the inflow notch is moving into the embedded rotation. People in there really need to continue to take your precautions. I cannot give you all a projected rating on this. I can't do anything until after the tornado or possible tornado has been through. All I can say is that people in these areas need to continue to take their precautions and get into your safe space. My honest opinion, I don't believe anyone should be chasing this storm. I honestly don't believe anyone should be chasing this storm. Mainly because it is rain wrapped at this moment. And because it is rain wrapped, no one can see anything. Do want to mention that hail with the size of eggs have been reported in Bowie. So they're getting the hail right now. They're going to get the rain. They're going to get the hail. And they're possibly going to get a tornado. By the way, the tornado warning in Arkansas now has been confirmed. Weather spotters have confirmed it. So something to keep in mind there. But you're going to get the gusty winds. You're going to get the rain. You're going to get the hail. And then you'll probably get the tornadic rotation as it continues to move on through. They probably can't confirm it at the moment. Mainly because you won't be able to see it at the moment. I do want to take a look real quick to see. Yep, so there's probably just some sort of rope tornado, if anything. But people along State Route 83 from Oklahoma heading into Arkansas, State Route 96 near Hartford, Monroe, as well as Midland. If you guys live over there, you guys need to take your precautions too, because there is a tornado reported on the ground in Arkansas. So people need to take their precautions there. South Texas border, Maverick County, Eagle Pass, please. Yeah, I got you, Cameron. I'll put that in, I'll get that in a separate thing, but I do want to go back to the tornado warning in Texas. Sheesh, this is absolutely crazy at the moment. I'm going to be completely honest. Malaus, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Let's see. Eagle Pass, Texas border. You guys should theoretically be fine. Give me a second. I'll run a model real quick just to see if you guys will get anything right now. Let's see. But I'll go back to this storm right here. Show you all that still, there's the rotation back. There it is. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. It's still some really rapid rotation in and around that area. Quite rain-wrapped. You can kind of see how the downdraft kind of surges down south. Nothing really too organized right now at this moment, but something that can people need to continue to watch as that continues to move off. Maine seems to be trending to the south of Bowie, which is going to be really interesting. Estimated size, give me 2 seconds. The size of this mesocyclone, it's about 6 miles wide. So when it comes to the actual rotation, it's kind of hard to say specifically, but they could be getting some. Eagle Pass, by the way, for the person that asked that, they might see some scattered storms, but other than that, nothing really of interest down and around you guys. You guys will have temperatures in the lower 80s. This storm continues to seem to have some sort of rotation. There's a new tornado warning in Sebastian County. It seems as if the tornado warnings are now firing off in rapid speeds. So people need to continue. If you are, it's getting to the point where I might be getting overwhelmed at this point, but I'm going to go by as quick as possible, like I did on Easter. If you are in any of these tornado warnings, Sebastian County in Arkansas, LeFlore County in Oklahoma, as well as Latimer and Pittsburgh in Oklahoma. If you're in Clay or Montague in Texas, go ahead and take your precautions. Get to your safe space now. Let's just run through these as fast as possible. Tornado warning for Sebastian County in Arkansas. This will be in effect until 3Z, or in this case, it will be until 10. This is 10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can kind of see in the velocities. Actually, let's take a look at reflectivity. You can see classic hook characteristic here. If it wraps around its downdraft, then it could definitely produce some sort of tornadic rotation in and around there. But the reds are moving away from the radar. The kind of greens moving towards right in the middle. The broad but kind of weak rotation is there. And there could potentially be some sort of tornado like its counterpart to the south and west. But still something to keep in mind. People that are Midland, Huntington, US 71, as well as US 71 both ways. If you're near Huntington, Abbott, Mansfield, north of those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, as I've mentioned before. Down to the south, for Sebastian and LeFlore counties, this has a history of producing a tornado, according to some storm spotters. So definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this storm as well. This will be eventually heading off to the State Route 83 area in Oklahoma and the State Route 96 area in Arkansas. So people just to this, people to the south and east of Monroe, near Hartford, north of Bates, north of Cawthron, south of Hartford. If you know anyone in those areas, they need to go ahead and take their safe spaces too, specifically because there is a possible tornado ongoing right now from this storm. Let's go over here to this tornado warning over here in Latimer and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma. This will be in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can see the velocities. Unfortunately, there seems to be some sort of what is it? Give me a second. Let's put it this way. There's some interference with the velocities here. Range folding right within this area, but you can kind of see reds moving away, greens moving towards. This purple would typically be green, so right in the middle would be where the rotation would be, in my honest opinion. Something really weak right now, but something that could also produce. You can kind of see the hook characteristic and the inflow notch kind of open, so something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's move down into Texas now for Clay County. I do want to take a look at this because this is something really intense right within those areas. Let's take a look at the velocities now, see if these have updated. As of right now, both the rotations are there. As a matter of fact, there it is. More of a distinctive rotation. You can definitely see the classic bird wings right within here. Something to be keep in mind of as this continues to move towards Bowie near the US 81 area, and there's even another area of rotation north of Bowie. So something to keep in mind for Montague too. So let's just go down the line with the largest, strongest rotation first. Obviously, get a closer look. Bird wings approach within this area with some really interesting velocities. As a matter of fact, there are even some velocities that can't even register anymore. So something to keep in mind. We'll just go back to this velocity and show you all what all I mean. So let's put a track right there. That's 137 miles per hour in this single pixel. This one is 52.6 miles per hour. So that would be in and around 189 miles per hour as a delta velocity gate to gate, meaning they are literally touching. That is strong enough to potentially even, look at that blue on the storm relative velocities, 148 miles per hour. That's crazy. And then you can even see the spectrum width is going mental right now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of lowering in that area. Definitely some sort of rotation, possibly a rain-wrapped tornado ongoing heading towards Bowie. So as I mentioned, if you live over there, the mesocyclone has now went up a level. That is definitely something interesting as that continues to move on through. Yep, I mean, that is concerning. That is definitely concerning. But one thing that I do want to mention, If you live along State Route 59, if you're south of Bowie on US 287, or if you're even on US 81, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions right now. This storm has been consistently producing some strong winds, and may even possibly be producing an ongoing tornado at this moment. So just definitely one of those things where you don't want to go outside and check for yourself. This is going to be rain wrapped, and you will be pelted with all different conditions, including rain, hail, and winds prior to seeing the tornado. So something to where you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. As for the cell to the north of Bowie, you can kind of see same characteristics. Red's moving away, the bright green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just directly north of Bowie, just directly to the west of Montague. And as this continues to move on through, even on the reflectivity, you can kind of see a hook characteristic right within there. The inflow notch quite visible. I do want to take a 3D of this cell to see the inflow notch. Yep, this is definitely really interesting to say the least. I will say the inflow notch has been pretty obscured now. But there is a new inflow notch that is developing on the northern cell near Montague. There is some sort of inflow being surged into that cell, so something to keep in mind for that. But the other one seems to be not having as much of an inflow notch. I will kind of alter my color table a little bit. There is a little bit of an inflow notch, but there's a lot of rain that's occluding it. And there might even be a new inflow notch forming even in behind the cell. So there might even be another one in behind this area. And then there's the other inflow notch near Montague that I was mentioning before. You can kind of see how there's a little bit of a gap in on the side of the supercell, and right in there is where the possible rotation could quite possibly be. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. The rotation, if we can continue to take a look at that, confirms my suspicions that there is a possible rotation out behind this cell. So a third rotation that could quite possibly be going in and around. And then there's obviously the main rotation that's been relatively strong and consistent. And then the other one that has been kind of going on and off within the cell as that continues to move on by. Still relatively inflow dominant. I will mention that. It is still inflow dominant. So something to keep in mind. Actually, if we take a look, there is the inflow winds right there. And there's actually even some inflow winds on the rear storm as well. So something to keep in mind that multiple areas have rotation and they are all inflow dominant. So these cells could continue to sustain if they do recycle and they do not become inflow. They do not become high precipitation based. But there is the hook down in the back of this new cell. That might actually be the new, completely new cell. You can kind of see 3 areas of rotation. I mean, look at that. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3. 3 areas of really intense rotation in and along those areas. I'm actually going to take a delta velocity of this area right here. 138.9 knots of a delta velocity, 72 miles per hour plus 77 miles per hour plus 82 miles per hour. That would indicate 159 mile per hour delta velocity. So that is relatively intense right in there. Bowie right now, the good news is that the intense rotation is kind of weakened a bit. Nothing really too intense right in those areas. But as of right now, still inflow dominant in those areas. And both cells on the south. The one to the north seems to be weakening just a smidge, which is the good news for Montague, but still something to where people around Bowie need to continue to monitor this, especially the cell around the back that could quite possibly be forming a new area of rotation. New tornado warning that has been issued for Montague County. I'm not sure where this is probably a new just area of new tornado warning in general, because this one has to expire. But probably a new tornado warning for Montague. That'll be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And you can also get risks of 2-inch sized hail for that one as well. So something to keep in mind. There is the new tornado warning, as I have mentioned. A broad area, an absolutely broad area for them to issue. But to be fair, there is 2 areas of rotation in this line, and they honestly should be looking at this one. Granted, it is outside of their jurisdiction at the moment, so something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I'm going to switch over to Dallas-Fort Worth's IEM bot just to continue to get live updates. But as of right now, it does seem as if it will continue to move on through. Let's see. The other tornado warning back here is expired. However, I would not be surprised if another one gets issued for this cell. So just to make sure, make you all aware, this one right here is a new rotation that's forming in behind the line. Could probably get all the energy even in behind it. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through in different areas. Let's see. New tornado warning for Latimer County in Oklahoma. That is going to be in effect until, let's see, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's see. Let's take a look. As I said, there has been reports of a tornado, so let's just quickly go over these 3 tornado warnings in and around these areas. But new tornado warning for Latimer County. That's going to be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Something really interesting to continue to monitor. But I do want to take a look at these just so everyone gets informed as to these potential areas of rotation. So hopefully the level 2 data that is provided for me continues to load. But as of right now, it does seem to be doing its own thing. Reports of debris in the road, possible damage at a Walmart. Where? That'd be a good question. There is the latest scans here. All of these could probably turn tornado warning. I'm going to be completely honest. I just took a look at this and I said all of these could probably go tornado warned. Little hook right here. Little hook right here. Obviously, this thing's produced a tornado, and this thing could probably do it. This thing right here. 5 areas of possible rotation in and around Oklahoma and Arkansas. Definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions. Yep, there's a rotation down here near Albion and Talihina. Those areas over there could continue to see possible areas of tornadic rotation, but otherwise hail and gusty winds. This area over here in, let's see, this is Latimer County. This could see a possible tornado with the reds moving away and the greens, even though the range folding is taking over, moving towards right in the middle. There could be some rotation in and around here. This thing has had a history of producing a tornado. You can see the dark reds moving away, the greens moving towards. Here would be a rotation. And then the cell up to the north, obviously, reds moving away, greens moving towards. Rotation in here. So everywhere, if you have a tornado warning in this area, you need to just respect the polygon because there has been so many that's been issued in and around this area. Something to keep in mind all around there. Let's see. Yeah, just there's so much. So people along State Route 2 in Oklahoma, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions and get to your safe space. If you know anyone that lives over there to the south or even around Quinton in Oklahoma and to the north of Wilburton, tell them to take their precautions and get to a safe space. If you know anyone that lives in Arkansas, south of Hartford, or even around Huntington, Abbott, around US 71, anywhere along those areas, tell them to take their precautions. That'll also be eventually heading into the Washburn area, but around Abbott, Mansfield, Huntington, US Route 71, as well as south of Hartford, you guys need to tell them to take their precautions. New tornado warning has been updated, cancels for LaFleur, and continues for Sebastian, actually. So this has been updated out already for us. And then this cell, I'm not sure if this could go tornado warned. It is kind of dying out a bit, but something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's take a look back at the tornado warning for Montague County. And hopefully we can now see this under the Dallas-Fort Worth radar better than we can see it in Frederick. But that's definitely up for grabs. I am going to just check it out for a bit. Reported damage in Bowie. Yep, so there could quite possibly be some sort of tornado ongoing, as I have mentioned, out there. Whether that's either gusty winds or tornado. We just hope that people took their precautions as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on. And yeah, I hope that this didn't impact a lot of people. All right, we can start using Dallas-Fort Worth's radar. And that's kind of scary still. Both of these areas, if this downdraft could wrap around, there could be a possible area of rotation that'll be impacting Newport. Gusty winds, extreme gusty winds in and around Bowie. Still an area of rotation around here. You can see the hook kind of wraps around and it's still going on strong. Be passing over US 81 in Texas, as well as State Route 101 in Texas, near the Fruitland area. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions, as I have mentioned before. Good news after this. Actually, not really good news, because there's still some. It's not even in rural areas after Bowie. So if you live just to the east of Fruitland and Bowie, it is now your turn. You guys are definitely going to be experiencing these conditions. So you need to just go ahead, get to your safe space, and get underground, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornadic rotation as possible. Let's see. We have reports of egg-sized hail, which is 2 inches with this storm as well, and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and tree limbs blown off. So something to keep in mind, whether it is from the tornadic rotation or it is a gust front. You guys need to continue to monitor this as this pushes on through. I wouldn't honestly be surprised if this is all trying to gust out now, but there could be some embedded rotations within this. Except for this back here. This thing still seems to be having a whale of a time. So there could be some sort of rotation back here, but this cell out near Bowie might be attempting to try and gust out, but there's still some sort of a donut hole rotation in here near Bowie. So I wouldn't be surprised if there could still be a tornado in and around those areas. So yeah, as I've mentioned before, people in Montague County in Texas need to continue to take their precautions and either get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornado or the possible ongoing tornado as possible. Both of these cells, I do want to mention the ones that have the rotation, the one near Bowie and the one just to the south and west of Bowie. Both of them have echo tops and upwards of 58,000 feet. So something, or almost 58,000 feet. So people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves on through as well. Let's see. Oh wow, that's just crazy in itself. I do want to take a look at the satellite imagery of these cells. We'll go long wave IR. Let's see. So the CAPE has indeed lessened quite some bit, but there's still an area of 4,500 joules per kilogram in and around just to the north and west of Dallas, and there are still some areas of 4,500 joules per kilogram CAPE near Dallas. So this could continue into the night with a bunch of instability all over the shop. Let's see. There's been reports of building damage near 81 and Highway 287. So now as that continues to move on through, definitely some intense storms moving through there. But take a look at that. Overshooting tops all across the board in these areas. Something that people should continue to monitor as that moves on through into the night. Let's see. Look at Mark Dress stream. I'll take a look at it in a bit. Large wedge. You see, as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it's either gusty winds along the line or if it is a possible rain-wrapped tornado, which is the reason why I'm not disputing it. However, I do take a look at that. That is all the updraft basically pushing all the winds forward and some possible gusty winds in and around this area. So it's just kind of hard to tell right now, but there is still a possible area of rotation that I am looking at right now near Fruitland. So something to keep in mind. If this thing starts to form again, then we'll be back on it. But as of right now, it is quite rain-wrapped, I will say that. I will say, it is starting to form an inflow notch. This thing, as I said back here, I said this thing is starting to form an inflow notch. All right? So you can see the arch right here of how there's a little opening right within this area where energy can be sucked into the thunderstorm. Now, the same thing is attempting to be formed in here. You can kind of see a little teeny bit of an arch right in there, something to continue to watch. And then there's a little one over here, but I'm not sure if that's actually relevant. I'd have to take a look for myself. But, honestly, probably not exactly what I was thinking. But there's a lot of damage reports coming from Bowie and along Highway 81. Definitely one of those things where I hoped that everyone continued to actually move in those areas. So, you know, just if they took their precautions, then they should theoretically be fine. But something to continue to monitor. Jimmy, I'll take a look at your Twitter thing whenever I feel it's necessary. But for right now, there seems to be a quite possibly very strong tornado that has been on the ground. So we will take a look at that as that continues to move on through. Roofs ripped off at Best Western and Bowie. Oof. Is this storm heading towards Denton, Texas? Denton, Texas is just to the south of it. So Denton is down here. It's just to the south and east of it, actually. But Denton is right here, and here is the storm, and it's moving this way. So it'll be moving off to your north. I will say that. But as of right now, still something that it's going to be really interesting. And, yeah, the southern rotation is now starting to do things. Yep, it is now starting to become rather intense, I will say. It is moving from left to right, so I will say that. But as of right now, the southern cell seems to be primed for some sort of development in that general vicinity. I'm really curious to see the damage reports coming out of Bowie tomorrow. I do, and I will be able to tell you all as to what all is going on, or at least what the ratings were for all of these storms. We will definitely get some sort of rating from the storm in Wichita, Wichita County, due to the fact that there was damage over there. But let's see. Mesoscale discussion. Interesting. I do want to take a look at that mesoscale discussion in a bit. Yeah. So what's happening in the southern cell storm? Yeah, this thing is continuing to. Let's put it this way. Do you guys see how there is absolutely no thunderstorms down below this circle? There's just only this one, right? You guys see that? Okay. That means that all this area still has untapped energy. Probably around 4,000 joules per kilogram on average. That will eventually be fed into this storm once it moves in there. And there's actually an area of 4,500 joules per kilogram CAPE here. So as this moves into that general vicinity, guess where that's going to go? You guessed it, into the storm that has been producing some damage. So as of right now, It's going to be really interesting to take a look at. I'll take a look at it now. Might as well. That's a lot of damage. It is having a whale of a time, I gotta say. Yeah, there's definitely some damage. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. But kind of knew that today wasn't gonna be over. So, still tornado warning for Latimer County. Still radar indicated rotation. So that will continue until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma. The ones that I circled earlier with the rotation and all of that. One of those things where all of them have not only have tornado possibles, but all of them have decent hail within those areas. So something to keep in mind. I also have to mention that there's some flash flooding within the areas north of Wichita Falls due to all the storms consecutively producing in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues into the night. I do want to take a look at the mesoscale discussion on this thing. Severe weather threat continues. Mid-late evening, wind damage, and a couple of tornadoes possible. So this is going to be continuing. And as I've mentioned, Broyles is the man. He's one of the most accurate Storm Prediction Center people out there. So for him to say that, according to in his opinion, that this area will possibly have a couple of tornadoes, definitely one of those things where not only does this support his theory, but there is still a lot of untapped energy out in front of these storms. Tornado potential for Dallas Fort Worth. Yep, indeed. You're just east of Decatur. Calm but good light show. Yeah, it is indeed a great light show. I will say you probably won't be impacted until a bit later, and you won't be impacted by the tornado warned storm. But it is going to your north, and it is moving from left to right out in front of you. So you should be theoretically fine. You should have a nice little light show for yourself. But everyone else who's out in front of it, like if you know anyone who lives near Gainesville, Valley View, you might want to tell them that there might be some sort of tornadic rotation moving in their area. I also do want to mention that there could quite possibly be another cell that could be forming down to the south, and you might want to monitor that one too. There might be something that'll be heading relatively close to your area, but I don't believe that they're going to be it's going to be actually coming out towards you, but it's going to be something in and around those areas. Is it headed towards I-35 North Red River? Yes, it is going to be heading towards I-35. It'll probably be heading off right around the area, just I'd say possibly as far south as Denton. I don't think Denton will be impacted, but Sanger and north all the way up to Thackerville in Oklahoma. I feel like that those could be the areas impacted by this potentially tornadic cell. So if you know anyone who lives around those areas, to the east, to the west of those areas, please tell them that there could be some sort of tornadic potential heading their way. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Let's see. More reports of hail in and around these areas in general. Read your comment. Can you talk about the storms in Arkansas? Yes, I can indeed talk about the storms in Arkansas. Let's see. I'll get back to the storm in Texas in a second, guys. Believe me. So the storms in Arkansas. There might be one area that actually might potentially produce, well, not produce, but maybe have a tornado warning. Nah, it's kind of dissipated. All right, scratch that. The two areas in the tornado warning still are both Sebastian counties. One that's going to be heading into the Washburn area, the other one that's going to be heading south of the Mansfield area. So if you know anyone who lives just to the south of Mansfield, eventually heading off into the US 71 area, north of Hahn and around Abbott, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, as this will be heading off into your general vicinity. This storm has had a history of producing a tornado. I do want to mention that. So people need to take that into account as well. As for the storm near Washburn, just to the south of Washburn, there could be something that's moving in and around. But as of right now, it doesn't seem as if this is organized whatsoever. So there could still be something in and around this area, but it's kind of a gusting out a bit more, as you guys can see on velocities. So Arkansas seems to be all right for now, except for the area that I mentioned, which would be around Mansfield, north of Hahn, in and around US 71. Let's see. Both the tornado warnings to Sebastian have been continued, so that will continue to stay on for another either 10 minutes or 25 minutes. There's been reports of limbs and other debris in the road, so from the storm out in Bowie, so that's really interesting. More damage there. What about Bellevue? As someone said, Bellevue is kind of in the clear right now. For now, they're going to be seeing some more hail and rain, and it'll be a flood risk over for you guys. So I would say just monitor everything in and around that area. But as of right now, stuff seems to be filtering out completely when it comes to the tornadic rotation, and you guys will just get a lot of hail and gusty winds from now on. But still that one storm that I'm going to continue to monitor, and as that continues to move on through, we will have to see as to whether or not that stuff will sustain. Radar was indeed crazy. I do have to mention that. There we go. We got that. Still absolutely crazy here in and around these areas. Do you expect Dallas-Fort Worth tornado? You could possibly see something in Dallas-Fort Worth. But as of right now, nothing too much. Let's see. More hail reports. Golf ball sized hail. Across the board, a lot of golf ball sized hail reports in Arkansas and Oklahoma now. So, something that is still really crazy. Looks like stuff by tornado hit Bowie. It's kind of interesting. This thing has shown constant rotation in and around those areas. And now there's two areas of rotation now. There's one to the south of Montague. And then there's another one near Bowie. Well, it's kind of around here. It's trying to rotate. It's trying to, I will say that. But it is starting to, it is behind the outflow boundary, I will say. So if it can get out in front of it, then it could possibly produce something. But for right now, it's sitting right in its own little cold pool. So really interesting to see, say the least. Yeah, that's calm compared to earlier. Earlier it was crazy. Gonk. Oh boy. All right, let's see. More reports. More reports coming in. Still another tornado warning for Arkansas stays. Let's see. So much stuff going on in and around here. Let's see. Yeah, twin rotations indeed. Can I put a storm tracking on it? Yeah, indeed, I sure can. I'm just trying to inform as many people as I can right now. So the southern cell at storm track, that'll be moving just to the north of Alvord, just into the general vicinity of sunset in about 15 to 20 minutes. And then as for the other cell, the one just to the south of Monteague, that'll be heading off just to the south of the St. Joe area in about 30 minutes and heading to the Munster area in about 45. So something to keep in mind. It does seem now as if this thing is now starting to try and form its own rotation. And that's kind of interesting. Yeah, this thing is just continuing to just attempt to just rotate. I mean, look at this though. Woof. I'm curious as to what all could happen here. I really am curious. I wonder if this will continue to move into that general vicinity. That could just be from gusty winds. Yeah, I agree. This entire thing could be just from gusty winds, which is the reason why I'm not opposed to any of it, either from this to that, but I just from the tornado to the gusty winds. But I do want to mention that this entire thing is HP. The entire thing was HP, and no one knows what it was. But as of right, as one thing that I will say is that during those areas where damage began to occur, it was a tornado vortex signature. No debris signature, I will say that. More golf ball sized hail. Bunch of stuff that's continuing to funnel in. A lot of hail reports. All the hail reports. New tornado warning. This will be in effect. This is going to be for Sebastian County. That's going to be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's take a look at that one real quick. Yeah, it's just, let's put it this way, chat. Everything was HP so much to the point where it was just like, you know, no one knows. No one knows what's going on with it. Why is there another tornado warning right here? I'm confused. What was the point of this tornado warning? Anyone ask me? I don't know. But still, nice little hook right here. Could possibly be something that forms from it. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. And then there still is some sort of rotation in and around here with some sort of inflow. But it is just gusting out in and around that area, so it's kind of hard to tell for sure. This storm right here, though, I will say, is trying to intensify. It's got its own outflow boundary, so if you can get that hook out in front of the outflow boundary, you'll be sure to have some sort of tornadic rotation. But as of right now, it does seem to have practically 68 mile per hour delta velocity in and around that area. Like you, no one knows. No one knows what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to inform everyone as best as possible. Let's see. Now flash floods in Monty County, so there probably will be a flash flood warning out there. As I've said, people over in and around that area need to monitor the fact that not only you got gusty winds, but you also might have had some flash flooding in and around that area, maybe even some ongoing flash flooding due to the fact that everything is continuously just raining in and around that area. Still some really nice gusty winds down at the southern edge of the cell, though. I'm going to be continuing to watch that due to the fact that there might continuously be something that's heading towards the area of US 81. But yeah, that's going to be really interesting. You meant, like I said, not only you have guessing. Yep. Yep, no one knows right now. It's so HP to the point where no one knows. Give me a second. Yeah, this thing still has rotation, I gotta say. I look up for a second and it literally says something. So HP to the point that no one knows. Yep, no one knows. No one. Let's see. What is HP? HP stands for high precipitation, chat. So, if it's high precipitation, then obviously you can't see it because, there's a lot of rain there. But, in and around that area would be pretty interesting. Notice a lot more positive CG lightning towards Bowie. Yeah, I was noticing that too. I have like a radar scope on my phone. That's pretty interesting. Here, give me a second. Give me a few seconds. As I scroll up, there it is. Alrighty. Not what I wanted. Windows, place file manager. We can add, and now we can do this, do that. Okay. Add another one. This will look absolutely bonkers, but I need to see. I need to see for myself. Let's see. Does Radioscope have subscription after you buy it? Though if you don't get a tier system, then no. A lot more lightning in and around this area. Let's see. What does Rap Analysis say? 48% chance of producing a tornado. 192 0 to 1 kilometer shear, which is really nice. Let's see. Most unstable cape 4,200, mixed layer cape 3,959 with -33 cap inversion. So it still could have some explosive storms, and that is definitely something that people still need to keep in check. Let's see. Can you check Love County, Oklahoma? I sure can. Give me a second. Do you need a toner system for velocity mode? Toner system? What? I don't believe so. Love County. Oh, you're all the way over there. That makes sense. You guys right now are kind of getting some gusty winds and some, maybe some quarter-sized hail, maybe. Um, but something in and around there. If you're near Thackerville, you guys might get some gusty winds relatively soon. Mainly because of the fact that there's this giant storm that's heading your way. So, do want to mention that. I kind of want to loop this. And it also seems as if this right here is starting to gust out a bit. I'm going to be completely honest. It might be gusting out. All right, so this area right here is now just a gust front. This is gusting out right now. There's a lot of gusty winds. There probably is gusty winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour in and around that area. This right here is trying to do something. It's trying to form, but it's got that inflow boundary out in front of it. So I do have to mention that. Let's see. Nothing new. Nothing new in and around that area. There we go. All right. Whole lot better. Whole lot better. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of damage I gotta say in Bowie. A lot of damage right now. Including some flooding. Reports of flooding of several buildings and roads in Bowie. So that's really interesting. Both sides. Let's see. Track Mantler. Oh boy.
Dragon, my wife.
Oh, sorry. What?
Nothing. How are you doing? I'm Daniel, and I'm a diagnosed. Okay, how are you doing?
Currently trying to determine as to whether or not there's a tornado on the that was on the ground that had like a delta velocity of 202 miles per hour.
I don't doubt it was on the ground. I know what you're talking about. I just doubt the legitimacy of how long it was on the ground for.
Yes, I agree with that. Reports of cars spun around an East Bowie, Texas Walmart. Sounds about right.
Wait.
That is crazy.
Did you say Walmart?
Yeah, around a Walmart.
What is wrong with you? Jesus Christ, you shouted at Walmart.
Well, this is IEM.
I am here to aggressively berate the stream, alright?
Better not.
Maybe I will check my DMs, huh? You ever think I might do that? Alright, your chat's getting aggressive with me. I'm banning all of them.
Sounds about right. Let's see. Cape Significant Tornado Parameter and Supercell Composite is looking good for maybe some long track tornadoes, but right now it's at 2% with slight risk. That'll go up eventually. I'm waiting until late tonight for all of that. What are you crying for?
I would like to say Google Translate vastly messed up what I was trying to say. I do not, for the record, I do not fuck Rice Krispie treats.
Do you mind? Sir.
How you doing, mate?
We're maintaining all the professionalism, chat.
Oh, I'm here. That's gone now.
There's a line of trees down. I think there was a tornado. There's possibly either or. All right. There could have possibly been something on the ground, but it's just so IHP to the point where it's just gone mental. New tornado warning, by the way, for LaFleur County in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time,
Bright
with
lightning
hazards of
flashes,
1.5 inch size hail. So,
very low hanging wall cloud to my west. Hail, 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 hail. Wall cloud to my east. Cool.
yeah, there's just been a lot of damage that's been reported in a buoy. I hope that no one was really impacted all too much, but at the same time, you know, just with the reports that we've been seeing, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, Illinois looks interesting tomorrow. Yep, I agree. NAM3K says that there could be something in and along the line. But a lot of the models are so confused right now. Like, no one knows what's going on.
Just like me, confused and stumbling around.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably mute myself for this.
Yeah, you probably should.
Okay, cool. So,
Ooh. Did you mute yourself?
What? Did I not? Oh.
There you go. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for that Latimer LaFleur cell. So let's take a look at this. Obviously, red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be. On the reflectivity, you can kind of see.
Oh my god.
Classic hook
It's
signature.
a red next to a green. There has to be an EF5 on the ground.
Sounds about right. Sounds like half of my server.
The EF5 drought has been broken.
I'm just kidding.
There is a severe thunderstorm emergency.
Severe thunderstorm emergency.
I'm making fun of Sammy. I hope you know that.
That's not nice.
The poor dude's been lambasted on Twitter. Have you seen him?
No, but I'll probably look at it after the stream. You're doing a good job keeping us informed. Yep, no problem, Chelsea. No problem. I'll continue to try and do so.
That tornado warning on the southernmost storm in like the Texas Panhandle
is expired.
To expire. Yeah.
Okay, good. So it seems as if it's just going to be a gusty wind threat, as I've mentioned. The original rotation that had the 202 mile per hour delta velocity has turned into more or less a gusty wind threat. I said that I wouldn't be surprised if I saw 70 mile per hour wind gusts within those. So now it seems as if the major risk now is these storms in and around Oklahoma and Arkansas. You can still see there's a couple with some decent areas of rotation. One right in there, as I said, just to the north of Hahn, to the south of Abbott. Another one near Talihina. You can kind of see on reflectivity, same thing in there. Let's see.
54,000 feet. This guy, what a boomer. And then this storm's just cutting straight through the range foldings. So
yep, storm, this storm around Red Oak.
Ooh, we just went
still in and around there. But range folding seems to be an issue, so we can't really describe as to what all is happening with that storm. But still, plenty of areas that could possibly have some tornadic
the storm
rotation.
going through KS. The storm going through KSRX just went severe, and there's someone chasing it named Justin Bond. There
is some sort of rotation with that, I will say, but it's weak. Red's moving away, green's moving towards.
His name's Justin Bond. James Bond's less known cousin. Justin Bond chases tornadoes.
Is there a tornado on the ground? No, not right now. But there was a couple tornadoes on the ground all the way throughout the stream. So, but as of right now, it does seem as if there's just only 4 tornado warnings left. All of which are somewhat weak, but have potential to produce some sort of land spout / tornado. I will say, the cell near Talihina does have potential. The tornado warning for Sebastian County in Arkansas has been allowed to expire, but something still I want to look at. Something I still want to look at is whether or not this cell will be tornado warned again, and whether or not this storm will sustain. Yep.
I'd like to say something.
Like?
Gonk.
I'm not surprised. Let's see. Um. Is the point being a tornado and buoy? I mean, a microburst could have done damage like that too. Are you streaming till 1 Central to see the SPC outlook? I do not know. I guess I'll have to see as to what all
I
happens.
doubt there'll be anything interesting in it tonight.
Anything left? I mean, there might be something that heads towards Fort Worth. There might be, but it's starting to look like the stuff's are. I mean, there's still a lot of energy in and around that area, but it seems as if, even according to the NAM, the cells will kind of, they won't even touch Fort Worth, which is really interesting. No, go away, alarm.
Wait, who?
I said go away, alarm. I don't even know who half of these people are.
But you know who I am. You know, that's what matters.
No, not that. There's something else.
Apparently someone says AJ is here, so hi AJ. I hope you're having a terrible night.
I'm back and AJ is here. AJ is not here. Brandon confused you with AJ.
I'm Daniel. I'm not AJ.
AJ is not the only one that appears into the stream. As a matter of fact, AJ hasn't been in the stream in quite some time.
God, have they forgotten about me so quickly?
Probably. You might have to enforce yourself a bit more in the chat.
have I? Is my presence so easily forgotten? All right, cool. We're gonna change that. All right.
There's always that one person. Wait, where? What happened to that LOL kid? You remember him?
Oh yeah, he's the dude that got all salty with me.
Yeah, what happened to him? I don't even know what happened. I don't even know.
All right, I'm enforcing my authority in your chat.
Sounds about right. Busby's been driving around streaming the damage. Oh boy. Now there's only one tornado left. And then there was only one. And this still has kind of the potential for some sort of damage. 12 track diet remixes on each of the first 3 tracks. Well, seems legit.
Oh, tomorrow's not going to be worse than today.
Depends. The models still don't know what's going on.
Tomorrow is not going to be worse than today.
Models don't know what's going on.
I do. I am the weather.
Seems legit. Cobbs. The corn seems legit. You weren't there for that day, Daniel. That was fun.
No, I shouldn't say that. That's probably illegal.
It is illegal.
Knowing the general age gap of your audience.
It is illegal. I already know it's illegal. You might as well just like.
You see what Nicholas said.
Oh boy. More reports. Ping pong ball and golf ball size tail. So more stuff.
I hate to see it.
Yeah, so much stuff going around. By the way, I do want to say there is also a PDS sounding in Nebraska for tomorrow, according to the
Go get your
HRRR.
boy, tell him to chase. Get my man's, tell him, hey, you need to get out there and get to work.
Yeah, this
channel ain't produce its own content.
This literally no one knows what's going on. Like literally, the models are so inconsistent. I wouldn't be surprised if stuff happens.
Oh, so I have a funny story for you. So I posted on Facebook, coronavirus claims a black belt Chuck Norris, dead at 80. But it's a troll post. So for the 3/4 of the post, it talks like Chuck Norris is actually dead. And then it finishes off with, however, after his minor inconvenience of death, Chuck has made a full recovery and is recorded to be doing quite well. It is also reported that coronavirus is in self-isolation for 14 days. And everyone doesn't read the post. They think Chuck Norris is actually dead. And I'm having a whale of a time over here.
Oh boy. So apparently, live storm chasing says that there is an actual tornado on the ground, which I'm not disputing either or. I mean, the velocities just kind of went mental on its own. I mean, look at that. That just decided to go crazy. Oh, that's the traffic right now in Bowie. That's crazy. Look at that. 287 can't function right now. Whatever this is, I believe that's 81. That can't function right now. That's crazy. Woof. Yeah, there's a lot of damage. Even Reed Timmer, 2 dangerous mesocyclones with tornado warned complex near Bowie. Gorilla hail also in the core. What?
You are all just bones. What if I were a police cat?
Gorilla hail. He literally said gorilla hail also in the core in Bellevue, Texas. But take a look at that. As I said, the velocities were absolutely mental there. I mean, I was not surprised that this thing just continued to,
Nate,
push on through.
Oh
my god.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help!
Can
Police!
I help you?
Or check velocity near Bowie slightly south.
Nathaniel?
Oh, check the velocities. I will indeed do that. Yes, what do you need, my friend?
What are you freaking out about? Jesus.
The $2 super chat from Kilo147. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna go check what Bowie is.
$2. Hey, you should donate like 50 more.
Seems legit. Speaking of which, I got my check-in today from YouTube. I gotta cash it in.
Oh, I thought you meant your stimulus check, and I was like, hey, how you doing, Nate? I love you. I've always loved you. You've always been the one. You know what loves me more than I love you? My shopping cart loves you. My Etsy shopping cart, my Halo 3 model 1-to-1 scale replica MA5C assault rifle likes you.
Lamau. But anyways, yeah, I mean, there's some decent rotation in and around here, but it's nothing really. I think this is a lot of gusty winds, I'm going to be completely honest. Especially with the spectrum width kind of being in a line segment like this. Typically, that's just a lot of gusty winds, a gust front per se. There could possibly be something that's tornadic in and around there, so. If I haven't, Nick Busby or Mark Dress reported a tornado to the NWS. Don't doubt tornado on the ground, but there should have been reported because it is high precipitation based. No one knows what's happening due to the fact that it is high precipitation. So, it's kind of hard for them to report something that they can't see.
I'm the senior mod. You can't ban me.
Oh boy.
Did I hear a voice? Did I hear? Oh, I thought I heard.
No.
I thought I heard AJ. This makes me sad.
I sounded like AJ for a little bit. Seems legit.
What?
I guess I sounded like AJ for a little bit.
Yeah, you sound like AJ.
Is Arkansas going to see any more tornado warnings tonight into the morning hours?
Yes.
They might. Yeah, they might. They might, honestly. Nick said he can't really make sense of the damage. I can't either, especially since it's either extreme gusty winds or a possible tornado. Either or, it's still there. Mark Dress stream shows trees down. Yeah, I mean, it's either or. Might have been an extreme downburst, honestly. It might have. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to be completely honest.
That's gonk. Nate, if you haven't noticed, I really want my gonk droid.
I can understand that, honestly.
Gonk.
Okay, so there actually was a tornado on the ground in Bellevue. So,
you thought there wasn't?
No, I just needed the evidence, but now I see it. So there was actually a tornado here in Bellevue that moved towards Bowie. So that's the evidence that I needed. There was indeed a tornado on the ground with this one. So we will wait until tomorrow. When I do stream tomorrow, we will see what the actual reports were of that.
What is going on with Xbox Live right now?
There it is, boys and girls. There is indeed the tornado.
Did Xbox Live go down? No.
Seems legit. Let's see. Will Louisiana get any severe weather today? I don't believe so, in my honest opinion. There's a house reduced to a foundation with some debris on it. Metal absolutely cripped. Definitely a tornado looking really bad in Nick Busby's stream. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But, I mean, that is a chunky boy tornado right there. That's a cone. That is a cone. A cone. I just hope no one was impacted by that.
Hey, has anyone taken over Sammy's position yet?
No, but I am looking at applications.
Nate, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Has anyone taken over his position yet? I hated him, but I do have to give him this much. He was at least on time with the outlooks.
You want to know something?
I would not.
You can do a webhook for that.
I can do a webhook. Oh yeah, no, I know. Are you not aware of Brendan and Brittany's NWS feed server?
Oh yeah. No, I already know how to set up webhooks and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're in it, so like. Wait, are you still in it? Did you leave? I was about to say you better not have left. Yeah. You need to just like replace day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 through 8 with like the SPC feed, and then just make a couple separate channels for that. AJ gonked.
Maybe. What did he do? Oh, seems legit.
AJ gonked.
He's having a whale of a time. Yep, definitely a chunky boy in and around there. 20%. What? What do you mean 20%? There were 2 tornadoes around Bowie, duh. Yeah, there was two different areas, but this was Bellevue, and this was the storm that was kind of heading in and around that area. So it's kind of interesting. Sorry for asking you so many questions, but do you think that Tornado Alley area has changed or moved east? I mean, there's multiple tornado alleys, okay? And what I mean by that,
there's the Tornado Alley Discord server.
Seems legit. That kind of is dead at the moment, in which we don't talk about that. We don't talk about.
Are you
Fight
still
Club.
in it? Are you still in it?
Yeah, I'm still in it.
How? What's it? We gotta talk.
And we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah. How long do you plan on streaming for?
I don't know. I haven't looked into like what all is going to be happening after this right now, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Because I might go make pizza.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, just this area has just consistently been producing over and over again. But it's just the real question is the whether or not it will continue to sustain its tornado-like potential. When it comes to the storms back in Bowie and stuff like that, it'll be okay. And then someone also asked, now I remember, if I think Tornado Alley's shifting. There's multiple Tornado Alleys. So there's the original one, obviously the one with Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, stuff like that. And then there's not really a new one, but Dixie Alley, that's where the Easter Outbreak is doing its thing. So that's called Dixie Alley. It's where it's Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, those areas around there is Dixie Alley. And then maybe a little bit of Georgia. And then there's Hoosier Alley. Or Hoosier. I believe it's Hoosier. Hoosier Alley, that's up in Ohio and Indiana. So that area up there is its own Tornado Alley. So it isn't really shifting east per se. But I will say, just based off of like weather patterns, there has been more events happening in, say, the south more than the typical Tornado Alley. So something that I do want to mention there. Let's see. Little Rock going to get hammered tonight. They aren't going to get hammered per se. They're going to get some sort of thunderstorms. But it will definitely be not to the larger scale of what happened earlier. They might not even get thunderstorms, honestly. It does seem as if you guys are kind of in the clear. Maybe some sort of like general thunderstorm, but let's see. It might hit Dallas indeed. I believe it might actually track towards Dallas eventually. Not this storm per se, but it probably will eventually head into that general vicinity. There is an outflow boundary that is producing some gusty winds too. So the northern part of Fort Worth might be getting something, but Dallas and Fort Worth might be getting something. It's kind of half and half right now as to all of that. Will Denton or Collin County get bad weather? Probably. They're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Warnings going off in Love County, Oklahoma. Okay, so you guys might be getting something relatively soon. Give me a second. Hail size is a ping pong golf ball size hail over there. That might just be for gusty winds and stuff like that. I don't see a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for the Love County right now, but could just be for impending danger of severe storms. You live in Ohio, we don't see tornadoes, but we see damaging winds. You have to remember, if you remember the Dayton tornado a couple years back, that in there, it's mainly for the western part of Ohio. Western part of Ohio typically gets all the tornadoes. So there's that. This is insane. I know, Brioni. I know. It is. Tomorrow's going to be pretty interesting too, as I've mentioned. So you guys probably don't want me to talk about that anymore.
There will be no less than 500 tornado warnings tomorrow.
Sounds about right. Just kidding. When was the last day without a tornado? Feels like forever. I know, right? Yes, the survey will reveal its path around sunrise. Probably, maybe later in the day, honestly. It's doing its own thing. But, it is doing its own thing. Tomorrow it could be worse, could be weak, could be the same, but prepared. No timers. Seems legit. There's storms in Alabama. Yeah, there sure is. There's actually a couple storms in Alabama. But all of them are kind of like okay. Let's take a look at the tornado warning back over here near Talihina and Whitesboro. I want to see if this thing has done anything. Cell behind the big cell starting to rotate. Yeah, I'll take a look at that in a second. I do want to take a look at this real quick. I didn't even know we were under severe thunderstorm warning low. So quiet outside. It's really hot today. Windy though. Yep. That's typical. That is indeed typical. Let's see. Gotta say, this thing still has some sort of tornadic potential, I have to say. Maybe attempting to try and sustain itself, but other than that, who knows? It might be on the ground. So treat it as if it was. If you're north of Whitesboro, you know what to do. It is heading into a rural area, I will say that. It's heading to really rural territories. So, but this is heading to the north of Whitesboro, and this will be heading off eventually as time goes by towards US 59. So, pretty interesting. But as of right now, it seems as if not as big. Adriana Johnson, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. We're hearing about an entire block of mobile homes completely obliterated with nothing left, according to the spotter. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something out there. I wouldn't be surprised. Major damage in Bowie, Texas. Yep, we that storm when we were covering it had a 202 mile per hour delta velocity, which if that registers on the surface, which it was 6,800 feet up in the sky, but if there was winds like that at the surface, that would be the EF5 that I believe has been pending for quite some time. What was it, 7 years since the last EF5, chat? More? Moore, Oklahoma was the last EF5 that we've had, so we'll see. We'll see. Excuse me, where is the music? Seems legit. By the way, to all the people who are new to my channel, I want to quickly say I do this live severe weather analysis practically every single time I see a 5% chance for tornadoes, or I think that something could be interesting. That's the same vice versa with the 5%, where if I think something's not going to happen, I won't stream. But I typically do this most of the time, so if you want accurate live analysis, as I've been doing so for today, feel free to hit that subscribe button and like the video. And also be sure to share it with other people who might enjoy this as well. And even hit the bell. If you hit the bell, you'll be able to see my live analysis every single time I do stream. But I will say, the only reason why you might not want to hit the bell is because I do stream quite a bit. So, yeah.
Later.
All right, see you, Daniel. See you, Daniel. So yeah, let's see. Yes, just 7 years. Yep, so that's what I thought. So it's 7 years in the making, basically. 207 instead of 202. Nope, I'm at 202. 202 miles per hour. Wasn't there EF5 in Mississippi on April 28, 2014? I don't believe so. Don't believe so. Brian Rogers, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it.
Here we go.
And then seems legit. I like it. I like the name. Seems legit. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I'm not sure if there was an EF5 in Mississippi in 2014. I don't believe there was, but I thought the last one was more. Let's see. Really interesting, I gotta say. But the tornado warning still continues for another 9 minutes. So that's going to be interesting. But one thing that I am still questioning is this thing right here. Will this potentially form a tornado near Alford, just to the north of Decatur? As I've mentioned, there's probably going to be something that forms off just to the north of Decatur. And probably just like brush by it. So that's something that, the person who said he was east of Decatur needs to kind of just continues to monitor as that continues to move on through. Oklahoma tornado on the ground. Well, it could possibly be. It could possibly be. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not on the ground right now. It's a lot of inflow. Here. Boom. A lot of inflow right here. So I don't think it's on the ground right now. Power out for me in Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte got absolutely bamboozled by a QLCS towards midday. So that was going to be really interesting. Thought I was about to witness a tornado in Fort Worth last night, 2 a.m. Right from me. So, photographing. Storm felt like cold, warm air collision, rise upwards. Winds exceeded 60 to 70. I believe the debris ball started rotating in a circular motion. The gas station parking lot almost knocked over a few power lines. Yeah, I mean, that is... I wouldn't be surprised. I wasn't really paying attention last night to Dallas-Fort Worth, and to be completely honest. But that definitely sounds like there could be either some sort of gusty winds nature, maybe even be tornadic, maybe. Something within that line. Been watching like a hawk, yeah. Bro, radar scope. Been watching the blue rotation head toward me. Would love if you give it some more attention. Yep, I got it. I got you. But as of right now, even though there's this blue rotation, I will say that is the velocity is kind of de-aliasing. So I would take that with a grain of salt. And with that specifically there, that probably is more of like a red velocity moving in, possibly a green velocity moving out. So there could be some sort of rotation there. But the only way we will know is with a 3D image. So let's take a look. There is some sort of inflow notch in there, chat. Some sort of inflow notch. I will mention that. Here, let's actually take a smaller scale 3D. But some sort of inflow notch right within there. You can definitely see the arc that I typically talk about. Right within here is where the inflow would typically filter through. So Really interesting to take a look at. The rotation, if I were to look at this, pretty much surface based, spans up to about, I'd say, 12,000 feet up in the sky. So really interesting to say the least. There might even be something that connects these two together. So there might even be some sort of extra rotation that we're not fully seeing in the upper levels. But for right now, it does seem as if it has its own little thing per se. With spectrum width right now just kind of doing its own thing, honestly. It does seem that it's going to be moving just to... Ooh. You might get some sort of rain with this extension, but I think this will be moving this general vicinity, just to the north of Decatur. So you said you'd be east of Decatur, so you guys would probably be seeing some... you guys are encountering an outflow boundary right now, actually, so wouldn't be surprised if you saw something there. Let's see. Hate when there's damaging winds. Have a big silver maple tree in your backyard. Oof. GR2? Yeah, this is GR2. This is how you get the 3D image. So, GR2 is $250, but you only have to make one payment, unlike WSV3. And I believe the GR2 products, GR2 Analyst specifically, is the only one to get the 3D image. So, something that I like about it, where I can differentiate between all sorts of stuff. Actually, I want to take a 3D once again. I want to see something here. Okay. So that's kind of messed up right now. Isn't that lovely? Okay, so yeah, that still is kind of inflow dominant, kind of. But you know, it could be better, could be worse. Honestly. But it is inflow dominant, so I will say that much. Someone said there would be a possible another nadir back near Bowie. You could possibly see that, honestly. I want to see 3D of this cell right here as well. I mean, yeah, there's an inflow notch. There is indeed an inflow notch. You can kind of see that arc that I typically talk about. So right in here is where you could see some inflow. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was something right there. And there's actually some rotation that almost spans up to 20,000 feet up in the sky. So another area to watch as that continues to move on through. Probably will continue to watch these until these kind of diminish a bit. But as for right now, it does seem as if 2 areas of rotation in and around those areas. New tornado warning for LaFleur County in Oklahoma, and that's going to be in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is for radar indicated rotation and hail up to 1 3/4 inches. So LaFleur gets another tornado warning. Yep. Let's see. Yep, so there's the new tornado warning right within here. The red's moving away, green's moving towards, red's moving away. Erase this arrow, boom. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Still has a really nice inflow notch area along a boundary, actually, so that's pretty interesting. I do want to take a 3D of this just to see the inflow notch, how large that could be. Still relatively small, if I remember correctly, as to what it was last time. Let's see. But it's an inflow notch nevertheless. I mean, look at that. It's still there. So at least it can intake some sort of energy for it to sustain. Something around in there should be prominent enough. But yep. Definitely a really nice inflow notch here on 3D. Rotation, not sure how high that spans up, but it looks like it actually is pretty consistent. Not gonna lie. You can see the velocities going up relatively high into the sky, probably around 30 to 35,000 feet. It actually says it goes up to, it goes up to 40,000 feet, so that's pretty interesting. Yeah. No. Definitely need to search up that then. Yep. Let's see. And then you can do a bunch of countless other stuff with GR2 as well. But it's just the stuff that I use are exclusive to that. We've got a report of baseball size hail in LaFleur County in Oklahoma. So that's a thing now. 2.7-inch size hail. That sounds about right. So, my goodness gracious. Definitely a 5% chance for tornadoes, all right, I have to say. Let's see, I'm trying to find something here. Oh my good lord. Anyways, would you recommend GR2? I would highly recommend GR2. I've been basically using GR2 every single day since I bought it, and I bought it in the end of May. So, end of May, beginning of June, I've been using it ever since, and this is what I've been using to live stream. You can even go back into my live streams. The beginning ones where they were terrible, you know. They were there in that stream. So a lot of tornadic storms. Yep, indeed. A bunch of tornadic storms all across the board. But as of right now, it does seem as if threat's kind of weakened a bit. Especially this gust front being here. Really interesting gust front. You can kind of see what I mean by that. So, possibly still some sort of rotation inside the gust front right along the little appendage. But as of right now, nothing too much. No dice. No dice. The world is ending. Seems legit. Large hail? Yeah, I agree. Really large hail. Prefer your old videos like Trollface. Oh boy. Don't go to those videos, please. I'm keeping them up for memes so I could watch them later for like content, but like please don't watch them. You're not gonna want to. Let's see. More reports. Still severe thunderstorm warning. Flash flood in Monteith County, 9 miles west-southwest of Bowie. Running water over a road near Clay and Monteith County line. So that's really interesting. One thing I do want to mention with this storm is that there is, let's see, there is a tornado possible on the cells that back in behind this. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Just a gust front that came through and cooled everything down. Easy 10-degree drop. Yep. So I wouldn't be surprised then, even if something tries to form in there, I wouldn't be surprised if it just dies out. Let's see. Just terrible day for Bowie, Texas. I agree. It was his peak in YouTube. Wait, when? What? Where? Who said what? No. No, 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 no. You don't want to go back. He has really fallen off since. What? Not how that works. Where's this Texas? Virus is now in this. These are signs. Wow. 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. Yeah, that's associated with the gust front, to be completely honest. I mean, there is some sort of rotation, but honestly, it's not too big. So, it's fine. I do want to take a look back at, gonna go up to Bowie first thing tomorrow, maybe tonight. I mean, you could, but there's still a lot of gusty winds and heavy rain. It might even be flooded as you get down there. So first things first about that. I want to take a look at the tornado warning in LaFleur County in Oklahoma real quick. I do want to take a look at this. What in the world is that? Okay, we've got rotation number 1. And we've got clockwise rotation number 2. It seems as if there's 2 different areas of rotations now. So have fun, chat. We need to figure out if this rotation's going to form or if this rotation's going to form. I don't know. It seems to be having a whale of a time, I have to say. A lot of untapped energy, I agree. Williamson County, Tennessee getting hit tomorrow? Probably not. What features from WSV3 would you want to see in GR2? Probably, I'm pretty sure, I'm not educated in WSV3 too much because as soon as I looked at it, I thought it was stupid. I sure wouldn't want the graphics. I wouldn't want the graphics, for the love of God. But I'm positive there was, you can use multiple radars at once, and that's something that I would probably want. I don't really care for place files all too much, so the tornado watch and stuff like that I feel like is too flashy. Other than that, you know, probably seeing multiple radars and then also hurricane tracks and stuff like that, as well as satellite. That's always pretty nice. But I just feel like it's overpriced and not really worth it for how much it is. Let's see. What has changed from tomorrow since earlier today to now? Nothing really. Models still don't know what's going on. So, it's just doing its own thing. Ooh. New rotation forming in behind this. Yeah, I'd say there's new rotation. Something in there is happening. Oh, yeah. Something's happening in there, chat. How about the gorilla-sized tail? I mean, Reed Timmer said that there was gorilla-sized tail in there earlier. Website says it's competitive pricing. Yeah, no. There's nothing competitive about WSV3. It's its own thing. There's GR2 Earth, but GR Earth, sorry, but it's just not doing anything. There's a Cat 3 hurricane in Kansas, world is ending. Sounds about right. There's actually a little mini low over there. It's not a Cat 3, but it's doing all its stuff over there. Yeah. If both of them form and drop tornadoes, it's gonna be like twins, aka sisters. Yeah, you're telling me. Everything's pretty cold out there. I think it's more just a gusty wind. Stuff like that, but more rain reports, more flooding reports. Running water over road near Clay Montage County line. Yep, and then this one. Water over the road, multiple places. Yeah, it's just a lot of flash flooding. We shall see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for tomorrow. Streaming no matter what. But wait until tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Remember November 5th, 2017 Outbreak? I kind of do, yeah. I kind of do. In Bowie, I see a car literally tied to a tree. What does anybody think on the stream? No clue. Yeah, possibly. Earth valuables, human were there. Human for 3, yeah. Yep. Pretty good musica. La musica. Funnels northeast of Decatur. Maybe. I'm still worried about this thing. This thing's having a whale of a time. Whether or not it forms, that's the real question. But, you know, it does have its own outflow boundary. So, right in here is probably where I would be. Do you think cracking WSV3 is possible? Probably, maybe. You're just nervous for the morning or what we're going to see on Riley Road. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Obviously, it doesn't help that it's flooding over there, but we shall indeed see. Where I was assuming the damage was more significant than what we were able to see. Probably not the worst spot, the damage, however. Yeah, those areas out there, I'm just saying. Buoy is probably... Let's put it this way. It is relatively intense out there. Signs blown off. Funnel. Cells. Gorilla-sized hail. Gorilla hail. Goodness gracious. I don't really see... Don't really see anything. What about videos? Is there anything for videos? Maybe... Nobody. Bowie, Texas. What? March 29th, 2019. Seems legit. No one was even talking about it, so that's fun. Alright, well, that seems to be having a whale of a time. More flash flood warnings. Because all the rain possible. Sebastian, Arkansas, LaFleur, Oklahoma. Yep, definitely a flash flood warning there. Don't feed the trolls. I'm not feeding the trolls. There's some damage out there. It's a lot of damage. Could be some stuff in and around there. Got to say. EF1, EF2 based off if we hear more damage to well-built homes. Yeah, I mean, they'll just... Guess we'll have to see. Honestly. Tornado warning continues. Radar indicated for LaFleur until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I probably think that they could cancel it relatively soon. Gonna be honest. What is this? Okay, it's its own thing. Good. Let's take a look at this tornado warning again. Lay that back. Oh yeah, it's still got rotation. It's got something. It's trying. What does its updraft look like? It's okay. The thing could try. It's a little engine that could, but you know what? It is what it is. I will say it is tanking a little bit. It is tanking a little bit. The inflow notch is a bit occluded, so it's really hard for it to get its warm, moist, unstable air into that if it's already cooling the environment. So, about to go to bed. Gonna get hit in Carlton, Texas or not? Probably not. Probably not. According to the models, it says that stuff's supposed to dissipate before it reaches your area. The models don't know what they're doing. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not joking when I say that, too. It doesn't know. Hail the size of quarters. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Jack County. Okay. So that's interesting. Yeah, it does seem as if Dallas-Fort Worth should be fine. How many tornadoes have there been today? Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is how many I can count. There probably were more, but around 6. 6 is right around what I'm counting. So yeah. Let's see. What all is happening here? Severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, cool. What's RFD? Rear flank downdraft. Basically pulls all of the rain into it to cool the air so that the storm doesn't overheat. Let's see. Oh, I gotta catch this Pokemon. By the way, on my Discord server, we literally have a Pokemon thing so that we can just like catch and play Pokemon and stuff like that. It's a nice little pastime for whenever stuff doesn't happen. So, I mean, it is what it is. Oh boy, Saturday. Yeah, so the models are now starting to disagree completely. Will it rain in Denton, Texas? It probably will, to be completely honest with you. It probably will rain. You'll get some sort of gusty winds relatively soon, actually. As a matter of fact, allow me to time out when you're going to get gusty winds. Storm motion for morning. Whenever this does update. Denton, you're probably going to get some rain in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, give or take. So, Texas high school football news. 15 minutes is when Denton's going to be seeing stuff. Rotation, why? Where? I mean, there's a little bit of rotation, actually, but it's just not too organized, in my honest opinion. Let's see. New Vienna looking good for the next few days. Is New Vienna in Texas? Or anywhere else? I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. Here. Let's figure out where New Vienna is. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the stream, I will say that. Oh, it's in Ohio. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll take a look at that. Yeah. I don't believe they're going to be getting some rain until... They might get some rain Sunday, maybe. But I think it's unlikely. I think New Vienna should be fine. Should theoretically be fine. There's weather advisories in Alabama. Yep. Rotation Texas. Okay, yeah, Texas has a couple areas of rotation. Including this thing down here. This thing is still there. So, granted we're getting to the end of the stream. I will continue to stream until there is no area that I believe will continue to sustain itself. So I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Bad weather is coming to Denton. I seen it on another live feed. Denton is just going to be getting some gusty winds, and then they'll be getting some stuff eventually. So, probably in around 45 minutes is when you guys are gonna be getting some big rain. But you'll be getting some gusty winds, some light rain in about 15. Euless, Texas. Wait, Euless. It gave me some flashbacks to an anime that I watched. It's an acquired taste. Don't judge. Quarter-size sale reports in Haskell County, Oklahoma. Is cracked software illegal? Yes, it is very much so illegal. Yeah. Am I getting tired? No, it's just, first things first, I have to mention, I typically do longer live streams. I typically do like 10-hour live streams and stuff like that. So, as of late, I haven't been able to do that long live streams because the events haven't lasted that long. But, you know, people have to always remember that I did do a 35-hour live stream for the Easter Outbreak. No other streamer did that. The highest they all went was, I believe, 10 hours. Maybe 12. Something like that. So, but I covered it for 35 hours, and I stood up for 42. So fun times. Long live people united free seems legit. I don't know where Euless, Texas is. I'm gonna be completely honest. Let's find out. No, there isn't anything in Euless right now. Not right now. No rotation in Euless, Texas right now. I don't think there probably will be. You guys will probably see some gusty winds in my honest opinion, but other than that, not really. You guys should theoretically be fine. Check Love County, please. Yep, I got you. Love County is currently just getting some rain. Not a lot of hail, some spotty hail, but you'll also be getting some gusty winds in all that area. So, gusty winds. As I did mention before, you guys will probably get some gusty winds. I'm not sure if the timing was fine or perfect or whatever, but you guys are getting some stuff out in there. So,
here we go.
Let's see. Texas high school football news. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Love County seems to be getting some gusty winds. Not really a lot of hail. No tornadoes. I don't believe there will be any tornadic rotation for you all, which is a good thing. But mainly just gusty winds, in my honest opinion. It must be said, roof has peeled off the home. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. I want to see spectrum width. Oh, range folding. Yeah, I can't really tell what else is happening. Go follow his Twitch. No, don't follow my Twitch. I don't use my Twitch. I don't use it. Yeah, this is what I use now. YouTube. Will there be hail in Argo, Texas? Give me 2 seconds. I need to know where Argo is. Oh, it's south of Denton. Okay. There might be a little bit of hail for a little bit, but then it'll stop, and then there'll probably be a little bit of hail after that. So I'd say 40 minutes until you guys could possibly get that chance of the first batch of hail, and then another 2 hours until the second batch comes on through. So there's that. I do believe. Scratch that nearly 10-minute delay in the chat. Yeah. If there is some stream delay, then you guys probably will need to refresh the page or something like that so you can be more up to date. Something like that. Have you checked the Euro model on the tropics? Because it's showing a pretty big storm, tropical forming in Florida Panhandle, unless it's changed. I did hear about that in the chat in my Discord server, actually, which, by the way, link in the description down below if you guys want to join that Discord server. We're pretty chill when it comes to, you know, just hanging out, stuff like that. Do you want to take a look? Oh, this is the newest GFS. Gotta take a look at the 18Z. Oh! Well, this looks eerily familiar. And what I mean by that, chat, not by the timing of when it is, but how it forms and where it hits. Let's see. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Jack and Wise County in Texas. But this looks eerily familiar. Now, granted, it is past half of the model. Anything past forecast hour 200 you probably shouldn't see. But this is really interesting. And an icon. Let's see what icon says. The heck is that? That just forms out of nowhere and then just buzzsaws inwards. So that's pretty interesting. I do want to see ECW if... Nope, of course. Alright, give me a second. Euro doesn't say anything per se as to what all is going to be hitting there. I don't see anything with the Euro. GFS, as I said that something was going to be there. What about the CFS? What does the CFS say? Crystal Corbett, hello. Seriously, gusty winds in Love County. Yep, you guys are getting some gusty winds over there. Definitely something that'll be pretty interesting. There's going to be some sort of tropical system that might be going into the Gulf on Monday. So that's going to be really interesting to look at, whether or not that turns tropical. Which, by the way, I do tropical analysis as well. It's not just severe weather. So there is that. But I don't see anything that impacts the U.S. With the CFS. So that's a good thing. That is indeed a good thing. Let's take a look at the CFS. Its latest run. You have no bad weather? Depends, where are you at? Because there's some areas that could be getting some bad weather, and there could be some areas that are getting bad weather. Yeah, it seems as if something on Monday just decides to track over into Florida. So that's really interesting. What is that? Huh. Stuff across the board, huh? More reports. Quarter-sized hail. Typical. Continues tornado warning. They still say it's radar indicated. Guess you just go check Busby. Don't go outside, I will say that. Stay indoors. Nothing tornadic right now, but you guys are getting some gusty winds. So, there's that much, Chelsea. We'll say that. Stream the day. Seems legit. You're bored? Most of us are. Nothing's really supposed to happen, per se. Except for this storm. What in the heck has happened here? Since when did this thing decided to form? Oh, wait. Did it merge? No, it's just gusting out its outflow. Look at that, chat. Might be some sort of tornadic event near Chico. Definitely really interesting, I will say. You announcing Africa, please no. You live in North Carolina? Yeah, North Carolina's not supposed to be getting anything. Not anymore, at least. Earlier today, they were getting something, I will say that. Yeah, there could be something that's heading into Chico, honestly. I mean, reds are moving away, greens are moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So, honestly, would not be that bad. Could possibly be something in there. Possibly. You hear drums. Oh boy. More severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see. What the heck is that? More severe thunderstorm warnings. Yep, so it's just turning into a severe threat as that continues to move on through. 1,002 people in Chico. Okay, so yeah. That's going to be interesting. If this thing starts to continue, then yeah, that's going to be interesting. Thanks for all the updates in Texas. Yep, no problem. It's what I'm trying to do best here. Trying to help everyone out. Is the low pressure system moving fast right now? Because I want to see 10% tornado chase. It's just so hard to tell right now. It's really hard to tell. Let's find out. So it kind of looks like it moves off relatively slowly. It's saying that this is going to be moving off really slowly, but the actual model run says that there's going to be some stuff that's popping off in southern Nebraska. I think southern Nebraska is definitely an area to watch. Let's see, what does that sell? It looks like these cells split. One produces, possibly produces, but then this one right here starts to get scary, and I'll show you why. PDS tornado. There it is. So, pretty interesting. But the models don't know what's going on. They really don't. So, you know, it's kind of just doing its own thing, in my honest opinion. So, I do believe that there's going to be some sort of 5% risk in Nebraska tomorrow. Maybe even a 10% if the models uptrend a bit. But I'll get to that in my final thoughts towards the end of the stream. Am I doing a 48-hour live stream? Nope. I'm not going to be doing that, for the love of God. Which, by the way, for people who do want to just, like, if they missed my stream but they still wanted to see what basically happened, I am going to be putting a final thoughts in every one of my descriptions from a couple streams ago and forward. So you guys could basically see what all I basically either discussed that stream and what all I think is going to happen in the future. So there is that for the people who are new and the people who are old as well, because they don't know that this is happening. So my final thoughts should be something that you all should be sure to look forward to, even if I do have these long streams and stuff like that. Mantler's day live stream seems legit. Sounds about right. Really gusty winds, I gotta say. I have to say, we'll do the room tour at 2,000 subscribers. 2,000 subscribers, that's a nice subscriber goal. 2,000 subscribers is when we shall do the room tour. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. You bought tickets to see the tour. You want it? Seems legit. 65 mph winds. Yeah, there's even stuff up here that says 83 mph winds. That's some really gusty winds if there is no rotation whatsoever. Which does, it kind of seems like it's a bit more of a gusty, it's gusting out, in my honest opinion, but I guess we'll have to see. I do want to take a 3D of this. I want to see if there is some sort of inflow notch. You should check the climate chiclets Reedsimmer uses to show a ton of severe weather in June as of now. I probably will take a look at those as I continue to move on. I have a bunch of long-range forecasters that I talk to, including one who's relatively accurate in my honest opinion. I would love to get him on the stream every now and then, but obviously our time restraints, you know, obviously don't work every now and then. But still, one of those things where he is relatively accurate. He does inform me of potential events. Whether or not I agree with him, that's another decision, but well, another story, I should say. But definitely one of those things where I have kind of seen that June will kind of uptrend a bit. And that's the reason why I said a couple streams ago, I said June will probably be as it'll be on the same level as the May that we just had. But it won't be like desolate. So June will be pretty interesting. I'll tell you guys that. I did say that June will be just like May, if not worse. Something like that. That was my bold prediction. I'm not sure if that's going to sustain. But who knows. Also, by the way, the 2% here in Illinois, probably going to be a 5% as well. So Illinois and Wisconsin and Iowa will probably see something tomorrow as well. Yeah, I know. By the way, to all the people who have subscribed today, I'm pretty sure we gained about 20, 30 subscribers, something like that. So to all the people who have done that, liked the video, shared it, stuff like that, I just want to tell you all that you're amazing. I hope you know that. So, definitely one of those things where I absolutely love you all. How's June the 2nd doing? Oh, we're still staying consistent with that prediction. All right. Well, let's take a look at what June 2nd says. A lot of people were saying that June 2nd was going to be interesting. I said June 2nd was going to be interesting. When it comes to the setup, obviously still a bit far out. But yeah, June 2nd is going to be interesting. Quarter size tail. Flood advisory. All sorts of stuff. Nothing tornadoes, though. Nothing tornadoes. I'm watching the cell from high ground. Good. Good. Okay. The second... Nothing isn't as interesting as it used to be. Flash flood warning. Rainfall 1 inch to 2 inches in 1 hour. So that's interesting. Today I had a bad storm in Florida. 40 to 50 mph winds, large hail, and scary power surges. Oh yeah. Glad to see you have the mentality to stream for 6 hours because I most definitely do not. I stream for like 10 hours. Let's put it this way. Weather is so fun to the point where I can make it interesting even after it's not doing stuff. Not to mention you guys talk to me a lot too, so I appreciate you all. What the storm you ever seen? Let's see. June the 2nd. June the 2nd doesn't seem to be a day anymore. Doesn't seem to be a day. But I will continue to watch. I'll have to take a look at trends, honestly. Trends, I'll take a look at the CFS trends and stuff like that, and that'll probably help me with my consensus. But I said June 2nd might be a day. Might be. By the way, loving the streams. Yep, thank you, Christian. I really do appreciate that. I really do. 81 to 87, very rural. Yep, indeed. As I mentioned, if you guys do not even, if you guys don't even go into the stream, stuff like that, you always can go towards the end. I will have a timestamp in the description for every stream from a couple days ago into further notice for my final thoughts. And you guys will be able to take a look and see basically just a brief explanation as to what happened to stream and what's going to be happening in the future. So Just pretty nice. Love County, Oklahoma, measured wind gusts of 62 miles per hour. So I know there's someone from Love County, Oklahoma. Definitely something up there that they're going to be encountering. They're probably going to still encounter that as that continues to move on through. Really gusty winds down and out, as I've mentioned before. But yeah, Chelsea, you are definitely going to get some gusty winds. You can see some at upwards of 60 miles per hour. So definitely stay indoors. Definitely stay indoors. It's been great to say I'm streaming in your absence, though. I appreciate that. Yep. No, I'm telling you guys, Royal NYR he's got potential. I'm not joking when I say about that. He's still got ways to go, but he's got potential. You want me to move anywhere for visual confirmation? No, I'd say you probably should stay indoors, honestly. I wouldn't risk your safety for any visual confirmation. Although you did say you lived... Let's see. Oh, you guys are about to get hammered with a bunch of rain anyways. Well, I mean, not right now, but you guys are going to eventually. Still tornado possible on these lines, these cells, so maybe. There's something that might be tempting to move through, but you said if you're east of Decatur, you're going to be seeing storms in about 35 minutes. So, I mean, you can go outside if you want, but I recommend that you stay inside. Hey, Aki, can I look at Denton radar? Yeah, Denton right here. Here is Denton, okay? There's a line of storms over here, and then there's another cell right around here. So Denton's right here. There's a line of storms as well. One near Alvord and one near Valley View and Leo. About to go over into the Sanger area. So Denton still has a bit of time. Actually, they have about, I'd say 25 minutes. So any tornado threat in Seaton County. Give me 2 seconds to figure out where that is. What's happening in Delaware? Delaware actually shouldn't really be impacted all too much. So you should be fine. You've inspired me to start my own YT. I love this channel so much that when I first saw the Easter Outbreak stream, I watched 35 hours. It will go down as a hero in my book for sure. Thank you, my friend. And good luck on your channel. I really do hope that it works out the best for you. YouTube is a very very strange place. Oh, Denton. You said Denton. Okay. Yeah, there could be something in Denton, but as of right now, it does seem as if the first wave is going to be mainly gusty winds. The one back behind near Chico could eventually go into the southern side of Denton County, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be doing all too much. Extent of injury unclear, but doesn't sound serious out in Bowie. Interesting. What do you think about HARP? Oh boy. I mean, it's not bad, honestly. It doesn't really have a lot to do with weather, yeah, but it's still doing its thing. HARP is kind of cool, I gotta say. I think it's cool. Well, actually, it does have something to do with weather because it's like heating and stuff, but like, it's. I feel like it doesn't really have that much of an impact unless if they actually put stuff in the sky, which is what they've been doing for quite some time with all their stuff. But it's, could be better, could be worse. More severe wind in June. Yeah, I'd say probably. You see the hailstones that fell in Burke Burnett, maybe a hail record. I did see, probably not a record per se, but yeah, definitely some large hail out in there. Collin County info. Yep. Give me 2 seconds. Is the storm tornado possible if it gets to Dallas? This storm right here isn't tornado possible. When it comes to the National Weather Service, however, there is the potential of something to possibly stir up. There is an outflow boundary in and around this area right here. So possibly there could be something in and around there that could stir up. But as of right now, no immediate threat for Dallas, Fort Worth. Collin County, they're not in the immediate risk. They'll probably see something in about an hour and a half. Yeah, depending upon where you're at. If you're near Prosper, 45 to 50 minutes, stuff like that. It's called Ace Cast. Yeah, true facts. But it's just doing its own thing. YouTube's not a place to build a career. You see, you got to pick your spots. If there's specific stuff in and around these areas, in YouTube, you know, it really depends upon how much is already occurring within that area. For instance, I knew that there wasn't really a lot of weather live streamers last year, so I decided to capitalize with my I felt like my talents. So obviously it was a process, you know, over time. You know, the wait was long, and it took me 9 months to get up to 1,000 subscribers. And even then, there was just a couple of streams, boom, 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 that it progressively got better. One got like 30 subscribers, there was like 39 subscribers, and then I got like 700 and some from the Easter outbreak. So it was just crazy. In Grand Prairie, Texas, no lightning yet. Probably won't see any. Hold up, I completely forgot what Grand Prairie, Texas is, so pardon me. Oh yeah, you're in between the two. Yeah, right now there's nothing that's going to be heading in your direction until probably an hour to 2 hours from now. Probably 2 hours. 2 hours, that's when you'll see some stuff that'll be impacting you. Although the outflow boundary might be impacting you guys sooner than that. Let's see. I like Twitch more, but that's just me. Twitch is more of a platform for gaming. YouTube is more for everything. So even IRL streamers on Twitch aren't like that large, unless if you had like Ice Poseidon and stuff like that. Way back when. YouTube is toxic? Yeah, you're telling me. Everyone loves to start drama and stuff like that in YouTube, but I try to not get into that. I do love to criticize. And I don't care if people criticize me. I mean, I do, because I'll take it seriously. But, you know, at the end of the day, it won't hurt me. It won't hurt my feelings. 2 gas leaks in Bowie. Oof. June is the month for Midwest Great Lake derechos. I mean, yeah, there's some... Yeah, there could possibly be some along the lines of that. Could. Let's see. Tornado warning in Scott County in Arizona. Woof. When was this issued? I don't know when this was issued. But anyways, apparently there was a tornado warning in Scott County. I don't see. Wait a second. It's Little Rock. Are you kidding me? Get rid of all that. We'll bring in by Atlanta. We'll bring in Little Rock. Yep, we'll bring in Little Rock's NWS chat, because why not? Tornado warning for Scott County in Arizona. That's going to be in effect until... What is this? Midnight. Midnight Central Daylight Time. So, oh boy. This got issued actually within the past 3 minutes, so... Something like that. Do you think 2 hours till Dallas gets till it gets to Dallas Metroplex? Hour and a half to 2 hours, yep. Around that line where you probably will start seeing some stuff. Start seeing conditions, I should say. It might not rain exactly at those times. Maybe a little bit later, but around those times where you could see some conditions. And then if it moves faster than expected, well then it is an hour and a half. Take dog for a walk soon then. That's probably a good idea. Just make sure, you know, if there is lightning, then you kind of just take heed with that. Velocities here show darker reds moving away, kind of lighter reds, but like the gray reds moving slower. So you can kind of get this overlap. Ooh. Really interesting. Not really the overlap. They're all moving in the same direction, but then there's a little area of rotation right in here. You could see a little bit here. So right in the middle in the inflow notch is where the rotation is. This is kind of gusting out a bit more, so this is more of a wind threat in my honest opinion. Not really a lot for tornadoes, but you still could see something in or around there. Rotation bad in Texas, not really. I don't think there's going to be any bad rotation anymore tonight. But we'll see. Hold up, you said Arizona or Arkansas. You just made a voice typo. Did I really? I said Arizona. Now you know. I want to die. Well, tornado warning in Scott, Arkansas. Can I get another update on the hail situation in Argyle, Texas? Yeah. As of right now, it doesn't seem as if the first wave will hit Argyle. It'll be the second wave that'll be pushing through. And that'll be getting into your area in about an hour. So an hour is when you should be able to see the hail. Now, whether or not it's large hail, that is the question, but you'll be able to see some sort of hail from there. So an hour in that. Yeah, even though there's a tornado wing over there, it's kind of getting closer to the end of the stream. So I guess we might as well go ahead and get to our final thoughts. We've been streaming for 7 hours, so that's one thing. For the people who are just came for the final thoughts to the end of the stream, decent day overall, actually. 5% chance for tornadoes ended up kind of verifying with a couple tornadoes, including one that actually had some really intense rotation with a 202 mile per hour delta velocity. Whether or not that was an actual tornado or that was just gusty winds, it's unknown to us at this time. It was high precipitation, so even I don't know whether it was a tornado or an actual gusty winds. Weather in Cleveland, by the way, tonight should be fine. No rain, just kind of doing this stuff. Yeah, bunch of different tornadoes and stuff like that. Haven't really seen a bunch of tornadoes in quite some time. But yeah, 5% did verify. I don't believe there should have been a 10% either. 5% should have been fine for today in itself. As for the rest of tonight, I do believe that it'll just be gusty winds. You might see a tornado warning, but honestly, I think it'll be just more localized to scattered showers of rain with hail and upwards of probably an inch and some gusty winds. And then the big thing here for the rest of tonight is the flood risk. Definitely some massive flooding already occurring in Bowie, which is the place that had the tornadic rotation head into that general vicinity with damage over there, not only just due to flooding, but due to the actual system that produced the 202 mile per hour delta velocity. As for tomorrow, my honest opinion, the models don't know what's going on. And for that reason, I don't really know what's going on. I really don't. I would love to tell you all that we're going to have an outbreak tomorrow, but the models are so confused to the point where it's really interesting. The RAP says that you're going to have an outbreak. It's kind of a severe weather outbreak in Kansas and Nebraska. The HRRR says that you're going to have cells ranging from Nebraska and moving on through. Another model says that there's going to be storms in southern Kansas, but they all can't agree as to what ones do form and which ones don't. So if I had to guess still, 5% risk for Nebraska, especially the southwestern parts of Nebraska around North Platte. North Platte is probably going to be under the gun for tomorrow. If I were to take a look at this, This is it, guys. This is what I've been trying to predict for the past week and a half. I said that there was going to be something on Saturday. Granted, now as I take a look at the models, I'm completely unsure as to whether or not it will be good or whether or not it will bust. But I intend on staying up for the next hour and a half in my Discord server, which, by the way, link in the description down below if you want to join, just to see what they do for their convective outlook for the SBC. But just keep in mind that stuff probably could go down and around there. And then probably a 5% risk for tornadoes in Illinois tomorrow as well. There's the opportunity for that. 2% is already in effect for Illinois, 5% around there. That's going to be pretty interesting. Sunday's pretty interesting too. Sunday, you'll probably see the highest chance for tornadoes in Iowa. If the model would load, I would probably be able to show you all what I'm talking about. And by the way, here's the model for tomorrow in Illinois. You can see these line of storms kind of push through Illinois, and you can kind of see as it progressively moves off, there is an opportunity for some sort of tornadic potential. So Peoria probably will be getting something, as well as north, even Rochelle. Rochelle might get something, and Quad Cities, I should say. Quad Cities probably might get something around Davenport and stuff like that. So Davenport, Peoria, all the way up towards Rockford, something like that. But then on Sunday, a line of storms kind of just form in Missouri, which is something that I didn't anticipate at all, according to the NAM. So the NAM says that something will form in Missouri, and then there will be some discrete cells that form in Iowa. It doesn't seem as if there's the tornadic potential unless if you keep going further north into Minnesota. But it's something that I will definitely continue to watch. But I still think Iowa is probably the best place for some sort of tornadic weather in and around there. But still something that I'll continue to monitor. And then if we're continuing to talk about Sunday, there is something that probably could happen in and around those areas in Oklahoma and Texas, but nothing too big. You could get some sporadic storms, probably some gusty winds on the western panhandle and stuff like that. Maybe some hail, but other than that, nothing really too much. And then Monday, I haven't really paid attention to a whole lot as of late, because I've just been trying to figure out what's going on in general. But there could be some sort of storms that form. There seems to be some sort of low that kind of positions itself over Wichita Falls, moves off to the north, and there's a boundary that kind of forms out along from that. So definitely some sort of thing in there. Why are we hyping a 5%? Mainly because this 5% could probably produce some very large tornadoes. So not to mention a 5% is a safe bet. But I had a bold prediction from a week and a half to where there could be something in the 10% chance caliber. So who knows? But we'll see. Anyways, Monday, as I said, you'll see some sort of boundary action in and around there. Maybe a slight chance for tornadoes along that boundary, but other than that, it'll probably get more intense as it gets closer to the low pressure. So maybe some sort of 2 to 5% chance for tornadoes there, but other than that, nothing really of interest. And then I will take a look on a national scale just to see for Monday if there's anything else that's supposed to happen. There's also some storms that decide to develop, ranging from Iowa into Wisconsin. So maybe some sort of severe storms, but nothing really too interesting. Wind profiles don't see anything. So Whitesboro, Oklahoma, in the last hour, tornado warning residential. I'll take a look at that real quick. But other than that, guys, that's my final thoughts for the evening. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I actually hope you guys enjoyed. I'll do a forecast real quick for Whitesboro. Let's see. Okay, so Whitesboro seems to be in the clear right now. Oh, there's another tornado warning. If this is interesting, then I'll do something. I'll look at it. If this is interesting, I will definitely look at it. Whitesboro's down here. They're in a flash flood warning, but they're not supposed to be impacted by any sort of storms. Let's see. What is this? There's some general rotation. I might stick around for a little bit. I'm not going to lie. There's something interesting. Can you go over Nebraska one more time, please? Yeah, I can definitely do that. Whitesboro probably won't see any severe storms, but I did see that there was some sort of severe storm that went over your area. So that was pretty interesting. But other than that, nothing really too much for you in Whitesboro. So you should be fine. You might see some gusty winds. We'll just let a scattered thunderstorm every now and then. Drop a GG in the chat. I've been streaming for over 7 hours, you know? Been doing all sorts of stuff for y'all. So people asked for me to go over Nebraska again. That is what I shall do. New tornado warning. Yep, indeed. This thing over here, Haskell, Latimer, Pittsburgh counties, that'll be in effect until 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show obviously red's moving away, green's moving. It's okay. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. It's okay, rotation. It's okay, rotation. Oh yeah, that's what I saw, but it seems as if the rotation's kind of thinned out a bit. Nothing really as big and as large as I thought it was, but there's greens, reds, middle is where the rotation would be. Not really as organized as I thought it once was, but you know what? It is still doing there. So we'll go over Nebraska tomorrow one more time. Let's see. So HRRR. I don't use the HRRR that much, but that's all I really can use. The RAP and the HRRR is the only ones that I can use right now, specifically because they are really good close up. Collin County, Texas, okay. Yeah, they're going to be seeing some stuff in about 45 minutes. Some gusty winds, some rain, maybe even some spotty hail. But Collin County should be okay. I only know where Collin County is because it's right next to Denton. People have been asking about Denton and Collin for quite some time, so I do know. I would provide visuals, but there is some sort of event that will probably happen tomorrow. So I say probably because, you know, most of the models say that at least something somewhere will happen tornadic-wise. So there is something in and around that area. We'll say that. Okay, so Nebraska, I still believe North Platte's going to be ground zero. I still believe that something in and around there will be influencing some sort of tornadic potential. There is a PDS tornado sounding for this area, which is going to be really interesting to look at. This basically tells me that the winds are actually veering really quick, really fast. And the photograph actually is quite nice here. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was something in North Platte and east of North Platte. You know, and then there even is the opportunity of some hail with the lapse rates. I see 6.7 in there, but I see a lot of 8s in there. So I'd say around 7.5 would be a nice little average as to what people could see when it comes to lapse rates, which means somewhat large hail, 1.5 inches, you know, 2 inches right around. And you know, Waco, Texas will be hit Saturday, Sunday, all week. Kinda. They might be getting hit tonight. Saturday, they'll be getting some stuff. Sunday, they'll be getting some. They're kind of getting some stuff. Actually, no. Saturday they probably won't get anything. Monday they'll be getting some stuff though. Monday and Tuesday. Well, not really Tuesday, but Monday is something that you guys should pay attention to. Yep. So isolated cells in Nebraska. That'll be forming all across the board. If even up here, the Northeast, there's some sort of profile up here, or at least there was, to where something could happen. Let's see. Yeah, so thunderstorm initiation, marginal severe, they're saying that means the dews don't reach up. So northern parts of Nebraska, northwestern parts of Nebraska probably will not see a lot. Colorado going into Nebraska, not really seeing anything, but until it gets to around 7 Central, that's when you guys should probably continue to look at this stuff. That's when you guys should probably keep your eye on this stuff. And then that will continue to move out overnight. Still tornadic potential with helicities. Anything that's over 200 M2S2 is good enough for tornadoes. So seeing 488 is just crazy enough, in my honest opinion. So, definitely one of those things where the risk still is there. South Central Nebraska probably will see something. As soon as it gets out of the North Platte area, it'll start to move to South Central, and then it will start to gust out a bit, although you could still see some sort of tornadic potential in and around there. So Nebraska, I feel like probably will be ground zero in and around that area, specifically those areas. So South Central, heading into Lincoln eventually. Lincoln will get a part of that, and then Omaha will get some of that in the early morning. So probably around 2 and 3. 3 o'clock right around Omaha. They'll see some. Des Moines, Iowa. They will see some stuff. It'll be just some scattered storms, honestly. Des Moines, Iowa probably won't see as much tomorrow. Besides in the morning, they'll see some sort of thunderstorm activity in the morning, but nothing really too big. Yep, so that's going to be practically it for me, guys. This thing, in my opinion, it's okay. Green's moving away, red's moving towards, but nothing really too interesting towards the center. I don't believe that this thing could produce. Spectrum width doesn't show me anything. The boundary is out in front of it, and there's the rotation. So I don't think this thing will do anything. I think that the tornado risk has kind of died out for the night, so that will probably allow me to expire to my Discord server and have the end of stream party. So that's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you're new to the channel, please make sure to subscribe if you enjoy it. Also hit the bell if you want to see my live content. I'm at my best when it's live, so if you want to see myself at my best, do that. As well as feel free to like the video. Doing so would actually help me so much, specifically because it helps me out with YouTube's algorithm. So more people would probably join, and we would have a larger community. And I know you guys love to intermingle within each other, talk and stuff like that in the chat. And I love that too. I love talking to you guys. So if we can bring more people, that would be great. And on that same note, sharing the video would be great too. Sharing with people who might enjoy my content. Once again, intermingling with people and all that such. Definitely one of those things where it helps all of us out, and it helps me out too. So it's definitely one of those things where I would greatly appreciate that. And also, feel free to leave a comment down below if you're watching this after the fact. If you have any questions, or even join my Discord server, link in the description down below, Storm Central. I own that. So I'm always active in there. But something to where you guys have a question, feel free to ask me. I'll be able to answer it to the best of my abilities, and stuff like that. Can't guarantee whether it's timely, though, because I do have a life outside of YouTube and Discord. But other than that, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Nate, Hockey Boy and Nate, and I will see you guys tomorrow, where I will constantly update you guys with a bunch of just a bunch of community tab posts as to when I will stream. So other than that, I will see you guys next time. Peace. Okay, now I gotta end the stream. Please end the stream.